that mean I have to meet your father? When we are older, you'll understand what I meant when I said no. I don't think life is quite that simple. When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. The daily things like this and that and what is what that keep us all busy are confusing me. That's when you came to me and said, wish I could prove I love you, but does that mean I have to walk on water? When we are older, you'll understand it's enough when I say so. And maybe some things are that simple. When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. Hold me. Whatever lies beyond this morning is a little later on. Regardless of warning, the future doesn't scare me at all. Nothing's like before. When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. Hold me. Whatever lies beyond this morning is a little later on. Regardless of warning, the future doesn't scare me at all. Nothing's like before. Hold me. Whatever lies beyond this morning is a little later on. Regardless of warnings, the future doesn't scare me at all. Nothing's like Hold me. Whatever lies beyond this morning is a little later on. Regardless of warnings, the future doesn't scare me at all. Nothing's like before.
What's going on, everybody? Oh my god. I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Thursday. I had to think a minute. It's now Thursday for you. September 4th, 2025. Definitely not 2568 like where it is where I am. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Traverse Town. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Sweaty synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and a body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in this distant cyber future. Is it actually Friday? If it's Friday, I'm kind of no, it's Thursday. It's Thursday for, I mean, depending on where you are. It's Friday for me. You don't get Friday. Except for my Kiwi viewers, you get Friday, and I guess my EU viewers, you got Friday as well. What about Canary Island? Oh my god, don't do that, don't do that. No, 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 no. I wanted to play more of that first song for you, but it's like, you know, that's an actual band. Yeah, I mean, not that other people on YouTube are not actual bands, but I'm just like, that's a pretty big band. Even though that's a cover song, they still might come for my advertising bucks. But yeah, Friday in the 10 minutes for me. Oh, East Coast only has 10 minutes left. Well, I'm glad I got on in time for it to still be Thursday. How was Leftist Mafia today? I know there was some potential some question about how that would all go down, given the chorus revelations that have rocked the world and that we are still covering today, with now Destiny getting a visit from Taylor Lorenz herself. It'll be Friday in like 12 minutes. Nice. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sorry, chat. I know people hate the fan noise, the buzzing, but it's the only way that you get your...
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Andrew Schultz is Dan Hibiki. I hate my life so much there is no point to anything anymore.
No way. Wait, what happened to Andrew Schultz? Wait, who is Dan Hibiki? Okay, now I gotta do some research, chat. Just like we did yesterday when we couldn't figure out what Thimios was referring to by 14 pages, and it turns out it's a Dark Viper AU reference. Hibiki. Hibiki sounds like something that, like, you know that one character from the Cosby Show? No, not the Cosby Show. What the fuck was the Cosby Show cartoon, chat? What is this called? Do you know what I'm talking about? There was like a Cosby Show cartoon for kids. Anybody know what the fuck I'm talking about? Like, she's making it up. She's crazy. She's crashing out. Like there was that one character that always talked because he had his, like, I don't know, like he couldn't, like he spoke differently, and he would like that guy. Oh wait, this is a Street Fighter reference. What the fuck? Oh no, this is a real thing. Asian whitewashing. Wait, what's going on? Asian whitewashing is happening yet again. Dan Hibiki is gonna be played by Andrew Schultz in the new... You weren't kidding, Davy. I thought you were making some, like, I don't know, metaphorical reference that only real heads would get. But no, all heads get this reference because it's a movie, a major motion picture even, starring Andrew Schultz. Why did they get Andrew Schultz? Wait. Did this guy used to be an actor or something? Is there a reason that we're, oh my god, what the fuck? What is the subreddit? R Fighters. Okay, it's like a fighting game community. Hey, I think I have Mushmouth? The show is called, oh no, Fat Albert. Fat Albert, yeah. Wait, is there another one called Little Bill? There's another one. Is Arya Jasmine a chorus member? I don't know, but I've heard people say that yes. Yeah, Mr. Hibiki is a Street Fighter character. Like you can be Hibiki, I think, in Street Fighter, right? You know, it's fighting games. There are these games where you fight, and sometimes you shoot energy at your opponent and go like Ryuken and stuff, right? It's like that. It's like Dragon Ball Z kind of, right? There's Street Fighter. There's Mortal Kombat. There's my favorite, Guilty Gear. The only fighting game that you really need. The only fighting game where you can use a actual yo-yo as a weapon if you pick the right character. And there's only one right character, canonically. I need to rewrite the Guilty Gear lore to like incorporate more Bridget. You know what I'm saying? Like the only problem I have with Guilty Gear is Bridget is obviously the best character that they have, and she's not nearly central enough to the lore. The lore is all about, oh my god, what the fuck is his name? That man and the other guy. All these characters that I don't care about. Potemkin, like who cares? I mean, I don't know. Wait, is Potemkin the one that's like nice to Bridget? Okay, thank you, Sarah. Ariana is not a chorus member. She didn't fill out the application because she said she was threatened by Taylor? Oh, Taylor or no, Taylor. And she read the email from Lorenz. Oh shit. Wait, she was threatened? Taylor Lorenz is playing. I told you before, all right? Soul bad guy. Yes, soul bad guy. Fuck yeah. Wait, is that the guy with the guitar? I need to play more Guilty Gear. The thing is, chat, I suck at video games. I mean, sorry, I suck at fighting games, okay? I'm good at real video games like Final Fantasy. Like real video games where the enemies wait their turn while you decide whether to hit them with Thundaga or Blizzara, right? Or Holy or...
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. What is this chorus thing? I genuinely don't understand it.
Oh my god.
An attempt to create horde of new DNC twinks. Also, I agree with you, Guilty Gear is peak, but Venom is the best.
Venom,
character.
okay, Venom. There's actually a lot of good characters. I'm always reminded, isn't there like an evil witch too? Was she threatened or warned? Yeah. Well, so my understanding is that that Taylor contacting the chorus members was an attempt to just, you know, get comments from them. And in some of the cases of the people that didn't end up signing the contract, and some of the people who did end up signing the contract, they got back to her, and that's where her information comes from. Remember, Taylor's got a copy of the contract. She's got she's got the Zoom stream, the video from the Zoom stream or something, and then she's got screenshots of the group chat. So that's the I know. Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I know would be mean to I know would probably bully me is the only problem. See, I've known somebody like, I don't know. I just like people are like archetypes to me. I know that's wrong, but somehow in my subconscious, like I always view people as archetypes. And if somebody, like if an archetype was mean to me before and I meet somebody like that, then I'm always like, oh no, they're going to be mean to me. They're going to bully me. And sometimes I'm wrong. So yay. You learn something in life. I just joined NCC's Discord. I had no idea I wasn't already a member. I need to sort out my Discord account. Discord is, yeah, I always forget about Discord. There's so much stuff, chat. Yeah, is it basically Tenet Media is what Narwhal is saying, but with Fight Club rules? Yeah, you do not talk about Fight Club, that's true. And you do not talk about Chorus unless they want you to talk about Chorus. And if they want you to talk about Chorus, they will give you talking points, just like Fox News, right? Remember the Fox News talking points? I'm like, God, what was this thing all about? It was a Media Matters thing, right? like Media Matters put together a like a compilation of all of the Fox News broadcasters saying the same exact wording, like talking about a story with the same exact wording. I can't find it. Does anybody know the video I'm talking about? Okay, wait, so that's wild. So there is some more lore. I don't know, maybe we have to watch a little bit of Leftist Mafia. Very interesting conversation and the discussion on the Leftist Mafia, to say the least. Yeah. Maybe we'll look into that after the Destiny thing. But yeah, so what happened, the timeline of events, which for this thing, like a timeline is important, you know? And this is why Destiny lost, because he's used to being able to arm himself with, like I said, trivia in the description. And I think that that's a pretty, I don't know, that works, trivia. Or, you know, factoids, really, like little bits, little bullet points from Wikipedia, right? He memorizes these things so he can bring them up during the debate, so that, like, you know, or ask somebody a question of like, well, do you even know when this event happened? And you're like, well, I mean, I know around about what, like, well, yeah, actually it was 1932, haha. Like, right, I don't know, to gatekeep, basically. You know, he uses this technique to great effect, and it works maybe on simpler topics, but this is a story that Taylor Lorenz has lived, right? So there's no Wikipedia that Destiny is ever going to be able to consult to know this story better than the person who reported it, who lived it, who is still dealing with the consequences and the fallout of it, right? And this really just led to a... also, Destiny's not that smart. Not that I am judgmental, not that I am gatekeepy, you know, not that I don't know, not that I have a simplistic view of intelligence or anything like that, right? But he's like he's a midwit's idea of what an intelligent person sounds like. Because it's like Ben Shapiro. He talks fast, right? That's what he does. He talks fast, he has unwarranted confidence, and just like Ben Shapiro, that gets you a long way in life, right? And especially when it comes to debating people, you know, so I mean, this is the secret, this is the key to Destiny's debate pervertry. That also, the fact that he's a pervert, I think that helps as well, right? He's into debate in almost like a libidinal kind of way. Yeah, it's libidinal for Destiny. I truly believe that. But if this is libidinal, I mean, this was an emasculation, right? If we're gonna talk about debate in those kind of terms, like this was some kind of, oh my God, chat, this was like a Greek play or something, where like the I don't know, the child, what is the play where the kid dresses like a lion and then the mom is like part of this cult that sacrifices lion cubs? And so the mom ends up sacrificing the son. Anybody know this Greek play I'm talking about? I don't know, chat. It's not Fat Albert, by the way, or Little Bill, or Picture Pages. God damn it, it's something different. You know. Anyway, I saw some people saying that we have to be practical and work on with different billionaires to fight the right on their own turf. I have the view that that's just trading one leash for another. Also, they'll kind of like, and you're gonna see this maybe from Hutch tonight, depending on what bonus content we got. Assuming we get bonus content. Yeah. But they're selling this. The last refuge of scoundrels is often pragmatism, right? Okay, I know morally it's a fucked idea. It makes us huge hypocrites. It's, you know, it gives some of the worst people in the party more control, when the problem is that the control that they already have. But it's practical. It's pragmatic. We have to, you know, you're just a fucking child. You don't understand the way the world works. This is the way it's always been. This is the way that it always will be. And you just have to accept it, right? That kind of argument is what you'll get. And they're wrong even about the pragmatism. Actually, especially about the pragmatism. It's wrong, but Matt Bender was lecturing the ladies, and then the full story came out. It was very much a scoop. Okay, wait. So you're saying that Matt Bender, and I don't even know, because like, look, Emma in the Majority Report, like Matt Leck and crew. I don't think Sam's talked about it yet, but they've weighed in on it. They're, very much against this. Matt Bender, I don't think was involved in that. I don't know if he talked. For some reason, his shit doesn't come up on YouTube. That's wild, chat. Because the other week he had like this insane viewer count, right? So he's doing all right, it seems. But for some reason, he never comes up in my feed, and it kind of pisses me off. I wish there was a way you could like double follow people. You know what I'm saying? If you could click sub, like sub times 2. If you're not getting, if you followed somebody and you want to know them, yeah, pseudo-epistemological gatekeeping. That is a good way to put it, Frown Chad. Those are good words for it. Yeah, PEG. Destiny is pegging. Anyway, chat. Sinclair News does that too. Yeah, I think there's one with Sinclair News. I think you're right about the Media Matters thing. There's a similar thing that they did with Sinclair Broadcasting, which if you don't know, Sinclair is a large media company. It owns a good portion of the local news stations in the United States of America. And that is why you will see a lot of news stations be incredibly conservative. I mean, there's ways in which like local news leans conservative even without being having that kind of group ownership. But yeah, on Sinclair, it's really pronounced, let's just say. And so I don't think there's a lot of like independent local stations, actually. It's very layered. I'm not happy with Chorus whatsoever, but Ariana was not part of Chorus, but she knows people who are. Yeah, and this is why I was really adamant that the people to blame are not the Chorus members. They are the victims. They are the manipulated. In a precarious business like the one that we're in, it's very easy to be manipulated when somebody is offering to make your finances work for you, which is usually the thing that is the hardest to get, But yeah, the other thing that I really don't want to see happen is people go after like the members of Chorus. I mean, it's hard to resist that when they're spouting the same speaking about like talking from the same playbook, singing from the same hymnal. I mean, that was the whole problem with the response, right? I think what BTC told them to do, I think he gave them talking points, very much like Fox News. And if you saw like a lot of their tweets or a lot of their content, they were just like saying making the same fucking points. But you'll see that, which makes them seem less like people and more like part of a conglomerate of people that's doing bad things. Also, the attacking the messenger that some of them reflexively went to. If you've heard, Booker Squared, just reflexively, first thing out the gate is Taylor Lorenz is a racist. Okay. Like, I don't know, way to, embody a like a freaking, what's usually a right-wing straw man of people on the left, but whatever. Yeah. But yeah, especially people like Ariana that, she ended up not signing on. I hope she's not getting hate. Destiny Bulldog thumbnail was cute. Yeah. I feel like it's unfinished though. I kind of want to finish with you. Do we have any legal contract agreements of Chorus? This is way more in my legal... yeah, this is in your wheelhouse. Absolutely, Davy. We don't have the...
Davy Cliff Super.
Oh my God.
$9.99.
You're reminding me.
I'm sorry, but you're not gonna make me feel bad for DNC twinks, bunch of ice-chewing freaks.
They're not all twinks. And they're not all DNC. I don't know. What am I trying to say? You're reminding me that I need to get some stuff started. What am I trying to do here? Oh my God. Goal. kind of experimented with some other forms of super chat goals yesterday. We actually did end up unlocking. I did one that was just one. I think it was like one yellow super chat or one orange super chat. And that ended up unlocking the Femio's diss track, right? We heard Femio's friend of the VOD do her diss track against, who I think it was Chud Logic and Ethan Ralph were the main targets of that. All right, so I got the bonus, I've got the butterfly goal up, and I'm gonna count it. We already have 3. Like, right? If we get to 7, I'll put a butterfly in. Again, apologies, chat, for being slow to the draw. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I streamed for 12 hours today. I'm on YouTube featured for... People keep on telling me this. Can somebody explain me being on YouTube featured, what that means? I wonder if it's just that, like, it's like recommending, like, I don't know, like on Twitch, there's like legitimately like a front page that you can be put on. I think it's like I think you have to be a streamer that's got like a schedule that's set, and you keep it, you know, so that they kind of know ahead of time when you're going to stream. And if you get featured, then basically you're just very visible. So you'll get a lot more people at least coming in the chat, whether they stay or not, depends on, you know, if your content is to their liking or not. Goal 2 needs to be 3, and then, oh my god, chat, I really want to play some New Vegas. We were at 81% on the video game goal, so maybe soon. What are we doing? Oh yeah, the last thing, browser, and boom. And right, I think I can manage this now. So yeah, I mean, look, it is hard to feel bad for, you know, certainly like the caricatures of your average chorus member, and you know, they have this effect of like embodying the thing that they've become a part of, right? I have noticed that there are kind of exceptions, you know, people that got involved in this that do not, you know, do not seem like you know, the type, right? And I don't know how much of that is just, you know, who they... Honestly, one of my favorite faves, Soyinka, did an amazing adaptation. Wait, that play? Oh my god, Brixton, you got the name of the play. The Bacchae, thank you, by Euripides. That's right, it is the Bacchae by Euripides. That's the one. Yeah. Is that where I read it, though? I know I've actually read some Wole Soyinka. So I must have... Maybe I read the adaptation or something? But Davi, you were asking about contracts and do we have contracts to go over? So here's the deal. There is a contract, all right? Taylor has seen the contract. She showed it to Wired Magazine, and she got it from her sources, right? And so Taylor, you know, a lot of the procedure that she's going through with this article is kind of like standard operating procedure for a journalist. But it might seem weird. It definitely seemed weird to Destiny. You know, if you're not from that world, which, you know, I've only kind of touched in a little bit, so I'm a little unfamiliar with it too, but you don't know the conventions of how things are done, but how this shook out, right? Because she's getting a source. The story wouldn't exist without the source, all right, first of all. And I should say sources, because I think there was more than one. But the story would not exist. Taylor would not have this information without the sources. So you defer a little bit to the sources as far as the information that you reach. And this has become a point of contention. This was a point of contention with a, you know, chatter yesterday, and it's a point of contention between Destiny and Taylor Lorenz. It's something that, you know, people like Hutch are, you know, they tend to love to hang their hats on. Philodestrin says, FK Senate hearing. Topic idea, that's a good idea. Yeah, no, I saw some of that. He got savaged. RFK Jr. got tore up. in that Senate hearing, and that was beautiful. It's beautiful. Like it's beautiful to see, right? RFK should be our national lolcow. That if any use of RFK that is not including lolcowing the fuck out of him is a waste of talent. RFK is a generational lolcow, chat. A guy like this does not come by, does not exist very often, and we cannot let him go to waste, right? So, you know, I feel like there's been way too little making fun of RFK. He is the source of great laughter and merriment, and we should not let his, you know, once in a lifetime gifts go to waste. God damn. I think Destiny isn't bi. He is a misogynist gay man who dates women to torment them from spite. Wow. I've never heard.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. You were talking the libs acting stereotypically, then you go and immediately say how you want to play New Vegas, who's the real stereotype here, meant to send earlier, but didn't want to interrupt.
It is definitely a stereotype of somebody with way too much to say. That is true. Oh, yeah. Also, the other thing. Yeah, that would be true. I know. Yeah, Davi. I was playing coy. I was pretending like, you know, just like right over my head, but obviously not. Obviously, I'm familiar with that stereotype. Very, very familiar. I'm intimately, some would say, familiar with that stereotype. They had to attend training twice a week or something. Yeah, so anyway, what I was saying about Taylor Lorenz is that she's got she's got receipts. If she was doing this on her own, like, you know, uncovering this and releasing it on Twitter or Substack or something like this, she says it probably would have gone differently, right? I think she errs, I guess, on the side of transparency, but the other side to err, and the more classical journalistic side to err on, is on the side of protecting your sources. Because if you are a journalist, if you are doing investigative journalism, and that's what this is, I think that's why people are freaking out about this, because people aren't used to investigative journalism. There's so much journalism that is access-based, kind of the opposite of investigative, right? When your whole thing is like, you know, well, I mean, when your whole thing is making powerful people happy so that they will, you know, sit down with you in the future, you know, this is the kind of journalism that you get. And we've got a White House that has eliminated journalists and you know, outlets that annoy them, and rewarded incompetent buffoons such as Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband, who works for News, what the fuck is it called? News Network, Newsmax. Yeah. I think he's Newsmax. No, he's OAN, isn't he? But anyway, yeah, we've got, so when a fucking old school, hard-boiled journalist like Taylor Lorenz comes around and does some investigative journalism, people kind of freak out, because one of the things she does is that she has a conversation, really a negotiation, between her Wired magazine and the source, right? The source wants to and probably needs to remain anonymous. And so, you know, in that discussion, it was determined that the source did not want to, very much did not want to be outed, and asked that the receipts that they furnished Taylor with not be revealed to the public, out of fear, because, you know, everybody's got a slightly different contact potentially, right? Out of fear that this would tell Chorus and would tell the other Chorus members and would tell the fucking army of stands that right now is like baying for Taylor Lorenz's blood, who exactly it was in the organization that betrayed them. And this is something they very much did not want. It sounds to me like Taylor would have preferred to just release everything out of the sake of transparency. But between the outlet, Wired Magazine, and the source, you know, basically it was decided that they weren't going to release this. They weren't going to release, obviously, the Zoom call. If you show the Zoom call, that's going to show, you know, who's, you know, whose end it's on, right? You're gonna know who sent you the Zoom call if you show the Zoom call. The group chat, I don't know why that would out the source, but yeah, what multiple of the sources, it sounded like, really did not want to have the make public the receipts, right? And on some level, it's not necessary. If you've got a journalist and a magazine that is trustworthy, that has shown that it is trustworthy, and the journalist comes to the magazine, says, here are my receipts, and here are my conclusions, or here's my article. The lawyers, the editors, like all the bigwigs in the magazine, they go over the article and they go over the sources and they say, are these logical conclusions? Does she have proof of what she's saying? And if yes, then we go forward with the article. If no, then we suggest revisions and possibly even can the article if we think that the journalist has done, has been dishonest or something like that, right? So yeah, it's a more complicated situation since there's multiple stakeholders than just Taylor, and for that reason, we don't have the full the full contract has not been outed. Now, that doesn't mean it won't be outed, and in fact, if the chorus members, if Brian Tyler Cohen or anyone with the organization wants to, they could release the contract, or release maybe the boilerplate, the basic template of the contract themselves, if they wanted to show the public that Taylor was wrong or Taylor was lying or something like that. Or even if they don't want to do that, they could go to Wired Magazine and say, hey, Taylor made these claims in the article. Here's the actual contract. This isn't fair, right? They could do that too, and potentially Wired would make a retraction and make a revision. Now, as it is, the only thing that's changed in the story so far is that certain members of Chorus have spoken out and have gone on the record with Wired, right? The same people that Taylor reached out to and refused to get back to her have now talked to Wired and said, I want to get my quote in the story, right? So that's changed, and then that's been falsely misrepresented as some kind of a walking back, as some kind of a revision, as like, oh, looks like Wired does not stand behind Taylor. No, that's not the deal. They just want to get it right. They want to give you the most complete story that they possibly can. So that's kind of where we're at. Yeah, I would love to. We do have parts, though. I will mention Davy started this line of, started me on this rant with a question of, is there a contract, right? Yeah, we don't have the full contract, but we do have pieces of the contract revealed by chorus members in an attempt to debunk Taylor Lorenz. However, they didn't end up debunking shit. They didn't. The debunking was a lie, and so they. But what they did is they actually confirmed part of the story. They confirmed elements of the story by releasing the by releasing parts of the contract. So what we've seen in the contract so far backs up the article, right? Reporters have the right not to reveal their sources as long as it's been verified and it's not slander. Yeah, exactly, Tanky Gooner. This is old school journalism, right? And which, I mean, there was always problems with this, right? That this is Noam Chomsky wrote manufactured consent in the environment, in the context of old school journalism, when the firewall between the sales department and the editorial department or the news department was still intact, right? I mentioned the 70s movie Network yesterday. If you want like a dramatic demonstration of this concept, a network is supposed to be the portrayal of that firewall being broken down, and advertising starting to run the network at much to the peril of Howard Beale. But But yeah, I think that's why people are kind of reacting weird here. Okay, I'm supposed to put this to 45. We're at 45 now. And like I said, people are commenting about the thumbnail. I kind of want to, there was a few things that I sort of wanted to add to it. Anybody ever play Night Trap starring Dana Plato on Sega CD? It was banned by Congress. Was it like a sexy game or something? Taylor, it makes me, what are they doing now? They're talking about like, there's a discussion now. Texas just banned anime. And now there's a discussion, I believe in, I don't know if it's in the, in the Japanese, government or anything, but definitely in Japan, as far as like, the standards of anime maybe don't match like what's acceptable in the rest of the world or something. So we'll see where that goes. Taylor makes me uncomfortable, but I trust her journalistic methods. So I appreciate them. And it's okay to be uncomfortable from journalists. Yeah, like I said, Taylor actually scares me too, Emily French. Like in a way that like I would never want to be I would never, like she's an adversary that she's kind of a take no prisoners adversary, like if you're up against her. Last time I played New Vegas before the transition, I wonder if it hits different these days. Likely so, yeah. I too like Fallout New Vegas. Yes, many such cases. I don't actually believe I know Destiny's private thoughts, just mocking his treatment of women. I assumed. I was a journalist covering the DC courts, and I knew that I could be held in contempt or jailed for up to 18 months instead of outing. Yeah, that's something that some people go to jail rather than outing a source, right? If the government starts to put pressure on you, then you have a real like whistleblower situation on your hands. I mean, what the White House is doing now isn't much crazier than the Bush era, in my opinion. Well, okay, I guess I'm not as knowledgeable about the Bush era as I would be about the Trump, Biden, and Obama era, but that still surprises me. Oh, yeah, you know what? I think I know what Davi's talking about. Davi, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're referring to the rally around the flag effect that took place in the wake of 9/11, where Democrats, journalists, everyone was just kissing the president's ass because of this idea that there's this evil outside enemy, striking us where we couldn't imagine. And the fear in the country was such that people wanted George W. Bush almost became like the avatar of the country. And you're not gonna question the avatar. So I think that's what Davi's talking about. I just think this is fundamentally different. I have never heard a press conference turn into a glaze sesh the way that it does now in the Trump White House. But yeah, it may have been sycophantic in different sorts of ways back during the Bush time. There's an episode of Mary Tyler Moore about just this, about journalism. Actually taking a media and propaganda class right now. Our entire media system is based on selling our attention to advertisers. This includes news and journalism. True, but in the past there existed a firewall that would protect the production and coverage of the news from coming, to a certain extent, right? To a certain extent. I mean, there's a limit to how much this can, that firewall really held, and maybe became a little permeable when you talk about something like a war and your network is owned by elements of the military industrial complex. But yeah, in general, the idea was that the considerations surrounding advertisement were not supposed to affect the news that was printed or broadcast, right? Yeah, Sarah says at the end of the day, the story still stands. I agree. I know Ariana is young, but her arguments fell flat, in my opinions, tonight. I hope she course corrects. So did it get nasty on Leftist Mafia? Yeah, exactly, Emily. It's an update, not a retraction. Okay, I can tell I'm way behind in the chat. Finally, I'm glad Texas is following Shino Abe's dream. Wait, in banning, in banning. I didn't realize that was Shinzo Abe's dream. Yeah, the rally around the flag effect was utterly terrifying. I don't doubt it. I mean, from what I've seen. Okay, well, so yeah, there we go. That's what we got to do tonight. I said that I kind of wanted to look, I want to inject some levity into a very serious situation. I kind of wanted to, if you don't mind, chat, I would like to start out tonight before we even get going here. Let me make sure that I'm covering all the bases that I'm supposed to be covering. Okay, it says that we've got 2 towards the super chat goal, but in actuality we have, let's see.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Bush looked like a Krispy Kreme donut after each press meeting in 2003. It was utterly disgusting because he was seen as America embodied for cons and libs.
Yeah, that is something that you kind of reminded. Like, I was gonna disagree with you at first, but then I remembered the way that I've looked at polls from back then, chat, and I believe that correct me if I'm wrong, Davy, but at some point Bush had like a 90%, or was it like 85%? It was like, 80 or 90% approval rating, chat. Compare that to like Trump, who is now sinking below 40, right? Biden, who I don't think, was only above like 50 for the very beginning of his presidency. Even Obama, I don't think was, Obama had a pretty high approval rating right when he got elected, but I don't think it was anything compared to but it was literally Democrats just being, and this is when the Democrats look, Democrats were always bad when it comes to war. War never changes, right? Who escalated the Vietnam War? It was Democrats. It was motherfucking Democrats, right? That, that did that. And because of that, we had what was called the Vietnam effect, where Americans turned against the very idea of interventionist wars in foreign countries. And, and the Gulf War, the predecessor, I guess, to the Iraq War in the 90s, was in some ways a attempt to shake America loose from the Vietnam syndrome, because the Republicans really wanted to have wars. They were like, let's make war cool again, and they succeeded. They succeeded not long enough to actually get George H.W. Bush reelected, but there was a rally around. I'm sure there was similar approval ratings to George H.W. Bush when the Iraq War was concluded successfully, with minimal casualties on the U.S. side, and war crimes that we shall not speak of. We shall not speak of, chat, because that was a good war, supposedly. Right? Where was I going with that? The disgusting phenomenon of the Iraq War, right, was opposed by certain Democrats. These Democrats did not stick around in the Congress or the Senate. These Democrats, especially if they were a member of the House or a senator that was up for election in the next cycle, they got washed out, right? This was a really bad bet to oppose the Iraq War, when most of them were opposing it because they had learned. Democrats are always fighting the last battle. At that point, they're fighting the Vietnam battle, where it took a while for Democrats to stand up and meaningfully oppose the Vietnam War, and only really when Nixon took it over was there meaningful opposition on the Democratic Party. Okay, I shouldn't say that. That's not exactly true. Obviously, there was an anti-war contingent of the Democratic Party even in the '68 election. But yeah, so the Democrats, and this is why Hillary Clinton could not get enough. She was deep throating the Iraq War, like the Iraq War, the one in the 2000s, right? She was deep throating that war the whole time, and she only barely dislodged it from her throat by the time we got to 2016. And she was running. She lost the 2008 election in part because of her support for the Iraq War. Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats started to oppose the Iraq War in 2006, and swept into power in the Congress because of that. And then Obama used Hillary Clinton's stance on the Iraq War against her. So but her stance was pretty much exemplary of the party. I don't think there was a lot of people. Who was that one guy in Wisconsin? Was like maybe Paul Wellstone? Did Paul Wellstone oppose the Iraq War? There were very few Democrats that would oppose the Iraq War. And so what you had essentially was a president that had, and this is hard to imagine in the age of like negative polarization that we're in now. You had a president that had approval from really both sides of the aisle, and not just the aisle as far as Congress. I'm talking about people, right? There were very few people. In fact, didn't South Park guys, they had a show making fun of Bush on Comedy Central, and it got canceled because, like, oh my gosh, how could you make fun of our dear leader? Like when 9/11 happened, like that was not okay. That was not okay for them to do. Did they do Team America after that? It's almost like that's an apology for the show is called That's My Bush, right? That's My Bush. But anyway, so yeah, let's see. What are we doing here? Okay, we've actually got 6 super chats so far. I'm gonna update the goal to say that. But yeah, chat, yesterday was a marathon. I streamed for more than 12 hours. I have not done that in a really long time. Wait, Lil Bush. Yeah, it looks like we're at 55 if I am... Nope, not that one. Wait, why don't I have music? It's because I turned off the Kingdom Hearts music, chat. Peaches had an album called Impeach My Bush. That's awesome. Our negative polarization era feels like the fault of the Iraq War. How long until your visa trip? It's coming up really soon. It's coming up really, really fucking soon. I'm sorry I can't be more specific about the time and date, but just as a streamer, from the issues that I've dealt with in the past, I find that it's sometimes good to leave a little bit of my personal life up to like unspoken on stream, if that makes sense. Leftist Mafia was wild tonight, says Crotchy. We're gonna get into that, Crotchy. We're gonna get into that. We also have a debate, Taylor Lorenz taking Destiny apart, which I'm literally looking forward to checking that out. I mean, Davy, you say it's the fault of the Iraq War. I wonder how much of it is the fault of the two-party system. How much of the... I don't know. Maybe it's just normalized to me, and I don't remember like another time. I don't really remember the time before negative polarization. But yeah, it does. It allows a lot of weasels to get it allows a lot of weasels to get away with a lot of bullshit. And Brian Tyler Cohen and this Chorus Project is a great example of it, right? If you are scared as fuck of Trump, which you should be, then there's you're sort of pushed to wanting to find like a champion on the Democratic side, whether it's Gavin Newsom or Ezra Klein or fucking or fucking Brian Tyler Cohen, and just like defend them, like be their strongest warrior. Yeah, I apologize that I have to be vague a little bit about the exact, like, time and place of my departure, but just in case, right? I think I mentioned a few of my main ops yesterday, and it just, like, I don't know. It reminded me of the bad times when there were very bad people who were very interested in information like my location. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the reason that people are so all over abundance. Oh yeah, chat, can we get this started? I want to call it, Crotchy says, hi. Oh yeah, I can't do it right. It's the Simpsons thing, right, Dr. Nick? Can we get this started where we don't call it abundance? Okay, so yeah, Hassan has started calling the debunking the phenomenon of just saying that the Taylor Lorenz article is debunked, even though it's not debunked. The debunking, like it's been debunked. It's the debunkening, right? And I'm thinking maybe we should also have abundance, right? My views will always be skewed as a Muslim kid growing up in pre and post 9/11. No, that's, I just wish I understood. Like, I get most of what you're saying. I'm not exactly tracking the whole, like, negative polarization of the current moment. I'm not entirely, like, right, the negative polarization being a consequence of the Iraq war. It's not as, like it's going a little bit over my head. But no, I can only imagine what that would be like to grow up pre and post 9/11 as a Muslim kid, right? That was, I mean, like, I've heard of people say, I've seen videos of people literally ideating about quote unquote killing their children in the wake of the, like, you see like interviews that go on like right after 9/11, and people are saying wild shit, murderous shit, genocidal shit, just like it was nothing. Like I said, chat, though, I want to see if I can do this. All right, let's see. I want to, like I said, there was so I mean, I think I did a pretty good job on the thumbnail today, but there's a little bit maybe left to be desired, and I wanted to see if I could kind of take care of that. Okay, so I'm gonna try opening up my Canva page. Yeah, so I mean, I like the concept that I came up with, and definitely Taylor does dogwalk Destiny. And if you're not familiar, right, Destiny got like X in a debate is a meme. Here, I'm just gonna move this around a little bit. I'm gonna show you how the magic of thumbnail creation happens in the modern age of NCC. If I can just get this. Almost there. All right, let's just expand this window a little bit. All right, so I got the Got the thumbnail right there, right? And like I said, I feel like there's a few things that I left out of this thumbnail. Right? Now, first of all, maybe some of you will notice that I always put a little... oh god, it's being a butt. Let me fix that. That. All right, so it's definitely a good start, right? But something that I always put on a thumbnail is this. Gotta have that logo on there just to make sure that people know that you know, people that are, yeah, there's some people that are gonna click on this because of Destiny and Taylor Lorenz. Some people are just gonna be curious about like what the fuck is going on here, and some people won't click on this thumbnail if I don't let them know that it's a me thumbnail. So I gotta let them know it's a me thumbnail by doing this with a little outline. Probably a red outline. I don't know, red outline. Black outline. White outline. Red outline, okay. That's what we're going with. And then, like, so we got a dog, right? And I mean, if you've ever been to a dog park, you will find dogs there, but something else really important that you'll find whenever there's dogs, chat, wherever there are dogs, there's bound to be something else. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, if she's taking her dog to the park, there's definitely gonna be a little... There's gonna be a little pile back here, I think. I'm gonna move, oh, what's back there? Oh God. There's another dog. Move this over, yeah, there we go. All right, so we move Destiny over and let's see, like that. So we got a dog pile, okay, so that's a good thing. Now look, if I'm gonna have a dog pile there, what's that gonna happen? We're gonna attract, you know, potentially scavengers, right? Oh my god, this one I don't know if I have the rights to. Probably don't. Scoot this over a little bit so that you can see the poop in all of its glory, as well as the NCC logo. There we go. All right, so yeah, we got poop, right? But the poop is not gonna stand alone. The poop is gonna attract things. What is the poop gonna attract? Well, I don't know. Maybe we could start off with a fly. It would be some flies. We get some flies. Okay. Little fly. Flip the fly. There we go. Perfect. Right there. Yeah, all right. So we got the flies. But not just the flies, chat. There's other things that are also attracted to the poop, right? Some, you know, might see the poop as a place to lay their eggs, like the flies. Others might see it as a tasty snack. Yeah. I feel like the... Yes, look, chat. There we go. That's a better thumbnail, don't you think? He's like, excuse me? What do you think, chat? Is that better? Is that a better thumbnail? It fits the Giardia story. Ethan's season of foreplay. Oh my god, no, I don't even want to think about that. Oh my god. Wow. He sees it as something. I think he sees it. He's like, you know, he's got to pick up some food for the kids, right? He's got to pick up a tasty snack on the way home. So, anyway, save the file. I'll go ahead and, I will go ahead and not have a Vosh moment. Not that I have any, you know, short stack goblins in my tax folder, but, probably best to save things off screen just as a practice. Download. Download. There we go. And I think we have a better thumbnail. What do you think, chat? Here, we'll look at it in all of its glory just for a second before we get going today. Switch the thumbnails out. What do you think? Masterpiece, right? So yeah, there we have the masterpiece, as it should be. In all of its full glory, Ethan Klein has been attracted to the dog park by, oh my god, you know what? I should fucking, oh, I hate this. The one other thing I wanted to do was add a little drop shadow. I know, I'm being a perfectionist, chat. I'm not gonna pause to show, just know that I'm putting on a drop shadow on the poo and on Ethan. A little drop shadow on Ethan. That's not how drop shadow works. We gotta change the angle. Change the angle. Yeah, the drop shadow is gonna be like that. Perfect. Okay, now save that. And I'm back. What's going on with Bad Empanada? I don't know. I think he's pissed off a bunch of people on Twitter and he's kind of crashing out. The streamer not saying nothing chick spread the anti-Semitic giardia propaganda to her view. Yeah, I know. She's trying to say that. According to Ken Klippenstein, the DNC posted in support of Mom Donnie, but Jeffrey still stubbornly refuses. Wait, the DNC posted, but Jeffrey refuses? Why did Taylor decide to talk to Destiny in the first place? Good question, right? Considering what Destiny is now infamous for. Bad Empanada. Oh, he's being fatphobic and anti. Oh yeah, you did a video about like how your union is probably imperialist. Don't join a union. Join the Bad Empanada Discord instead. I don't know. If the last little thing I want to do is actually put the new thumbnail up, so I'm going to do that really quick, and then we'll get going on the stream, the Destiny debate with Taylor Lorenz, and yeah, we'll take a look at that leftist mafia. Whatever I need to know, chat. I need to know what happened on the leftist mafia. It really kind of sucks though that like, I mean, like when the leftist mafia started, I was loving it. All right. And then, you know, people in certain chats started treating Olimey like shit, and she left, and yeah, it's like been a lot of drama since then. Anyway, so yeah, there we go. I think I got the new thumbnail up and ready to go. Hi, old H3 friends. If someone clips this, yeah, that's right. None of us are safe from Ethan now. Yeah, there we go. Oh, we also have some Ethan stuff. Wait. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, so like I said, we should proceed, and that means I gotta explain a few things to you before we get started. What the fuck is the Leftist Mafia? It is a panel show that with the same panelists every week. It's like a podcast kind of. What is it? Like, you've got Lance from the Serfs, David Dayan from the Rational National, Ariana Jasmine, and wait, I feel like Rebecca has not been on lately. Yeah, I was about to say, I think there's somebody else, but I have not seen her in a hot minute. Matt Bender from the Majority Report and Mashable.com is on there as well. Yeah, so it's just kind of yeah, nothing to say, chick. If Rave were here, they would laugh. I thought it was not saying nothing, chick. To be fair, Leftist Mafia, when the election time started, they were kind of silent on Gaza and Kamala, not very critical of her, ignoring chat as always. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't get to watch them. I'm usually streaming while they're on. EE skips so many of the... Whoa. Speaking of the Leftist Mafia... Welcome, raiders. Welcome, streamers. You have activated my stand. Damn. 2 raids. We are 2 for the price of 1 on raids tonight. Welcome, new friends. I was just about to get started with the stream tonight. We're going to be going over Taylor Lorenz's takedown of Destiny in a debate. I don't know how many of you have seen this yet. I don't know who all has covered it. We were going to cover it yesterday, and I didn't end up getting to it, even in my marathon stream that I did yesterday. So we're going to get to it today. We're going to be doing that today. We were just talking about Leftist Mafia. So yeah, we also did not see the stream tonight. So I don't know, some people have expressed interest in taking a look at a little bit of that as well. So yeah, maybe we'll see what's going on. We'll see what's going on. All right, so yeah, there got some Leftist Mafia members in the... Here, let me shout you both out, all right? I don't know where my mods are on Twitch right now. Maybe most of the mods are on YouTube. Let's do a shout out for Humanist Report, which you should go check out. If you're not following Humanist Report already, I think you that's a follow I recommend. Yeah, I'm guessing Matt and Mike just got done with Leftist Mafia, and they both decided to raid into here. So we're glad to have you as always. Let me also, I gotta wait for a cooldown. Wait, am I doing this right? Why am I not seeing the shout out? Mods, if you could try to,
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Being an anti-union, anti-leftist is the most leftist thing in the world. God, the more things change, more they stay the same. Reminds me of my grandpa's stories of being in the Today Party.
It's breaking my brain, Davi. It's breaking my brain. So much about what's going on right now is breaking my brain. Arguing with chorus stands in chat yesterday was breaking my brain, and yeah, now this is breaking my brain as well. And the brain is broken. The brain is broken. So yeah, we were just about to get started here. We've got I gotta go over a few things before we start. Also, I need to make sure on Twitch is yeah. Thank you, only fact. Did that one work? I think it's supposed to, anyway, follow Mike on the Humanist Report if you haven't already. We're going to shout out Matt in a second, only facts, but you might have to wait for a cooldown to do that. Also, the other thing I wanted to check on, shout out Matt Bender. Okay, so can people, I want to make sure that we don't have followers only mode turned on, right? Shouts out to Matt Bender, longtime friend of the show. I talked to Matt many years ago. We did a little bit of debating, but yeah, I've been a enjoyer of Matt's on the Majority Report, on Mashable, and now on, and especially so with his coverage of the scam economy, which has become more and more of a story since Matt has started covering the scam economy. So go over and check out Matt Bender as well. Welcome in, Raiders. Good to have you. I just wanted to make sure, mods, can we ensure that, I don't know what the command is, but just make sure that we're not in like followers only mode. You put sub only mode in chat, right? Wait, what? What? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, on YouTube, right? Followers off. Yeah, turning followers off. So now all of the Raiders can talk. Yeah, I don't know if we had that engaged or not. Sometimes we do because of, you know, the weird bots and harassment that goes on Twitch, but I'm going to take this off for our Raiders. So there we go. We got that started. All right. So you see some numbers on my screen right now. That is because we've got goals, right? We're not just going to cover content. We've got some goals. And the goal is to maybe keep me here on here a little bit longer so I can cover more topics, right? And I've got a number of topics on the menu for tonight. What menu am I talking about? That menu right there. Yeah, that menu right there. So first of all, I think I got to update the goal to, we're at 65 right now. We're at 65 out of 100 on the bonus goal. And that is the key to getting me to stay on here a little bit longer and getting me to cover one more topic. What topic will we cover? Well, I've got a list for you right here. We've got Hutch and Ethan Klein crying about Hassan and Bad Empanada, right? It sounds to me like Progressive Victory doxed a bunch of people, like but through incompetence, not on purpose. Through incompetence, they doxed a bunch of people. Dylan Burns has talked about this. We watched, you know, him go over this. At least he had the moral consistency to blame Progressive Victory more than he blames Hassan or Bad Empanada for his information getting out. But yeah, I guess Hassan covered some of the Progressive Victory stuff on stream yesterday in talking about the chorus thing. These are kind of similar situations, although not exactly the same. Progressive Victory was a group mainly centered around Destiny and Destiny Orbiters that did some good things, including canvassing some things you wouldn't expect, such as, you know, supporting the candidacy of one Jamal Bowman, who unfortunately did not get, did not win his primary, despite Progressive Victory's canvassing on his behalf. But, you know, had a lot of trouble. Started out on a bad foot with Brianna Wu, you know. Shall I explain Brianna Wu? You know how like every marginalized group has at least one member of that group that makes money on the internet by catering to people who are prejudiced against that group? So, you know, we got like Candace Owens and we've got Dave Rubin, right? Well, we also have Brianna Wu, who is in some ways, you know, the pick-me of trans people. She's got horrible takes about Israel-Palestine and really horrible takes about trans issues as well. And she's one of the most hated people, honestly, on the internet. But she is also, I guess, a mover and shaker. And so she was tapped to lead Progressive Victory. She, you know, she was, you know, she's a lightning rod, right? She's a really bad choice to have and put a bunch of good people off who might have gotten involved. Otherwise, the other thing that put people off is there was so much involvement from the Destiny community, from the Voshik community, and these are toxic communities that a lot of people don't want to be around, right? So from the get-go, their mistakes were made, and yeah, not the least of these was the accidental revelation of personal information and addresses of many of the content creators involved with Progressive Victory. So Hutch and Ethan Klein are crying right now about Hassan and Bad Empanada. Unlike Dylan Burns, they're blaming Hassan and Bad Empanada because these are targets of convenience. They already hate Hassan, they already hate Bad Empanada, and they don't want to talk shit about Progressive Victory because those are their friends. So that's where they're at right now. We also have a great story. This almost won yesterday. This came so close from being covered yesterday. Alex Jones calls himself mom. What is that about? Why? He's crashing out, obviously, right? So Owen Schroyer was kind of Alex Jones's understudy for years and years and years. Owen Schroyer would cover the InfoWars show when Alex was sick, when Alex was traveling, when Alex was not there, and also worked for the broadcast with Alex Jones on it. This has ended now. Owen Schroyer disagrees with Alex Jones on a number of issues, not the least of which is being the Epstein files, which Owen Schroyer still feels like Trump owes some transparency on. Alex Jones has gone from throwing up because he's so sick and worried about the fact that Trump won't be transparent to supporting Trump again. Owen Schroyer doesn't, want to be with that. So Owen Schroyer has left and gone on his own. Alex Jones is not handling this well, right? And in not handling this well, I'm trying to remember the exact words, chat. It was something like, you know what happens when you shit on your mom? She pisses all over you, apparently, right? This is what Alex Jones said. And in this metaphor, I'm pretty sure Alex Jones is the mom and Owen Schroyer is the kid. So yeah, he's threatening to piss all over Owen Schroyer, since Owen Schroyer is shitting on him in InfoWars, and he's calling himself mom. Alex Jones, I can imagine, chat, Alex Jones in a bird's nest or something, you know what I mean? Like flying back and vomiting into the mouths of the baby birds in the nest, and one of these birds was Owen Schroyer. And now that bird has left the nest and taken flight on his own. And instead of being happy that, you raised a independent child, Alex Jones is not ready to, he's getting that empty nest feeling, Chad, I believe. I believe that's what's going on with Alex Jones. So that's the second possibility, right? Third possibility, Chapo talking about the Taylor Lorenz chorus situation. Now, a little note on this one. Chapo does not like, the people involved in chorus, the Brian Tyler Cohens of the world, and all the rest of the kind of shit libs that make up the majority, but not all of chorus. It's important to note, that there are good people that got wrapped up in this, and I, just in case you haven't been watching my coverage of chorus so far, I blame the leadership, I blame the co-founders for involving a lot of these people who I think I honestly think of the creators involved in chorus as being taken advantage of, and it's not great to see people targeting them, right? When the real people to blame, I think, are the leadership, are the founders of the organization itself, right? I feel like the manipulation would be something to blame on them. But anyway, that's another option. Chapo talking about Taylor Lorenz and chorus. Now, another thing about this, Chapo, I don't think they're fans of Taylor Lorenz. So it's maybe going to be a little interesting. It's maybe going to be a little spicy. And I might have to debunk, chat. I might have to do some debunking of my own, because I don't think that... I don't think that Chapo has been following the story as closely. I don't think there's a lot of people that have been following this story as closely as I have, right? And I'm trying to cover it, with nuance while staying focused on the key matter, right? What's wrong with chorus? This is the Democrats' reaction to losing the election. This is the Democrats' reaction to not having traction on social media, to try to astroturf and cultivate their own podcasters rather than just, changing their platform. Try not saying that you have the most lethal army on the world, and see what happens. Try actually speaking out about what's going on in Gaza and see what happens, right? Try changing the stances of the Democratic Party before you try to, focus so hard on messaging that you've locked a bunch of creators, including some good people, including some people that are, have stood up on Gaza, have spoken out when it was inconvenient, right? Instead of, sort of corrupting these people, ruining their credibility. People don't understand the reason that social media and new media is so powerful is because we're independent. And when you sell your independence, you're kind of selling the most valuable part of yourself as a creator. And so, yeah, do I think that was a mistake? Absolutely. Do I blame the individual chorus creators? Not so much. Not so much. So there's my stance. Anyway, I had to kind of get into that since we got new friends over on Twitch right now. And then our last option is Taylor Lorenz and the Vanguard. So Taylor went on the Vanguard the other day. She talked about the chorus situation extensively, and she also talked about Ethan Klein. We watched the Vanguard interview her on chorus. We haven't watched the Vanguard interview her about Ethan Klein, so that would be interesting too. So yeah, like I said, this number dictates if we get bonus content, right? If this number, it's at 65 right now. If it gets to 100, it might be at 75 actually. If it gets to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll watch the top performing item here. Now you see there's all these like plus zeros here, right? That plays a role too, right? Most important, Brianna Wu made a terrible video. Wait, what? Davy, I didn't know about this. Wait, recently Brianna Wu made a video? Anyway, so right now we're conducting a poll. The poll is on YouTube, right? So if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to sneak over to YouTube. I'm not trying to get you to change your platform, right? You watch me wherever you want to watch me. But the poll is going on YouTube, and we're voting on these topics right now, right? 45% of you, of the 92 who have voted, 45% have chosen Hutch and Ethan cry about Hassan and Bad Empanada. 25% are choosing Chapo on Taylor Lorenz, Chapo talking about Taylor Lorenz in chorus. Third place is Taylor Lorenz talking to the Vanguard about Ethan Klein, and fourth place is the Alex Jones mom content, the mom tent, so to speak, which I don't know, might be too disgusting for some of you. Oh, Davy Cliff says I meant video game. Wait, Brianna Wu something video game? Made a terrible video game. I got it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's Revolution 60. Is that what it's called? Or Revolution 66, I think. Oh yeah, no, it's one of the worst video games ever to be made. I don't think there's not a lot of competition there, right? But anyway, yeah, so basically, if we get to 100, I'll cover the top topic by vote on YouTube, right? Whatever's in first place. And if we get to 200, I'll cover the top 2, 300, I'll cover the top 3, etc., etc., etc. That's how it works. That's how you keep me here for longer to cover more stuff if you want to, if that's interesting to you at all, right? So that is an option. And when does this number go up? It goes up every time you donate, every time you do a super chat, super sticker, every time you get yourself a membership, every time you gift a membership. If you support me on Throne, which right now I am crowdfunding a trip to Vietnam that I'm about to go on any day now, right? I am leaving my new home in Thailand for a short trip to Vietnam. And I'm going to be doing content during that too. So if you want to help me out and support me and all the things that I need to pay for, like I had to, get a e-visa and accommodations and the flight and everything. If you want to help me cover those costs, you can do so over on throne.com. You can also make it go up when you sign up for my Patreon. Patreon.com/nocommentchick is my Patreon. If you sign up on my Patreon, it comes with benefits. Anybody that signs up at the $5 level or higher gets a shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. So I'm going to do that in a second too, but Patreon counts as well, as does Twitch. As some of you may know, it is September. So this is the month to maybe lock in a lower rate, a lower cost for your Twitch subs, right? You can also get a Twitch sub for free if you have Prime. If you have Prime, you can use that for a what's called a Twitch Prime sub, which is no cost to you, gives you a sub. So you can get a sub for free basically if you got Prime, right? So that counts as well, as does if you get yourself a sub, which is like I think 25% off during the month of September, or if you gift subs to other people, which is very generous considering the price of subs on Twitch. So or yeah, cheering through bits. So any of those things make this number go up. If the number goes up to 100, I stick around for one extra segment. If it goes up to 200, it's 2 extra segments, etc., etc., etc. The other thing that you can do when you donate is you can let me know in the chat which of these topics. You see how I've got all this like +0, +0, +0, +0? You can tell me which topic that you want to see, and I will turn your donation into a percentage and add that percentage to the total on the poll. So this is a way for you to vote with your dollars, right? If you're supporting the show, you can tell me which of the topics that you want, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will turn your donation into a percentage and add it to the topic of your choice. Okay, so that makes sense to everybody, hopefully. The other thing that I need to point out, oh yeah, we also have the butterfly goal, which I think is on 7 right now out of 10. That is a goal to try to put a butterfly in my hair. We've got 7 super chats of the teal or higher variety right now. If we get to 10, then I'll put a butterfly in my hair. So butterfly hair. That's another goal that we've got. Okay, I think I've explained everything. The other thing I need to do is shout out my Patreons, and then we can go. Then we can get moving. I know it's, yeah, you kind of rated in right when I'm in the middle of a big explanation about how the stream works, how you can achieve bonus content, and how you can keep me on for a little bit longer if that's interesting to you. Like I said, everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above gets a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let me go ahead and do those now. Shouts out to Oralt's Ellipsis, Temporal Insanity, Steven Sayers, Funky Monkey, Sarah, Nadia Yvette, Moeno Ape, Jules K, JMB, Izzy Mandius, Infallible Fowl, Good for Gabby, Emily French, Direful, Choky, I almost called you Butterfly Geek, Buffy Geek, Big Owl, and Animus. And a fancy shout out to my fancy weasels at the $20 level. Fancy shout out to Zerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. With that being said, chat, I believe it is time for us to delve into the dog tent, the content. Look, chat, I'm joking around to. Oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to do. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Right. The other thing I wanted to do today, I made a kind of cool thumbnail for the YouTube stream, but the one thing that I forgot to add here is I wanted it to say Dogstiny, right? This is Taylor Lorenz, Dog Walking Destiny, but it really should be Dogstiny, because I mean he's a dog. He does not appear as human in this debate. In this debate, Taylor Lorenz gives Destiny obedience training, and that's what we're in for. That's what you're in for if you rated in today. So with that being said, chat, let me find this debate for you. Destiny, it's on Destiny's channel. They're still trying to cancel Hassan, aren't they? Over the like every time they're like trying to get rid of Hassan, and this time it's because he leaked Hutch's personal information. Yeah, we kind of covered that. He's being a crybaby about that, but that is on the bonus content if you're interested in more of that. All right, it's playlists, and we're looking for stream VODs. Oh my god, the cursed world of DGG. We're about to enter into this place. I think I determined that.
What is this?
It starts somewhere around 1:30. There it is. All right, so we got Destiny. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. All right, here we go. I'm into my aqueous solution. The world of the jellyfish. We've got Destiny, and he's watching MAGA Mike right before his special guest arrives. Let's turn this forward. Turn this forward. Turn this forward. So yeah, people are asking, why did Taylor go on Destiny's stream? I don't know.
Columbia Re, super chatted $10. Just wanted to say really quick, I'm glad that the chorus discourse happened on the leftist
what's up?
math, and the air was cleared. Was conflicted at first, but it's all good now. Grateful for the math.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we haven't, I actually don't know what went on. People keep on talking about this. Some of you may know, you know, because you just rated in from some of the channels of the leftist mafia. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so final day, thank you for supporting the channel. New subscriber from the Humanist Report. Welcome in. Welcome in. And thank you for the super chat. What is that? Oh, yeah, we're one super chat away from butterfly status, chat. So that's pretty cool. 78 out of 100 is where we're at. And yeah, thank you, Columbia Rican. And thank you, The Final Day, for the super chats. All right, so here she is, Taylor Lorenz. She has arrived. Yeah, what I was just saying is that, like, Taylor Lorenz, I mean, people will make fun of her for being terminally online, but it makes sense for the beat that she covers. She's a new media journalist, right? She writes about, it's very meta. She writes about the media. And so, you know, she's usually aware of the comings and goings online. She's very aware of, you know, the latest developments in a lot of these things. So it's kind of surprising to me. And hey, maybe she does know the recent revelations about Destiny, which it just keeps on getting worse for this guy, right? In January, we found out that Destiny was running kind of a casting couch in his community where his orbiters were encouraged into intimate relationships with him and were sometimes filmed by him, sometimes with their consent and sometimes without their consent. Filmed and recorded, sometimes with their consent, sometimes without their consent. But the really bad thing that happened was when Destiny started sharing these videos that he made, of him and his orbiters in not safe for work kind of situations. He shared them with a person on Discord that he was, it sounds like, trying to sext, trying to woo. And I guess sort of uses the videos as like kind of a highlight reel of like, here's me having sex, like you want to have sex, like, right? That's the way that he hits on you, right? Some dudes will send you a picture of a certain part of their anatomy, and with Destiny, well, he'll just show you video of his past performances in bed. But the bad part was that through sharing these with a third party, they were leaked to the internet wide, and people who did not want their intimate videos leaked to the internet got them leaked to the internet. This has resulted in a lawsuit from one such person in Pixie, and I believe some criminal allegations from a former orbiter named Cherry. And so, in addition to this, right, the most recent revelations is that the person that he was sexting with, the person he was sharing not safe for work images with, turns out to be 17. So now we can add another potential charge to the list of Destiny's crimes. And this one's a doozy. This one's a doozy. And look, people stayed with Destiny through a lot of shit. This guy's been exposed so many times. People would kind of like leave the ship at the beginning, but they'd always find their way back because there was no real replacement for this guy. If you were a debate-brained, debate pervert, you need your debate content, you always come home to Destiny. This time it seems like his numbers are really fucking down. I heard somebody say that he was sub 4K yesterday on stream, so it really does seem like the rats are abandoning the ship. This time, I'm surprised that given these circumstances, Taylor would want to have a conversation. But of course, you know, I haven't had a conversation with Taylor as to the why, so maybe there's a reasonable explanation. Either way, chat, let's get to the debate. Let's see what's up with this.
What's up?
Is it coming through?
I think I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello, hello.
Yes.
Oh,
Hi. Okay, I think it's working.
How's it going?
Good, good. Sorry, it's a little blurry. I don't really know how to. I don't know how to fix it.
I think it's
Sorry,
clear
I
enough for
look
us.
like
We're
kind
good.
of. Great. Well, I'm excited to chat about my story.
Yeah. Do you want to introduce yourself or anything, or do you want to hop right into it, or?
Biva is telling me in YouTube chat, Destiny had 3,000 watching live earlier today.
Yeah, people probably know who I am. I'm Taylor Lorenz. I'm a journalist. I cover the content creator industry and online influence. I write about basically online culture and like the influencer economy. So a lot of it's like entertainment adjacent. And then I also cover like sort of the political, like politics and business and culture related to like influencer stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. So obviously you've written an article that's blown up quite a bit on the internet, caused a lot of people some grief, me included. Okay, we're upset.
Noel _ super chatted $10. I know she has recently called Ethan a psychopath, so she must know. A mutual friend of hers and Hiller asked her to help them. She contacted Reddit and saw all the dirt or poop, if you will.
Well, she knows about Ethan, but does she know about Destiny? Yeah, no, she definitely knows about Ethan, and again, that is on the menu. Oh wait, that's Butterfly. That is Butterfly status right there, chat. What do you think? The blue butterfly today? Yeah, we'll do the blue butterfly. This is a classic. A classic color for butterflies. Yeah, Scribble Hearts. I don't know when we'll get a chance to look at the Bad Empanada stuff. I am aware of the incidents on Twitter involving Bad Empanada. I mean, we will be touching on it, I guess, with the Hutch and Ethan Klein stuff if that ends up getting picked. She knows the Reddit bullshit. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is she's very aware of what's going on online. Like she's kind of like, you know how Sam Cedar, if something happens on the internet, like Matt Leck will have to explain it to Sam, right? Sam is he's you know, he does his thing. He's not super online, despite the fact that, you know, that's where his content is, right? But Taylor's almost like the opposite of that. She knows what's going on before it even happens half of the time.
And then obviously we got a lot of favorable coverage from.
You weren't in the program though, right? You weren't in the program.
I don't know. Was I in any of the documents? Maybe I was one of the dark
No.
money recipients. You know. No, I wasn't personally, but I would say I'm on the same team as a lot of those people. So, I guess one of the things that I'm kind of curious.
Oh my God, chat. What he just said, I'm going to remind, if we end up picking the Ethan and Hutch cry about Hassan and Bad Empanada thing, then I'm going to come back to this, right? Because this Hutch basically denies what Destiny just said, right? The idea that Destiny is connected, to the people that were in Progressive Victory, not all of them, obviously, but some of them. And, you know, this was one of Hassan's comments that it became a little bit of a slush fund for Destiny's friends because so many DGGers occupied a central place in Progressive Victory and, you know, it would advise them to pull more orbiters in. But also Destiny's saying that he's friends with, he's close to a lot of the people selected for chorus. So that's interesting. Not everybody, obviously, right? I want to drive that point home. Not everybody in chorus, but.
About, I guess the first question before we dive into it is one of the questions that's been posed a lot by me and other people is why not ever publish any of the contracts themselves? Because it feels like obviously there have been a lot of creators now that have come out and responded saying that a lot of the claims weren't true. I think you've replied to them that the replies aren't necessarily rebuking anything you've said, but I'm curious, why not just publish like parts of the contract?
This is a very online way to approach this, and I've had to answer this question ad nauseum in the past few days, right? It's pretty obvious to me that the problem with releasing the contract, right, is that Taylor got this stuff from sources that are trusting Taylor not to reveal their identity. And a determination was made between Taylor, Wired Magazine, and the sources that publishing the contracts might reveal who the sources are. Same thing with the Zoom calls that she got a hold of. Same thing with the screenshots from the group chat that she got a hold of, right? She showed these things to Wired. They verified that the conclusions that she drew from these receipts, and I call them receipts because, you know, Destiny's talking about this in a very internet way. The conclusions that she drew from these items were sound, right? She's not making anything up. She's not saying anything that's not supported by the facts, right? Wired put their reputation on the line. And why, in this day and age of Trump, Wired has a pretty good reputation, like compared to a lot of the other news sources that have folded and that have cowered in the face of Trumpism. Wired has stood up, and they've revealed a lot of the, a lot of the inconvenient truths for Trump and MAGA, right? So.
Such a good question. Oh, it's such a good question. And it's something that I get all the time. You know, when I reported, for instance, on Mr. Beast's years ago, before all the Mr. Beast stuff came out publicly, I wrote a big cover story for the New York Times about Mr. Beast's labor practices and these really restrictive NDAs he was signing people to, and some of the other stuff. And you heard the same thing from like, publish the receipts, publish the contracts. And this is something I think people have gotten used to because of social media, and because most of the sort of content that they're consuming is maybe through YouTube or through like social media content, where there's this like receipts culture, right? Which is great in a lot of ways, where people are sort of showing evidence on screen as they're talking about things. So I wish I could publish like 100% of our reporting material. I feel that way about all of my stories. But we have.
We understand what we mean when we say receipts culture. This has been a hobby of course of mine for years, right? The idea that everything, the winners and losers of any sort of online argument relies on who can produce the receipts. And look, sometimes somebody lies on the internet and somebody else shows receipts and catches them dead to right? Catches them in 4K and using the receipts proves that they were lying. But just as often, a claim is made and receipts are shown, and people believe the claim because there's a receipt with it. When you look at the receipt, it might not bear out the claim. And there's just people kind of forget that part. People tend to think, there's a receipt, the claim is true. And there's a lot of ways to lie with receipts. There's a lot of ways to mislead with receipts. So yeah, a receipt is not quite the smoking gun that I think a lot of a lot of people online want it to be. It's more of just like the internet lore that's risen around this phenomenon. And in this case, the receipt is actually kind of moot, right? What are we going on to trust Taylor's claims? We're going on the confirmation of the of the receipts that have been shown to Wired magazine by Wired and Taylor, right? They're corroborating what she's saying, and that's the only way that you can kind of go forward with a story like this without identifying your sources, without putting your sources in danger. And people just seem to, they're stuck in this receipt mode. Well, I didn't see a receipt. Maybe she's lying. Maybe Wired Magazine is lying. Maybe Wired Magazine's lawyers are lying? Really? Does that seem smart to you? If you were a part of a legal team that is tasked with keeping Wired Magazine out of legal trouble, are you going to sign off on claims made that aren't supported by the receipts? Now, look, I mean, there is a chance that, there's a chance that maybe something was off, something was wrong. And in that case, Chorus and all its members and Brian Tyler Cohen, anybody in that camp has the ability to talk to Wired Magazine and say, hey, you got this wrong. Here's the proof. right? They don't even have to make the sources public. They don't even have to make the receipts public. They don't have to show the contract or anything like that. They can just show, they can just show it to Wired Magazine, and Wired Magazine would make a retraction. That hasn't happened. We have had an update on the story, but it wasn't a retraction. The update was that one of the chorus creators got back to Wired Magazine, one of the chorus creators who refused to talk to Taylor previously because they were told by chorus leadership not to communicate with Taylor. They did talk to Wired Magazine and they offered their opinion. So Wired has added a quote of theirs into the story, right? That's the only update that's gone on to the article, contrary to what you might hear from Ethan Klein stands like Girl with the Microphone, right? The fact that the story was updated does not mean that the story was walked back at all. Nothing has been walked back. Nothing has been disproven. Nothing has been debunked.
Sources. So in order to report this story out, and how I originally found out about this story is actually from people in the program themselves. So people in the program reaching out and being like, hey, I feel weird about this. I think you should write about it. Like, I'm part of this program, but I want to essentially like be a whistleblower and kind of like draw attention to some things that I have problems with in the program. So we have to protect these people's identities. And one thing that we heard from one of our sources is that the contracts themselves might be watermarked with weird spacing. And so there might be some identifiable things like that which is something that's totally common, by the way. Like, companies do this all the time. They actually do this with internal emails as well. So, whereas we used to get these things, especially in tech journalism, you'd like get these emails like, ooh, internal email from Meta, like here it is, screenshot. Now companies have gotten smart to that. Obviously, if you're a company, you want to know who's leaking your stuff. And so they'll put these weird little things in, like an extra space here or something here that sort of differentiates each thing, each sort of like person's contract or person's email or whatever to make it identifiable. So we just want to be really careful and protect our sources. That said, many people at Wired reviewed the contract. We had a lawyer go through it, of course. No one's disputing what's in this contract, and nobody has been able to disprove what we've reported on. So, for instance, these creators that are like, well, that's a lie. Our contract doesn't say that. They also have not published the contract publicly, but what they could do, even if they didn't want to publish the contract publicly, is they could go to Wired and say, here's the real contract. It doesn't say what Taylor's claiming. And of course they haven't done that because the contracts actually do say, our story is factually correct. So I know that there's lots of misinformation about the story. And I do think people have I think a lot of people also, because it's paywalled, are making a lot of like wild assumptions, like based on the story, to sort of speculate on a lot of things. But I would encourage people to actually
not even based on the story, based on what they've heard about the story. And if they're fans of Brian Tyler Cohen, of David Pakman, or of a lot of the people in chorus that are pushing back against this, then all they've heard of the story is that it was debunked. You know what I mean? Before they even read the article, it was debunked. You know why? Because a person I trust said so.
Actually read the story, because it is pretty straightforward, where we're just reporting on sort of like what the contract says, if that makes sense. But that's why we can't just come on and not just by the way, our reporting wasn't just based on the contract, right? We also had recording of an entire Zoom call where all of this was discussed. We have screen recordings of all of the group chats where all of these influencers were discussing the contract and discussing the program and discussing the nature of the program. We have internal emails from the company about the contract and about the program. We have negotiation. We have copies of receipts of emails and text messages during the negotiation process. So we have a lot more than just the contract. And of course, we have the testimony of the people that are in the program themselves who have spoken to us. So we have a lot of reporting. But yeah, unfortunately, that's how a lot of journalistic institutions are where we are not like operating by the same principles as I think like the way the rest of the internet does. But I wish we could, because I totally understand people wanting to see the contract. And that's why I've encouraged these creators to share the contract. I think it would dispel a lot of misinformation on their part, on everything.
Gotcha. Okay, so here are a few questions. So the first question is, if you had to guess, how many of these contracts do you think you saw or got to read through?
A few. Yeah, a few. I mean, there's a few tiers of the program, right? So, and we talk about this. So we have contracts for multiple tiers. So most of our stories is focused around the highest tier paid version.
Yeah, the 8,000 a month, whatever one. Yeah.
Yeah, but we've seen all the contracts, for the different tiers, and compared them as well.
Is it not trivial to just like open up two contracts and look at them side by side, or overlay them to see if there's like weird spacing or watermarking that happens?
So there are slight differences, and also there's identifying info in some of them. So yeah, that is what sort of originally made us a little bit nervous.
Because for the identifying info or for slight differences, so oftentimes for journalistic outlets, rather than showing you an actual thing, they'll show you like a reconstruction. So this is really common when people are reporting on text messages, for instance.
Yeah.
You're not actually seeing a picture or a screenshot, but they can reconstruct the text in a program and then show you like what it would look like. Yeah. So I guess I feel like a lot of things that would be put to bed for people's questions about some of the claims in this story is like just a reproduction basically of some of the clauses.
I would love to do.
Well, look at this. Like, what are we doing? Receipt culture, or are we not? Right? Receipt culture would say you need the original document, right? Because I could type out a fucking contract and be like, this is what the contract said. I saw it with my own eyes, right? I recreated it. We did a dramatic recreation of the contract. And then what are they going to say? That's not the contract. How do I know you didn't make it up? How do I know you didn't change something, right? So if we're gonna get in this idea, if we're gonna grant this like flight of fancy that Wired magazine is willing to let Taylor Lorenz publish wildly defamatory, untrue things in their magazine, the team of lawyers is gonna look at it and they're gonna sign off. Yep, let's go ahead and lie. But then I don't know what I can give these people, right? It's somebody that's doing like mental gymnastics to try to deny that their fave is, problematic. But I don't even think this means your fave is problematic, chat. Like I said, I don't view the chorus members, the individual chorus members, I don't view them as perpetrators. I view them as victims, right? I view them as not the manipulators, but the manipulatees. Did they make a bad choice? Yes, absolutely. They made a bad choice. But they're not the ones that are, I feel like blaming them for the Democratic Party's attempt to astroturf the social media landscape. I feel like that's misplacing blame. We know who to blame for this shit. And it's the people at the top. The fish rots from the head down. Let's go from the head instead of spending our time going after, random TikTokers. Or like Instagram meme accounts.
Do that. I actually have advocated this for a long time. And it's so funny because this is something that people got really mad at me for previously when I said, like, I had a previous story about text messages and I was saying, why don't we just write the text messages? And we do in the story, right? We do reproduce the text messages in the sense that we're quoting directly from the text messages in our story. So there is that. But I agree. I think it would be great. Unfortunately, we're not able to do that for whatever, this is ultimately editorial judgments. There's reasons why they don't show source material. But I agree. I would love that. I think honestly, the burden of proof is on the content creators. Like, they have not been able to provide a single copy of any contract that refutes our reporting. But yeah, I'm all for transparency. I don't know if you remember my interview with...
Just as a real quick thing. So I feel like in terms of burden of proof,
does Destiny take chorus money? He says no. And but he says that people that he is close to have.
Assuming that there's a standard NDA clause on any of these, you're not going to get in trouble personally if you publish any of these contracts, but the content creator themselves would probably have to be released from an NDA if they signed a contract. So they would be in trouble,
Brian Tyler
right?
Cohen is in charge of it. Like, Brian Tyler Cohen and these other creators, some of them are all stakeholders in Chorus. So they don't, and they continue to say that this is a public program. So, they're free if they feel that we are not representing the contract.
Kayla Law says people who made the bad choice can recover from this, but not if they keep gaslighting and acting defensive. Yeah, and killing the messenger. That does make them more culpable. It's understandable in some sense, the fact that they feel attacked. But yeah, the reflex to kill the messenger, I think is, it's pulling them in further, right? And look at what happened. Like, right, look at the dynamics of this, right? Brian Tyler Cohen, if he does something sus, right, he's got a lot of fans. He's a big YouTube channel. He's like 4,000 or 4 million, 5 million subs on YouTube, right? Already. But if he does something bad enough and the whole internet turns against him, obviously he's gonna get cooked in his comments, and he he is getting cooked in his comments. But if he has this, if he's the head of Chorus and you've got 90 other communities, 90 other, sets of fans of these different content creators, now he's got a veritable chorus defending him. And we've seen this shit before, right? This is very similar to the dynamic, people compare this to Progressive Victory. I can definitely see some parallels there, but I would compare it to like the Vosh Clout Network at its height or the Destiny Clout Network, right? In the same way that, there's people, in the community that can attest to this, right? In the same way as signing a contract or signing on to Whiteleaf with Vosh and White Nervosa gives the Vosh network way too much power over you, way too much control. As useful as it is for a streamer to have a website to be able to receive donations and support without having a platform like YouTube or Twitch take a big chunk out of it, right? It's incredibly useful. Just like having $8,000 a month extra is can be life-changing for people, right? As useful as that is, when I was offered a Whiteleaf website through a friend of Vosh's sysadmin, I turned it down. I recognized that as, yes, that is a beautiful gilded cage you were offering me. That is a beautiful gilded collar you were offering me. I still don't want it around my neck, right? If I sign up for that, then now Vosh and everybody in that fucking network, I piss off even White Nervosa, right? I say something that she doesn't agree with, right? And now my website could be pulled from me, and this happened to Lance. This happened to Lance when he didn't want to be associated with it anymore. Instead of just being cordial and allowing Lance to step away and do like sort of a planned sort of a planned Lance leaving the network, she just pulled his website. She just made it like temporarily impossible for him to stream. So same kind of thing. You don't want to give it as much as a streamer. We live a precarious life. As somebody that recently left the United States out of fear for my safety, I know this better than most. And so the extra money is very tempting, but at the end of the day, if you believe in what you're doing online, if you believe in what you're saying, you should value your independence. And that's why the Democratic Party is going after you. You got something that they don't have, that they can't buy, that they can't build. You've got authenticity. You've got the trust of your audience. And you've got independence. That's why your message is powerful. And as long as you maintain that independence, it will only get more powerful. We're moving away from the old media into a brave new world, as scary as it is. But, one of the benefits of this is that, people who in the past would have been gatekept out of being, instrumental in the transmission of media messages, right? People that would have absolutely been gatekept out of the manufacture of consent in the media are now able to participate, right? Don't sell yourself short. Don't sell yourself out. You matter, your voice matters, and your independence matters.
Correctly, put them online and let people decide. But so far, they have not been able to disprove that.
Would that be the standard, though, that like if anybody writes a story or makes a claim about a particular company's contract, then that company is always forced to publish their contract to disprove the claims?
They could just reach out. No, they could just reach out to Wired and say, hey, you guys misrepresented this, XYZ, and Wired obviously has the contracts, right? So they don't have to do it publicly. They can do it behind the scenes. But they haven't done that either. And so I think that's the thing, is that they have just been unable to refute any of the facts of our story. And I understand, it's frustrating for them, but the few, the bits of information that have come out have confirmed our reporting. But yeah, if they aren't going to do it privately and they aren't going to do it publicly, I don't know what else to tell them. But
when you say they aren't going to do it publicly, I feel like a lot of creators have come out and have there have been several claims, I think, that have been explicitly refuted by Brian Tyler Cohen, by David Pakman.
Well, they can refute them, but they have no proof to refute. So they can go online every day and say that the sky is purple, or whatever they want to say. But we deal in facts here, and so we are dealing with the facts of our reporting and the facts of our source material.
Look, the one of the biggest factors cutting against Chorus's pushback and their claim to not be nefarious or manipulative or predatory, which is what I took from Taylor's article. Now, if we get a chance to, I put the feelers out there to Taylor. If I get a chance to talk to her, I can ask her what she thinks the takeaway from her article is. But the takeaway from me was that there's something a little nefarious, there's something a little predatory, there's something a little bit manipulative about this whole thing, manipulative towards the members of Chorus from the founders and the administration of the organization, right? Why is Destiny in 2 boxes on the screen? Because despite being one of the oldest streamer, sorry, not oldest, one of the streamers who's been streaming for the longest, let's put it that way, he has not figured out OBS as well as he should have. Yeah, he's been actually, yeah, he's I mean, it works, right? It functions. It's not the best overlay I've ever seen, but yeah, he just got a little lazy, I guess. What the fuck was I saying? The nature of Chorus as an organization. Let me just roll. There was something I wanted to jump off here of what Taylor was saying. Let me roll it back a little bit.
For them, but the few, the bits of information that have come out have confirmed our.
Oh my God, not so erudite's in the chat calling her Candace Owens, or I think maybe just referring to the lie that Brian Tyler Cohen spread that she was somehow a friend of Candace Owens.
I understand, it's frustrating for them, but the few, the bits of information that have come out have confirmed our report.
Oh yeah, the debunkening chat. It's been said that Taylor's article has been debunked. And that is a line that you will hear over and over again from multiple Chorus members. What is a chorus, chat? A chorus is a choir, a group of singers who sing together the same words and the same notes. There might be sopranos, altos, tenors, and basses in the chorus, right? But they're singing together. They're saying the same. They're delivering the same message. So one of the biggest things that stands in contrast to the claims made of Chorus as just being a group that is designed to help fight Trumpism, designed to push back against fascism. That's a noble goal. That's great. I'm glad that you're on the right side in that sense. But the thing that kind of undercuts their message is that they responded not as individuals, but through talking points that they like when you like the Fox News thing, Chad. I was looking for this clip earlier. There's a clip, I think Media Matters made it, of different anchors and reporters on Fox News talking about a story and repeating the exact same language. That's what we saw from Chorus in the pushback. Like, it was like they all read the same memo, and chat, I think they did. I think they literally read the same memo. I think that somebody told them how to handle this, and they're managing this like PR. And that really undercuts their message, right? That reinforces, the fear that some of us have about Chorus as a mechanism of control of independent leftist content creators. It wouldn't be as big of a deal, chat, if these were all Hasbro bots that they were getting, if these were all just, the shittiest of shit libs, people that are like, yeah, most lethal military in the world. Yeah, Liz Cheney, people that are just like repeating all the same mistakes of the Democratic Party. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. The problem is that there are people that did do good work in Chorus, right? And now they've got, whether they realize it or not, they've got an invisible collar on, and it's not being pulled tight yet. But I do think that I don't know. The fact that they're answering these accusations in such a disingenuous way, in such an evasive way, does not portend seriousness, does not portend honesty and transparency or truth, right? That's like what I wanted to point out. Let me let it run for a little bit.
But yeah, I mean, if they aren't going to do it privately and they aren't going to do it publicly, I don't know what else to tell them. But
so when you say they aren't going to do it publicly, I feel like a lot of creators have come out and have there have been several claims, I think, that have been explicitly refuted.
Play Something says the script is this bitch lied. The script is this bitch lied. If you want to support me so I don't die, click this link. Yeah, and you saw everybody from David Pakman to like small content creators on TikTok just like echoing the same lines.
Refuted by Brian Tyler Cohen, by David Pakman.
Well, they can refute them, but they have no proof to refute. So they can go online every day and say that the sky is purple, or whatever they want to say. But we deal in facts here, and so we are dealing with the facts of our reporting and the facts of our source material. And so if they provide counter, if they can debunk something, or they could say, hey, that's not what this says. Here's what it says. Of course,
sure,
Wired is happy to look at that, but
if I say
have not been able to do that.
Let's say that I say that you wrote, I don't know if you're formally hired by Wired or if you do freelance, but like if I were to make the claim, oh, Taylor has a contract with Wired and they have a clause saying that anytime Taylor publishes, she has to use the word "and" 47 times in her story. Now you need to disprove that. How would you even disprove that claim? Would you just have to publish your entire employment contract? Like, how would you disprove the claim that there's not a secrecy clause, or disprove a claim that there's not like content direction given by the company? I don't even know how you would begin to disprove that claim beyond like publishing the entire contract.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I got to read this chat. Hey Lala says they're using misogyny. Yeah, they're also using misogyny to deflect. Look, it's misogyny, and it is also toxicity, right? Taylor Lorenz has been on in new media for a long time, and she's made a lot of enemies. She's exposed a lot of people, and they have not forgotten her, right? And so some of these attacks that you hear mobilized against Taylor are just laying around from her other enemies, from people like Tucker Carlson, ironically, who is anything but a friend to Taylor Lorenz, right? This was Brian Tyler Cohen's, I think, most brazen, obvious lie. Up until I saw that, I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he wasn't lying, but that his video, his pushback was deceptive. It was leading people to incorrect conclusions without being, a direct like lie. But holy shit, if you call Tucker Carlson a friend of Taylor Lorenz, I don't know how you could come up with a more vicious lie. That is like saying that Hassan Piker is connected to this Ethan Klein guy. We can't trust what this guy says, right? Because he's friends with Ethan Klein. I mean, so actually worse, because Hassan and Ethan used to be friends, right? Taylor and Tucker were never friends. They were mortal enemies. I believe that Tucker put Taylor's life in danger. I don't remember what the context was around it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was something to do with Libs of TikTok when she, revealed Chaya Rychek as being the person behind Libs of TikTok. This was an account that was targeting, queer people, was targeting trans people, and was directing real nasty, dangerous, violent hate against them. And nobody knew who was behind it. This was an anonymous account. Taylor did the work. She figured out it was Chaya Rychek, and she exposed this, right? And I think that's where Tucker latched onto her. So no, she's not a friend of Tucker's. She's not a friend of Candace, right? Candace Owens' comment that she appreciates Taylor's honesty is because Candace thinks that Taylor's message of, COVID caution, which, I mean, I guess that's what you'd call it. She still, masks up a lot. And she still, talks about the fact that COVID has not gone away. We were told that the pandemic was over by Joe Biden when it very much was not over. And we are all suffering the health consequences of that right now, right? Candace Owens appreciated that she said that stuff, because a lot of Democrats have been trying to distance themselves from, what they viewed as unpopular policies of public health. So that's what Candace was saying in the clip, that, yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen clip chimped her, right? I mean, I've been around Twitch. I know what a clip chimp is when I see one. And yeah, the characteristics are, it's a very short clip with very little context. You just saw that Candace Owens appreciates her honesty, likes that about Taylor Lorenz compared to other people on the left, right? And then Tucker Carlson laughs and says, like, I can't get on board with that. But yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen tried to represent this clip as being affection from Candace and Tucker towards Taylor Lorenz, and therefore a reason not to believe her. But yeah, in addition to that, there's a bunch of recycled smear campaigns from everybody that she's ever gone up against that are being now recycled and reshared by a lot of these pro-chorus voices.
Wired has lawyers. They have people that review the contract. And if these content creators want to dispute anything in our story, they can reach out and they can say, hey, here's the proof that shows that this is false. Mm-hmm. But so far, they have not provided any proof that shows that our reporting is false. So,
oh my God,
them reaching out and showing proof that our reporting is false, but they have not done that. They have not done that publicly. And they have not done that directly in the sense that they have not proven anything false. And so I just don't know what to tell these people other than this is months of reporting. We have, in addition to the contract, all of these other documents that back up the facts of the contract. And that's why ultimately there are no corrections on the story. Now, is there a lot of false stuff around the story that people have taken our story and sort of speculated on things? Certainly. And I hope that we can get into sort of debunking some of that. But in terms of the facts of the story remain. And I think you'll note too, I don't know if you go by Destiny or Stephen on stream, but Stephen. Yeah. Okay, sorry. One thing that they've attempted to do, since this has come out, a bunch of nonsense, right? Of course, they're going to make it all like.
I had the most delicious food. This is like one of my favorite dishes. It's a northern Thai dish called khao soi, and it is immaculate. And in trying to close my rice cooker without getting up, which I was heating it up in, I lost control of the bowl and spilled it everywhere. Let me put I'm going to put the debate back on for you and try to clean this up in the background.
They're going to start conspiracy theories about me and stuff. But one thing that they've done repeatedly is make this claim, well, Chorus is public. Chorus is public, so we've always been able to talk about Chorus. Here's the website. Here's whatever. No one is disputing that, right? Chorus, I myself have written about Chorus publicly before.
So yeah, this is straw. They're doing straw mans, right? They're doing straw man. Like this is straw manning, right? So rather than debunking what she actually says, rather than pushing back or refuting what she's actually saying, they are either making up things that she did not say and putting those words in her mouth, or they are finding other people drawing false conclusions. And I've seen this even amongst people that are. I would say that my side of the issue is the side that's critical of Chorus. Even amongst those critical of Chorus, there are people that are probably taking what Taylor wrote and drawing conclusions that Taylor didn't even imply, right? Just through being sloppy. So, yeah, I'm going to continue to clean this up.
There's an entire New York Times story by Ken Bensinger about Chorus that's public. Mm-hmm. So no one's disputing that Chorus is public. The unreported part and the stuff that our story focuses on is this funding system. And so that was the non-public part. And I think that is something to focus on. I think, look, if you want to debate the ethics of dark money, there is a debate around that. Some liberals feel that we should use dark money. Some liberals argue against it. Like that is a debate. But I think what most people would agree on if you ask the public, and certainly this is what I think any sort of ethical expert would say as well, is that disclosure is really important. And if you are presenting yourself as a journalist online, which several of these content creators are presenting themselves as news sources or journalists, that you should be public about being part of a politically driven funding program. Because that's just valuable for your audience to know. Just the way that, Stephen, if you were taking tens of thousands of dollars from some, I don't know, political effort or something, like, even if you say, look, they never gave us talking points, I don't have to disclose. You're right. You don't have to disclose legally. There's no legal reason that you have to disclose. But, is it good for transparency to have this sort of non-public money like flowing around our political media environment? I don't think it is. And so that is how some of these content creators felt as well. And that is part of why they reached out to us, is because they didn't feel comfortable. They signed the contract, but they didn't feel comfortable with certain things within it. And so anyway, and I'm very surprised, by the way, total side note, that they didn't preempt my story and just do some puff piece about, we're excited to announce some funding program, because it would have completely thwarted our story, but they didn't do that. I don't know why.
Sure. So, there's a separate discussion to be had about disclosure. I think my biggest issue is I feel like selective disclosure is worse than no disclosure, as in if only some people are forced to disclose then and others aren't. I think that's not good. So I feel like the push should be towards changing the legal framework around what the reporting requirements are. Otherwise, you're just like basically playing from behind, because obviously like conservatives or other movements don't have to do any of this. But
100%. Yeah, of course.
Circling back on the I guess like a couple questions just to nail down something. So the first thing is, you said nobody from Chorus or from the 1630 Fund or anybody associated with this, nobody has reached out to you or Wired personally to have a conversation.
Oh, they've reached out. Oh, not to me personally. They've reached out to Wired, but they've been unable to provide any facts that dispute our story. They've been unable to provide any evidence that disputes the fact of our story. But they've certainly responded. We incorporated their request for comment. I tried to reach them for weeks, right? And so as soon as we published the story, they gave us comment finally, and we incorporated that comment into the story, which is obviously something we would always want to do. We tried to do that before publication.
Gotcha. And then for the second part of that, so before this story went live, you're saying that you provided like full copies of the contracts to Wired's, I guess, legal team in order for them to go through to make sure that the claims in the articles comported with what they saw in the contracts?
Of course. Yes, of course.
Okay. So I guess like a couple clauses, because some people have released like parts of the contracts publicly that they've gone over, and maybe
I saw it's like some on Instagram or some video a girl had
on
it
TikTok
behind her.
and Reels and everything else. Yeah. So obviously I'm not privy to the entire thing at this point, so I can't speak to any particular clauses. So I'm curious if there are other things that you saw, because there were some things that just didn't seem to be based on the things that I was reading. One of the big claims I think that was made in the article was the idea that you had to funnel all of your independent contacts through Chorus if you're going to arrange for like a meeting.
You had to loop them in. So you have to loop them in. So I think one thing that's interesting in that video that girl made, sort of disproving thing, number one, the email that she shows where she's reaching out to someone directly is from June 2nd, before the program even began. So it doesn't disprove anything. Now, you don't, like, according to the contract, you were supposed to use Chorus Newsroom to book engagements. Chorus Newsroom is this like internal tool or whatever. That just means that you're supposed to use that for booking things with lawmakers. Basically, they want you to loop them in on things. That doesn't mean that they have like approval or disapproval or whatever. It just means that you're looping them in. And
so wait, why not? Because I'm curious, because I've signed a lot of these contracts. My background is in pro gaming, and I've signed a lot of influencer contracts. I've seen a lot of contracts. The language in the article was that creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. That doesn't sound like looped in. That sounds like you're basically handing over your political contacts to Chorus for them to do.
You are handing over your contacts, and that's what I think some creators were concerned about.
Well, but then you're also not just handing them over, but that like they have to then set up all of the meetings and arrangements. Like if you're funneling something through somebody, you're not just looping them in on an email.
You're doing it through Chorus Newsroom, right? You're doing it through their systems. And I just want to state, we don't, we're not making the claim that they blocked anyone from interviewing anyone, but I think this became
but they would have
concern.
The ability to, based on the article, right? They could block you from doing it.
We don't know if they would or wouldn't do that, but I think the issue that creators expressed to
I'm just trying to clarify, because it's a big claim in the article.
Yeah.
It's not would, but they could. If you have to funnel it through them, it seems to imply that they could block you from doing some content if you independently organized it. No. I
mean, I don't know their systems, and I don't know if they would do that. I don't know. We didn't talk to anybody that had that problem. But the problem that the reason I think you're missing why creators had a problem with that clause, and creators that we spoke to had a problem with that clause, Stephen, because there's increasingly this problem really since the Democrats lost, but even through the election last year, where there's these sort of middleman type organizations that hoover up a lot of contact details and kind of insert themselves as middleman and get in between creators establishing these more direct relationships with these lawmakers' offices. And so I think some creators bristled, given what previously happened with Chorus one time where they did this event, I can't remember, it was for some Trump address in Congress or something. They had a bunch of creators come, the creators created the content, and then creators felt like, well, Chorus is kind of taking credit for this content because they helped facilitate part of it, but I really want credit for the content. And so creators, at least in terms of like that funneling, the booking stuff, I think creators felt like, I don't want to have to use Chorus Newsroom for booking. I don't want to have to share information with the Chorus network. Like, I just want to maintain, my own relationships, and I want to have this one-on-one relationship with the lawmaker. And now I have to be part of this bigger ecosystem where suddenly, for instance, a smaller creator gets a big interview. I think their fear, at least what they told us, is like, well, what if some other bigger person in the program then, once Chorus is looped in, does the interview and that person gets more views than me or whatever. So I think it's, they sort of just, they felt like they wanted to maintain, they didn't want to have to book through, these systems. And
yeah,
again,
I understand. I guess the thing
yeah.
was just based on the clause that I had seen released from that, the 3 parts of it, that idea of them being able to be a blocker, or that you'd have to funnel anything through them. I didn't see that unless there was another part of the contract that didn't get released. I didn't see it at all. It says, right. And I think we can feel comfortable talking about exactly this specific language because one of the creators did post just this specific paragraph. So we can discuss the specific paragraph. But, it says book engagements. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking engagements, right? Yep.
Contractor agrees to 1, use Chorus Newsroom to book engagements. 2, disclose to Chorus Newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or other topics.
So I think you've gotten into the part, the reason that I call this a dog walk by Taylor Lorenz. This turned into a lecture by Taylor, trying to, and I've always made this comment that like debate time is not the time for education. I mainly mean this with an audience, right? This is why I don't find debate oftentimes to be a useful tool in praxis, right? I mean, like, look, the whole enterprise of debate bros like Vosh and Destiny was to use debate as praxis, right? I feel that the place that breaks down is where your audience is missing, oh God, I gotta get the spray bottle again. Your audience is missing key facts to be able to understand and correctly determine the topic that you're talking about, right? So, while you can, while you can debate some, topics, you can't. Look the. Oh my God! No! We can't have problems with the mouse right now. That would be really bad if I accidentally clicked end stream or something ridiculous like that. But in this case, I have watching this debate. I kind of got debunked in that by Taylor Lorenz. Now I don't know how much she's educating the audience. I don't know how much the audience of Destiny is even reachable at this point. They're very locked in, very parasocial, very toxic. But yeah, she does kind of a good job of just calmly explaining the part that Destiny is missing. And I was kind of taken aback by this because, right, I've always said that, right, because I've always seen people like Destiny and Vosh. A lot of times what they'll do is they'll exploit the audience's ignorance. If they know, especially you think about some of the debates that Vosh has had with Black people and about topics like intersectionality. There's a lot of instances where he's able to roll over his debate opponent based on his own audience's miseducation, I would say, on intersectionality. They know the concept. They maybe even a lot of them consider themselves like, you know, intersectional feminists, right? But they don't, I don't know where they got it. They didn't, maybe they got it from Vosh, right? They didn't learn it right. And Vosh exploits that lack of knowledge. And it's very hard. It's a very hard thing to go up against, right? And I would assume some of that ignorance is very much in place with Destiny's audience as well. I don't know. I guess, you know, we'd have to ask Taylor, like, who her intended target was here. You know, if she thought that she could make some inroads into Destiny's audience and get some people on her side, or if this was really, you know, kind of a debate performance that she's, you know, engaging in for, you know, other, you know, for a larger audience that's going to watch this outside the context of Destiny's stream. But yeah, I was kind of taken aback at how she exposes his ignorance and then tries to walk the viewer through, you know, what like her considerations are, where she is coming up with her opinion from, and yeah, it's surprisingly effective. Chat, I'm so sorry that happened. I'm so sorry that I like went away from stream for like, you know, this during like I feel like probably one of the most important parts of the debate. Why is she even talking to this loser? That's a good question. I don't know. If I ever get a chance to talk to her, Richard Johnson, Richard, wait, I almost said Richard D. Johnson. Richard Johnson, I will ask her. Because yeah, it is. I mean, I see it as kind of a strange choice of debate partners as well. But that being said, you know, this is really inconvenient for the Destiny orbiters that had been, you know, demonizing her and had all these talking points that Destiny's now kind of surrendered on, as well as for, you know, people that don't call it or will deny being orbiters like Hutch. Who very much derive a lot of their talking points, a lot of their opinions from opinions that Destiny has pre-digested for them, you know, chewed up, and we call this the human centipede of discourse, right? In that a lot of times, you know, an opinion that Destiny has, a take that Destiny has, will get sort of shat into Vosh's mouth. Vosh will, you know, digest it, and then, you know, in the old days, it would be like it would go. You'd see the same talking points show up with Demon Mama's content, etc. And you know, that's what we call it, like a human centipede. They're kind of sewn ass to mouth, right? And just like excreting this this tortured discourse all over the internet. But Richard Dick Johnson Hancock, you got some suggestions there, Richard Johnson, as far as, but I think your username is fine as it is. Nonetheless, yeah, that this is I think the reporting is solid and she's willing to defend it. The critics went way too hard calling it debunked. Yeah, well, that's a good point. Yeah. So yeah, you know, it's easy for somebody to say it's debunked. It's easier for somebody to make a tweet or to make a you know, a short like a TikTok or a short video like a YouTube short. And convince their audience that this is really nothing. They're, you know, she hasn't said anything of substance, and you know, it's all been refuted, and et cetera, et cetera. But you know, like, yeah, this is one of the areas where maybe live debate, it's more difficult for her ops to take these evasive maneuvers, which have, you know, proved effective at least with their audience, if not with the public at large. And I can't emphasize that enough, chat. The public at large is not buying what BTC and David Pakman are selling, right? I've been looking in the comments of David Pakman especially, and Brian Tyler Cohen. Brian Tyler Cohen made an unrelated post today, right? Like a community post. And oh my God, like I think a majority of the comments were just calling him out for the 1630 thing. Right. So, yeah, he is. I mean, you know, they don't let these people fool you with their chorus of fake pushback and debunking. Right. The internet is not buying what they are trying to sell.
topics related to Chorus's policy agenda, very broad. I asked Chorus what their policy agenda is. We still don't know. That contractor arranges through other means. 3, collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged agreements. So, that to a lot of creators that spoke to us felt unnecessarily restrictive. They felt like, hey, I'm my own person. I'm fine being part of this incubator program, but why do I have to use their system to book all these things with lawmakers? Why do I have to loop them in on things and sort of funnel my contact stuff through them? I don't want to give them my contact info. I don't want to have to loop them in because I'm worried that someone else from the network is going to big dog me and, take my interview or do something else. So
sure.
I think
so there are two things going on here. So one is from somebody that's been part of organizations and part of agencies and part of a bunch of other things. I think it sounds like the guy
he's trying to re-credential himself after she kind of talked him down and you know what I mean? Like she obviously knows this world a lot better than he does, but he's like, well, no, I've been involved in lots of organizations. I've signed lots of contracts. I've done lots of like sponsorships, and like he's like, I know how this works. Don't talk down to me. But he's not going to be able to get. She put him in the fucking playpen, chat, and he's not getting out. He is not getting out. This is a guy that's used to gatekeeping and decredentialing like other people, and he's getting a little bit of his own treatment. Except in the case of Taylor, like this is her life. This is her job. This is her wheelhouse, right? And yeah, he's not gonna be able to bullshit his way out of this debate the way that he often does, right? He's facing a very different opponent this time.
The goal of the newsroom basically was to connect creators in the program to, I guess, like
lawmakers and things like
lawmakers,
that.
policy wonks, whoever else, right? Mm-hmm. So I feel like it makes sense that if I'm going to, let's say that I host an org and I have like 20 smaller creators and I bring them, and I have them introduced to Bernie Sanders or whatever, if I have an arrangement set up to where after that...
I love the idea that Destiny thinks that he's going to have access to Bernie Sanders ever again. He still doesn't realize that ship is... He thinks that shit's going to reset like it does in a Simpsons. You know The Simpsons, right? Sometimes like, I don't know, Homer might... be elected governor, or I don't know, like Bart wins the lottery, or you know what I mean? There's always shit that happens in The Simpsons that like changes the fundamental nature of the world, of the family of Springfield. But because of the episodic nature of The Simpsons, it's never gonna like permanently change the world. Like things always reset by the end of the episode, right? And I think that Destiny still thinks that he's in the middle of the episode and things are going to reset, right? This is a wacky thing that happened to him where like half the internet now thinks he is a certified PDF, right? And he thinks that somehow, like, just like, it has in the past, that he's going to go back to being a respected pillar of whatever discourse he's a part of. And I just don't think it's like that. And especially with like he doesn't seem to realize how much Hassan has won, how permanently Hassan has won, and how much he has lost, right? The shit that Hassan's doing, going mainstream, getting, a million, magazine write-ups and interviews and shit like that. This is what Destiny wanted. Hassan is living his dream, and he is falling further and further away from just like having access to people like Bernie Sanders. Like, can you imagine, chat? Bernie Sanders being daft enough to talk with Destiny at this point? I don't think it's happening. I think this goose is cooked, and it couldn't have happened to a nicer person, Destiny.
Meeting, Bernie Sanders' staff is going to get 17 emails from creators saying like, hey, we just met you. Can we also do our own one-on-one thing? That nobody would ever want to be a part of the newsroom stuff. Like, you would never have access to any of that information because now every single time somebody's brought in. So it would make sense for newsroom related stuff that you would have to, at the very least, loop in or clue in Chorus with what's going on there, especially if they're the ones that have like reached out or made the contacts. I guess the issue that the only issue I have just on the paragraph is that like that funnel like heavily implies that the way that the article is written is that Chorus can block you from doing your own independent media I guess
we
stuff.
don't make that claim in this story, and I'm sorry if the word funnel sort of implied that to you, but we don't make that claim. So, Stephen, you brought something up that I think is
Wait,
actually
I just
a
one
really
more
good
quick
point.
question on that. I'm sorry,
Oh,
and then you could,
okay.
You said okay because I don't know why because you use loop chorus in on the next sentence. Why not just say loop in? Because I've never in my life heard
What? I'm sorry. What is he asking her? Can anybody explain to me what he's asking her? She's talking about looping chorus in. So what this is, chat, is if you get a if you independently talk to Bernie Sanders's people, they get back to you and you get a debate. If you get a interview with Bernie Sanders, right? If you're a chorus member, you're obligated to share that information, including the contact information, with what they're calling the chorus newsroom. Meaning that now anybody in chorus can also use that stuff. God damn it. Oh my God, chat. So many things I'm worried about now. Yeah, you're obligated to basically share that information. And yeah, like she's given the example, like let's say that you are a small fish in the pond, you through your own networking skills and stuff, you secured a debate or you secured a interview with a politician. And you don't even have the option of just kind of doing that yourself. You're bound to share this with chorus, and now we're gonna have a video of yourself interviewing Bernie Sanders coming up. But now there's 3 creators that are way bigger than you. They're gonna talk to him and they're gonna put their videos out at the same time. Now you're basically losing views because of that, right? I mean, that's the scenario that she drew up. I'm sure you could think there's a lot of other ways that this could go badly too. And like the person that she talked to gave the example of Zoran Momdani. If they secure a interview with Zoran, they don't want to have to share that with chorus because, the kind of creators that we're talking about here are maybe the left flank of chorus, right? And they're, they recognize, although they see the strategic, advantage of maybe working with people that are more centrist, more more okay with the Democratic Party in order to defeat Trump, right? They don't necessarily, they still recognize the difference between themselves and some of the other creators in chorus, right? And so to be bound to this obligation to share all of your contact information with any sort of politician, with any sort of get, right? This is a albatross for these people.
Funnel always means you're handing the reins over to somebody else, right? Like
you are using their program.
Does anybody have an explanation for what the fuck? What like distinction is Destiny trying to draw here? Funnel versus loop in, right? Or he even said something like, well, you said looped in. I'm talking about here. Let me rewind him a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck he's talking about here. I now have my my backpack in the washer, along with the welcome mat that I used to try to kind of clean up the mess from chat. It's like we're talking about coconut milk with turmeric in it and spicy stuff in it. It just went everywhere, and I gotta clean my book. I gotta clean my backpack as soon as possible. But when I did that, I was kind of doing a lot, and I ended up pouring I don't know 6 times as much detergent that I need into the washer, and I'm just hoping I'm not going to turn around and see chat. Let me know, all right, if you see foam filling the room behind me, please let me know, because that at this point that's a possibility. I might have put way too much detergent into the washer, but I don't know, maybe we can go over this multiple times and it'll get very, very clean. Anyway,
Stephen, you brought something up that I think is
Wait,
actually
I just
a
one
really
more
good
quick
point.
question on that. I'm sorry,
Oh,
and then
okay.
You said okay because I don't know why, because you use loop chorus in on the next sentence. Why not just say loop in? Because I've never in my life heard funnel. Funnel always means you're handing the reins over to somebody else, right? Like I'm
Well, you
sure,
are using their program to book it, but sure, I
well, but
guess
you could
you're-
also,
in the sub goal foam party. That sounds like fun. Funnel, like, chat. My understanding of the usage of the term funnel in social media or in content creation, when we're talking about funnel, we're talking about you produce various different kinds of content, and it has various different reaches, right? If you do let's just go large and small, right? Large reach would be you do a TikTok video, you do a YouTube short, right? Even for me, something like a short stream, right? If I go on shorts to stream a news topic, I can get up to 1,000 or more people in the chat, but there's like 500 of them are MAGA, 300 of them maybe just like scrolling through shorts, and they're only going to be in there for like 5 seconds, right? It's like it's so the funnel is big there. Like I got a lot of reach, but in terms of the engagement of shorts chat, it's a lot less than my other chats. On the other side, if I do a members only stream, right, I am not going to pull in any new people. It's just going to be the super fans, like people that support the stream already and have a membership or have a Patreon, or sign up through Patreon or a sub on Twitch, right? It's going to be those people, right? So they're the reach is very small, but obviously these are my hardcore supporters, right? So there's a lot of engagement, right? There's a lot of support coming from this group. So usually when you talk about funnel, you're talking about a strategy by which you attract a lot of attention, you attract a lot of like a tweet, right? You make a tweet, it pops off, right? A lot of people see the tweet. Some of those people, a percentage of those people, are gonna maybe follow you on Twitter, right? A percentage of those people are gonna follow you on your other platforms, and then a percentage of those people might support you in like in a monetary fashion. So if you're looking to make your stream sustainable and to be able to continue doing this, right, you've got to think of the fact that you need a wide funnel, and then the reason it's a funnel is that it gets narrower as you get to more engagement and more support of the community and actually making what you're doing something that you can keep doing, right? It starts big and it goes small. I don't know what the fuck Destiny is talking about when he says funnel, right? He's saying, I always knew funnel as like you're taking, your community or something, or you're taking, in this case, your guest, and you're handing them off to someone else. That's not what Taylor's claiming, right? I mean, yeah, worst case scenario, somebody Bigfoots you. I don't know, this Democratic politician was going to talk to you, but instead they're talking to, I don't know, like somebody much bigger, right? So somebody in chorus is way bigger, and you lose that interview. I don't think that's what Taylor's saying necessarily, right? When she says you're going to get Bigfooted by this person, I don't know. I'm a little bit. I'm trying to trying to understand what Destiny is laying down here, but it just kind of sounds like bullshit. Trying to find the article. One of the results was Obsidian, Taylor Lorenz Dark Money article. Loner box? Wait, what? Was this a video? Play something or an article?
So book it on your own, right? Because the next sentence you have is that you can loop course in on any independently
right, but you have
organized
to loop them in.
Yeah,
right.
But loop in is not funnel. Those are two really different things, right?
Okay. So
wait, do you acknowledge those are two really different things? To loop somebody in versus to funnel it through?
I personally don't
funnel it through? What is bro talking about? He thinks of funnel as what he literally says. Funneling is handing over the reins. Yeah, that's not what she's claiming either. Wow.
Interpret it that way.
All these people have is strawmen. That's their only strawman deflection. It's just there's no real engagement even when she's got him in a debate, right? He's still failing to engage with what she's putting down. See the notes he took on Obsidian, where he was coming up with rebuttals to her claims. Nice. Wait, Loanerbox was coming? Are you talking about Loanerbox Play Something?
But if you want to interpret it that way, you're welcome to interpret it that way. I think, again, this is another reason why it would be really helpful for these creators that feel that maybe, hey, that word wasn't 100% right or something, that, they can release the contracts and people can litigate the specific language. But I think what you brought up, which is the bigger point in all of this, is exactly the experience or the situation that you described, right? You have 17 creators. Oh, now these lawmakers are going to get 17 different emails, whatever. Maybe Chorus is providing this service where they're going to loop everyone in, or they're going to, everyone's going to use this sort of one cohesive system and put it all sort of through one thing. So you're right? Like that there is an argument to be made for that type of system. And I've talked to a lot of lawmakers, especially on the Senate side, but also in the House, because the House has had a bunch of, the comms group there has been doing a bunch more with influencers. And they like working with these intermediary groups because they're like, oh, our lawmakers' offices are inundated with all these people. Mm-hmm. We want to hand it off to a gatekeeper who's a middleman who can figure it out. Because we just learned that the YouTuber world existed yesterday.
Yeah.
So we can't evaluate all this stuff. We don't have the staff. So we like working with these third-party groups. So I think...
I want to jump right off of that and point out, right, when you're on a platform, especially a digital platform, right, you got to always be evaluating who is the customer and what is the product, or who is the product, right? We're used to thinking of ourselves as consumers, as customers. And, in a way you kind of are when you're on a website. You are consuming content through that website. But in reality, the way that the monetization strategies that the internet, that these different platforms have adopted, often, just appear. It only appears that you're the consumer, and in reality, you're the product, right? You're not paying anything for the service. You might be getting advertised to, but at the end of the day, the product is, your digital footprint, your information, right? They're getting something from you through your use of the platform. And, you're actually, even though it seems like a good deal because it's free, rather than having to pay $10 for a membership to a website or something like that, right? You're getting it for free. And oh my God, people are reading his chat. Yeah, no, his chat's bad. His chat's definitely bad. I thought about covering it up. If it's, I don't know. Should I? Is it that bad? Do I need to cover the chat up? Is it like slurs and stuff? He's not as... Oh, yeah, exactly, Commander Styles. He's not as clever as he thinks he is. He's just accustomed to swimming in shallower pools. Exactly. Yeah. No, you got it. Destiny projecting what he thinks when he gives full control to Saltman's. Oh, yeah. When he gives full control to Dan Saltman, that's looping someone in. The product is our attention. Yeah. Oftentimes the product is our attention, and that's sold to the advertisers and sponsors. But in the case of Chorus, right, you can see who do you think the customer is, right? I think the customer is the Democratic politician here, because look at how they're running this thing. They're running it in a way that is conducive to what she said that the Democrats are looking for, right? They don't understand new media. They just became aware of it like 6 months ago when they lost an election. And so, rather than having to evaluate, like, who should I talk to? Who should I not talk to? They'd rather have it just kind of served up for them. They'd rather have somebody else make that determination. And so we see here Chorus is putting itself in the position of being a gatekeeper between content creators and like content creators and the politicians, right? And rather than trying to they're representing this to their content creators as like, hey, we're going to hook you up with contacts with politicians. Like, you're going to get access to people that you wouldn't have otherwise gotten access to. But all we can see so far is that they're getting access to other people in the group's contacts, right? Footwork that other people have done. And there's not a lot of value. Do you see what I'm saying, chat? There's a lot more value in this for the politicians than there are for the content creators. Hence the reason that I look at this as at least a little bit exploitative. Would the product be positive internet commentary? Yeah, on some level. Yeah, the product is, yeah, positive internet exposure to the audiences. There's a super chat. I'm sorry. I'm so out of it, chat. I can't believe, like, we have a kitchen debacle. All right, Destiny is not going to forget how to pronounce APAC in the next. Wait, Destiny is going to. Are you serious, or is that just a joke? Based on David Pakman. Yeah, sorry about that, Rave. I think we're at what, 99 now, or I'll just make it 100. We're at 100, chat. That means we secured one piece of bonus content. You get to keep me around to cover one of these topics that I've got here up on the poll above me. If we get to 200, I will stick around and cover 2 of the topics. And make sure to vote if you haven't already. The poll is over on YouTube, so feel free to slink on over to YouTube if you want to make your voice heard in the poll. Right now we've got Hutch and Ethan cry about Hassan and Bad Empanada in first place. Chapo talking about Taylor Lorenz in chorus in second place. And Taylor Lorenz talking to the Vanguard about Ethan Klein, tied with Alex Jones's mom incident, his crash out, right? So that's how it stands right now. You can change the results by voting. You can also change the results when you donate by letting me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content. And I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. I haven't heard any requests for that so far. So, you know, if you've said something in chat, I probably missed it. I got a little distracted when my lunch went all over the kitchen, and now there's fucking turmeric steak. This is the bad, Chad. This is so bad. This is so bad. Like, you know, this is an apartment that I lease, and there's nothing that I know that stains like turmeric. Turmeric is the fucking stain master. So I got a little bit distracted. So if there's anything that I missed, especially people, you know, wanting their donation applied to certain content, please repeat that. And if you donate, just let me know. Whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne for the Vietnam trip, or if you you know, sign up for Patreon or support me on Twitch, let me know in the chat if you've got an opinion on our bonus content, which is right above me. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, you can also say Vox Populi if you don't have a particular opinion, other than you just think that the vote should decide what wins. Then you can say Vox Populi, and what that will do is reinforce the will of the people, right? What people are voting for. It'll de-emphasize the donations, and it'll re-emphasize the vote. So that's an option too, as is requesting to put your money towards the next video game stream, which, look at this, it's at 81% right now, chat. When this gets to 100%, I'm somewhat obligated to play a video game, to do a video game stream. So if you want to see some Fallout Vegas, or what is the other one that I got in the docket? Columbia Rican, thank you for using some of the Google dollars I had. Well, thank you. That's very generous of you. I appreciate it. Now we have 100 and I think we have 103 actually. Yeah, money out of politics. That's what you say when you say Vox Populi. Apple vinegar. Oh wow. Amy, sorry, I'm gonna mispronounce your name. Ein Frigg is telling me that vinegar is a good way to remove turmeric stains. I actually have some vinegar. I might try that. Try Zote or Canal Soap. I haven't heard of that. Columbia Rican voting for the video game stream, putting the money towards some video games. So what is that, like 3? That's, yeah, we're 84% towards a video game stream.
Like Chorus especially has kind of become this like intermediary. Again, helping these lawmakers. Like some of these lawmakers have spoken very positively of that service. But to content creators, it feels to some of these content creators.
Yeah, play something. I think that's an unfortunate exchange rate of Australian dollars.
That spoke to
nothing like Vietnamese dollars, which I'm going to be dealing with shortly, though. Vietnamese dollars. Oh my God, chat. Let me tell you what the exchange rate is here. It's kind of crazy. Anybody ever use VND?
to us, that they feel like, oh, well, now we have this new middleman to get through, where I used to just be able to go directly to the lawmakers, and now I have to go through this middleman. And so there's been resentment towards not just Chorus. There's other groups that are seeing.
Right, so chat, anybody want to guess? Oh, sorry, not Vietnamese dollars. It's Vietnamese dong. That's the unit. It's dong. All right. Anybody want to guess how many Vietnamese dong in a single US dollar? I mean, you could look it up too, right? If you want. You could also look it up that's the easy mode. I'm not saying do that because that's kind of cheating, right? But anybody know off the top of their head around the neighborhood of where how many Vietnamese dong 1 United States dollars is equal to?
Seeking to, this is like a big new thing that all these groups are sort of seeking to do, is like establish themselves as middlemen.
I'm curious, why do you think those creators then signed that contract?
Well, they signed the contract because they all have different reasons for signing the contract, but some of them disagree with things in the contract and tried to get out of different things in the contract. But
well, sure, but if you're signing a contract, there's going to be a give and take on any contract, right?
Sure.
Like if I get hired by a company to do some amount of work for $10,000 a month, I'm going to hate having to work, but I'm going to like getting the money, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, you'd have to, ask them. But I think it's interesting. I think what's interesting and like what interests me about that, like this clause that you're bringing up, is that especially if we want to like zoom out a little bit and look at the Democrats' media strategy, they've consistently relied on these kind of middleman groups. We had Village Marketing, of course, during the campaign, basically serving this very same purpose, where they're sort of filtering creators, determining who gets access to lawmakers, et cetera, et cetera. And I totally understand from the lawmakers, feeling that that's valuable. But more recently, and I talked to one lawmaker actually just.
Yeah, Columbia Regan just looked at it and is surprised. Yeah. Yep. 1 Vietnamese dong is equal to 0.000038 US dollars. So let's see. It is oh my God, it's a tiny fraction of a penny, actually. Yeah, there's 26,000 VND in 1 US dollar.
Well, it's been a couple months ago, was the White House Correspondents' Weekend.
Yeah, he's just agreeing. Yeah, I wanted to point that out too, Direful. Like, this is what I was saying is going to be inconvenient for Destiny orbiters and people like Hutch who claim not to be Destiny's orbiters. But honestly, if the I don't know, what do I say, chat? If the hard drive fits, I don't know what we like use for the, like, if the shoe fits for Destiny's community, right? But yeah, they're it's going to be really inconvenient for some of them that their thought leader has basically assented to some of the core arguments that Taylor's making here. Let me rewind that so you can appreciate the concessions that Destiny is making.
Trade-offs. Right? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, you'd have to, ask them. But I think it's interesting. I think what's interesting and like what interests me about that, like this clause that you're bringing up, is that especially if we want to like zoom out a little bit and look at the Democrats' media strategy, they've consistently relied on these kind of middleman groups. We had Village Marketing, of course, during the campaign, basically serving this very same purpose, where they're sort of filtering creators, determining who gets access to lawmakers, et cetera, et cetera. And I totally understand from the lawmakers, feeling that that's valuable. But more recently, and I talked to one lawmaker actually it's been a couple months ago, was the White House Correspondents' Weekend. And this representative was telling me, you know what? I'm beginning to be suspect about some of these groups because I've been hearing from these other content creators that I actually would have loved to work with that they haven't been able to get through the gates of these groups. And I feel like maybe now I'm cutting myself off from other opportunities. And so some
I don't
lawmakers...
understand. I guess I don't understand that, because anybody can email. I'm pretty sure all these comms people are. I know this because I've talked to some of these people. The comms people are on Twitter.
Email.
Anybody can email. So I don't know how you could ever
get cut off. But they're inundated, and so they're not. What they mean is that these lawmakers, and especially the House, which has established a lot more, like, because there's so many of them, more of these sort of like middlemen. They just rely on the middlemen. So they're just like, you know what, we don't really take inbound. Now a lot more lawmakers are more open, especially people like Ro Khanna and others. They are becoming more open, where they're like, you know what, I might rely on this middleman for some stuff, but I'm also going to try to ensure that I hire staff that actually can evaluate these opportunities and even do more proactive opportunities to kind of develop our own direct relationship. And on the Senate side, Cory Booker has really done this, where Cory Booker himself has become the kind of middleman. And Cory's office has done a lot, actually, to help educate other members on the Democrat side on the Senate of who content creators are, how to work with them, how to evaluate these opportunities. And Cory's office has created a lot of shared resources to try to help empower them so that they don't just have to rely on these like third-party companies, which also are making money, right? And they don't have to like worry about that. So I think...
But wait, do people understand what she's saying? Anybody ever applied to a job and anybody ever applied to a job and, you know, you think that you think that you're a good prospect. You think that you've got a good chance. Like, you're imagining if you were hiring that your application would look like interesting, right? But they don't get back to you, right? Anybody ever have this experience? And then let's say you realize that you know somebody that works for the company, maybe even in another division or something like that, right? So somebody that's attached to the company, somebody that knows the people doing the hiring, and you just mention it to them, and then all of a sudden they're in your email wanting to call you in for an interview, right? That's what we're talking about. These Democrats now know that they need to engage with social media creators, but they don't know how to decide which creators to deal with. If I called them or if I messaged them, if I reached out to them on Twitter, versus if, somebody huge reached out to them on Twitter. A lot of these Democrats or these staffers for their offices wouldn't like know the difference. Like, right, is who's like a big creator and who's not, who should we trust and who's not, right? There's a lot that especially with social media, especially with a tool like Destiny. Like, look at this, chat. If you don't know anything about Destiny and you just like get reached out to by his people, and then you click on the channel and it's, oh, look at that, almost 1 million subscribers. You might be tempted to be like, yeah, let's do an interview. Let's give, I don't know, let's send, Ilhan Omar to have a conversation with Destiny, right? I'm just saying, somebody on the left, right? Somebody that like probably, if they knew more about Destiny, would not want to have anything to do with him, might end up looking at him as a good prospect, because of his numbers alone, right? And never minding the fact that, this guy is more trouble than he's worth. This guy's got a shit ton of baggage. This guy doesn't like us. He's gonna ambush, the congresswoman, and on top of all that, his views are not in line with his subs, and they're not. He's falling off majorly, right? He's I don't know. He's not quite in Xander Hall territory yet, but one day
I think it's just
one
interesting
of the things, I guess
how
when I look
those
at this,
strategies evolve.
we keep using the word middleman, but like there's a value that these types of
You got that situation right now, OnlyFacts?
Of course
organizations are
there
providing
is.
to both the lawmakers
undeniably.
and to the
Sure.
streamers themselves.
Yeah,
But it feels like when
yeah.
we talk about whether you want to say loop in or funnel or whatever, like it seems like we're talking about this as though it's almost like predatory or it's preventing people from doing some things. But the reality is that Chorus is just protecting the business that it's in of being able to form valuable
Which
connections.
they're going to, which totally from a business standpoint, I understand that. And from a business standpoint, they want to also capture, like what they also want to do is make sure that people aren't going off, that people are in this program, right? And that they're off capturing, like, say you're in this program and you have these people making this content that ends up really successful, the Chorus wants to capture that and be able to put that in reports and stuff. So I understand it. I think what I found so interesting about this specific thing is that there are all of these discussions right now happening on the House and Senate side about, because again, they've all sort of just discovered influencers like in the last 6 months of like, how should we handle this? Should we rely on these outside agencies? How much power should we give them? How, who can we hire internally? Is it the digital team? Is it the comms people who, a lot of requests come through the comms people, but the comms people really only deal with traditional media. And so that's what like Corey's team especially has really on the Senate side tried to kind of like educate people about. And I think on the House side, it's a little bit more of a free for all.
Yeah, so
but
I understand all of that, I guess. I guess what I'm trying to say is,
Do you? Because you sound wholly unfamiliar with all that.
that I think that when you read the article is almost completely or overwhelmingly negative in regards to Chorus and its place and the connection they have between the influencer and Congress. But Chorus in this way is just functioning as like the same type of talent agency or rep that exists in ubiquitously across every single
agency. It's interesting you bring up talent agencies and reps, Stephen.
Yeah.
Because these content creators, many of them also have talent agencies and reps. And so one drama that Chorus got involved in months ago was actually relation to exactly what you're just describing, which I think is what you're going to say is like, this is what talent agencies and reps are doing. Like they have social good, departments at WME or whatever, right? That can help set these things up. So Chorus, and not just Chorus, and we can use Chorus as like, Chorus is an example of, there's also like, there's lots of other sort of like Chorus copycat type agencies that have cropped up.
Sure.
These talent agents and managers have become so livid with these middleman agencies because the middleman and I just say middleman because they are, I should just say agencies, all
Gatekeepers is what I would call them.
the managers in.
And do you understand like what they're after in being gatekeepers? Like they're trying to kind of corner a market. They're putting themselves in a position with leverage and power. This should concern you, especially understanding who the leadership of Chorus is, right? This is Brian Tyler Cohen, amongst others, funding an agency through dark money to put themselves in a position to act as gatekeepers, right? Is Brian Tyler Cohen the one that you want gatekeeping between, content creators and Democratic politicians? Or is this maybe contrary to our interests? Because this whole discussion is, often the pushback is they'll point out, one or two content creators in Chorus that actually have stood up, have said something, and they do exist, right? They're not, I don't think they're the rule. I think they're more the exception, but there are content creators that got involved in Chorus that have stood up, have called it a genocide, much to their own, to their own peril, because it's a hard thing to do, have stood on the right side of history, right? And that's where I think they're not noticing the peril. They're not recognizing the contradiction in interest between, you as a actual leftist content creator, as a principled person, as a, even just a empathetic human being, versus, Democratic establishment goons like BTC. You should be very wary of giving that guy that kind of power. And look, yeah, if you're fucking on board with his politics already, if you're on board with whatever the fuck the Democratic Party is saying If you literally have no politics of your own, you're just like, what are our candidates standing for? I'm going to advocate for that because I want the Democrats to win. Then there's no problem for you. This doesn't really change anything, right? You're just getting funded for what you're doing by somebody that there isn't, that much of a contradiction in your interests, right? But if you're that rare person in chorus that has actually stood up, that has actually done the right thing, then you're being undermined and you're being exploited, and that exploitation should be a little familiar to you because it's a lot of the way that it's very similar to the way that you're exploited under capitalism.
Agents are also middlemen. Okay, it's middlemen against middlemen.
Sure.
But we have like these political groups where like Stuart, Brian Tyler Cohen, like they're very much from the political world, the people that started Chorus. And then we have the entertainment world, and the entertainment world, they for a long time have already been in this space, and suddenly the political world is like, oh, this doesn't exist, we're going to set this thing up, right? We're going to serve this thing, and we already have these relationships with Congress people. So you're seeing a lot of clashing where the management companies and the talent agencies feel like, hey, how dare you go off and represent our creators? Only we represent our creators. And then also confusion on the booking side where they're like, well, I reached out to Chorus, but should I reach out to UTA? Should I reach out to what? Like, it's just absolute chaos. And I think
hold on. I feel like this is dramatically over exaggerated. There should be no chaos here whatsoever. So I literally have signed with UTA in the past. Like, exactly when you're signing with agencies like this, the contract they're giving you generally gives them, if you're serious talent, they have the exclusive right to organize any type of paid sponsor activation, whatever type of event like that.
Right.
Stuff that Chorus or these other political organizations cover. There might be some ambiguity there onto whether or not that would come under my UTA contract. But if I'm big talent or if I'm medium-sized talent, of course I'm just going to ask my UTA rep, right? I'm just going to shoot him an email or message him on whatever platform to say, hey, does this conflict with this contract? I don't know how this could be massive chaos.
So what's chaos? So first of all, you're talking about a talent agent contract, which is different, of course, than a management contract. What the chaos is.
But of course you already know that, right, Destiny?
That's happening is that many of these creators, especially if they're big creators, are signing up. They want to do political work. Some of these big creators, they're like, oh man, I do want to get more involved in politics. I hate that Trump won, right? I do want to get more involved in politics. So they'll sign up with one of these third-party things, sometimes not even getting paid, right? They're not even part of the paid Chorus program. Maybe they just signed up for Chorus because they want to do more stuff. And then the talent agents are coming in and being like, well, wait a minute. Like, we're the one to negotiate deals. We're the ones that have the exclusive right to sort of like represent you and negotiate opportunities for you and things like that. And so there's just this tension, which has, by the way, it's funny, we can talk about how the right has resolved. Like, the right had a version of this also that they dealt with. But I think that it just shows that like there's just a lot of sort of kinks to work out in terms of streamlining this process. And as the Democrats work to leverage more content creators, I think that it's interesting for me as a journalist to...
I gotta go check on the laundry and hope that it's not full of soap suds. If it is, Chad, I might have to wash the book, the backpack and the welcome mat like thousands of times before I get the suds out.
To write about these different strategies and the way that these things
Let's
are.
see if we have a foam party.
That's why I'm interested in Chorus, and not just Chorus. I've reported on the other groups too, and I have another story coming out soon about a whole other similar group. But they're all sort of jockeying for. They're all jockeying for their own businesses and their own business interests, but also the lawmakers and the Democratic lawmakers that I've spoken to are also trying to figure it out. And they are sort of getting their sea legs. And so I think that covering this stuff is interesting. And if we want to look at the right, by example.
Well, before I guess we move on to that. So like, I agree with what you're saying there. But the article, in my mind, like it just basically reads like a hit piece against Chorus. I don't see any of the redeeming or positive qualities. I think the only prescription I saw in the article when you quoted the whatever that person's name was basically that this group just shouldn't exist at all. Like no types of group like this should exist.
A lot of these creators don't want any middlemen. So they don't want any
But those creators don't need to have middlemen. They just don't sign with these groups, right? That's super
that
easy.
Creator has they do have other middlemen. I mean, but again, this is just
but they have them. But I mean, then why are they signing with them? They don't have to unless they're being held at gunpoint to sign the contracts, right?
Yeah. I think the thing that struck to me, and this is not really what we're talking about here, but I think like the main crux of the article is not any of this stuff. Like the main sort of thesis of the article is that they took undisclosed money. And to me, that is something that people have a right to be concerned about, because Chorus is not unique in the sense that they are not the only ones, running these sort of influence campaigns, right? This has happened on the far right for years, although less so. They've gotten a lot more transparent. But like there's a lot of influence campaigns because of the lack of rules around this, like you said earlier, because the FEC is like out to lunch and there's no regulation basically in the influencer world. We are seeing just like a lot of these influence campaigns happening, and consumers aren't aware of it. And so consumers consume this content and they don't know what people are being paid. And that is very different from how traditional media works, because to all the problems with traditional media, there is a lot more disclosure.
Is there? Do I know like every single source of funding for like podcaster people or for like Fox News?
No. We're not talking about podcaster people. We're talking about journalists. So for instance, if you're a journalist at a mainstream media organization, you absolutely could never take outside political funding.
Well, not political funding, but like they could take sponsorships or whatever from other people. No.
If you work at a mainstream news organization, you cannot do any of that. And by the way, I'm sympathetic to the fact that like that might be too extreme. Like I do think that there's probably a happy middle ground where like maybe you can do stuff that's not directly related to your beat, et cetera. Condé Nast specifically on their fashion brands and women's fashion brands, women's media has evolved to the point that women's media organizations are actually negotiating contracts, SponCon contracts for their own reporters.
Wait, can I just so I can be clear? So somebody who works at, say, who's like a host or talent at like Fox News couldn't be paid $5,000 to give a speech somewhere or something like that. They would have to disclose all of that. That's a legal thing?
Well,
or is that...
Fox, I don't know. Fox News does not have the same editorial standards as a lot of other mainstream media places.
Sure, but when you say editorial standards, that implies it's not a legal thing. You're just talking about like some standard or accepted practice at some companies.
Exactly, yes. So we're talking about mainstream traditional reporting. And I mean, maybe I should say reputable reporting, because I don't think Fox News has a great track record on reputable reporting. But if you look at the mainstream media places, even like CNN, I hate CNN, right? But CNN, New York Times, where I worked, and other places, the Wall Street Journal, all these other mainstream media outlets, Wired, they do have these clauses where, no, you cannot take outside money. You cannot do undisclosed things. You cannot do sponsorship deals on the side or, certainly not take money from a political group. That you would be fired immediately and never hired again if you took undisclosed money from a political group and didn't talk about that. So I think that that's a level of transparency that actually most news consumers aren't aware of. They never realized often that was even something that that there were these editorial standards sort of behind the scenes. And I think as we move towards a more content creator driven ecosystem, it's good to have these conversations of what should be disclosed and when, right?
I think I could agree with that. Actually, I think there should be hardcore disclosure standards enforced in anybody that calls themselves media alternative or otherwise. But I didn't see any recommendations for that. It seemed like I think coming away from the article, the takeaway is just that this Chorus and 1630 Fund are operating in some like especially nefarious or bad way, especially because I think you had at least two quoted people who were claiming that they were illegally murky at best or were being used to evade FEC restrictions. The Dubois quote.
That's what their lawyer said. Yeah, their lawyer said that. I think.
Well, wait. The lawyer just was explaining the law. That's different
exactly.
Than, but wait, not exactly.
Sure. He's not saying,
the thing that the Dubois.
He's saying there is no lack of disclosure. He's not saying like, hey guys, the rules exist and we're thwarting them. He's saying, guys, you don't have to worry about these rules because we're a nonprofit. We're structured in this way where don't worry, you don't have to worry about blah 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 disclosure. So I think this goes.
Davi says my money goes to Mr. Chapo. Anybody else that's donated wanna direct your donation towards one of these topics? Want to exercise some money in politics of your own?
Goes back to the crux of the problem, which is that we have an FEC that's asleep at the wheel. And I think no matter where you are on the political spectrum, although actually no, if you're on the right, you don't give a shit about disclosure. But if you are not on the right,
I think that we can definitely fight over how C4s are.
We want them to at least acknowledge it, right? We want at least.
But
And
again,
we
I
should
don't.
push
But
these
the article
companies. We
seemed
should push
to
these companies to acknowledge it.
the article seemed to
Sorry.
explicitly target chorus as being exceptionally bad here. So like for the Elizabeth Dubois quote you had, you were saying that the legal aspects were murky. Well, the legal aspects aren't murky. They're pretty clear. It's just that the legal aspects right now suck, right? The FEC guidelines that we have on this and the IRS guidelines kind of suck for this. So it's not that if you were to read that the legal aspect is murky at best, it makes it sound like chorus is the one who's
So when I
engaged in
reached out to the
murky.
FTC, yes. Well, I think what is murky is what crosses over to sponsored content, what crosses over to some of this. So I reached out to the FEC and the FTC about this, and I actually spoke to the former FTC person at length about this exact topic, because the FTC doesn't really cover political content, but people were there's some commercial activity where they feel like it can maybe some disclosure requirements can apply and all this stuff. The point is that like I don't fault, or rather, I think a lot of creators in this program are well-meaning. And I've said from the beginning, I don't think it's necessarily helpful to go around doing a witch hunt of, hey, you took the money, you didn't take the money, you did this, whatever. The reason that we have this story is because creators in the program themselves were uncomfortable with this. I think
why is it then like because you painstakingly go out to like name creators and their platforms that are associated with it?
Sure, we included the ones that are relevant, right? That we think people should know, and I wish that we could include more. If it were up to me, it would publish the whole thing.
Yeah, but what's the point
because I think people deserve
knowing?
to know. Well, I think people deserve to know who's.
It's something called the public interest, asshole. Have you heard of it? This is such an inane conversation. I'm sorry, an inane conversational partner. Like, what the fuck? Why are you outing Chorus? But wait a minute, there's other people doing bad things. Why are you just outing this person? If you can't name every single dark money organization, every single person that possibly, then why would you name any? Right? You're making it seem like these people, just these people are bad, when actually like these people and these people are also bad, just no one's approached you yet with a story. Holy fucking shit. This is so remedial. This is so, yeah, Destiny's like the fucking kid that showed up to, like, I don't know, like you get a bad grade on the test and your professor, offers you, 5 points of extra credit if you show up to class with your test and you've corrected the answers that you got wrong, and you show like, this is, why this is the right answer for this. This is why, like, right. This is, I don't know. This is like, it's a waste of Taylor's talents. Let me just put it that way.
Who's getting money without disclosure, right?
Oh yeah, Leno, you're commenting on why is she on Destiny? I don't know either. It's a good. If I get a chance to talk to Taylor, that's one of the questions I'll ask. Right? I mean, I'm not gonna like interrogate her or anything, but like, yeah, I'm curious too. I don't understand. My guess is that maybe she's not up to date on the latest goings on in the Destiny world. It's just spitballing. I mean, I don't think American Girl doll TikTok are deciding the political future of the USA. I mean, that's the bet that the Democrats have made. They really need, look, if you got Joe Rogan and he's killing your candidates in the election, your only defense is to co-opt the Instagram meme account, the Instagram American doll themed meme account. That's right. Which Chapo is going to be talking about today if we end up watching that. She's going on Blitzkrieg to capture audiences. Oh, wow. I mean, he's definitely bleeding. Maybe she's a shark. Chat, do you think maybe we're underestimating her? Like, oh, she doesn't know what's up with Destiny. Ha ha ha. No, she actually does. And she's like, yeah, those audiences are fucking prime. They're looking for somebody else, right? I'm going to go in there. I'm going to be halfway reasonable. I'm going to seem like a human being that knows what the fuck I'm talking about. And they're going to be like, holy shit, this is so much better than what I've been getting from, I don't have to, stick around Sex Pestiny's community anymore. I can be part of the Taylor Lorenz army. I don't know. She's aware of Destiny. Yeah, she's aware of Destiny and what he does. Is she aware of the latest on Destiny, right? Because it's gotten worse. This is the thing about Destiny, is you think like the depths to which he will sink, and you're always wrong. He always finds a way to get worse. Yeah, just fucking CSAM. Yeah, right? I don't know. I'm curious. I'm legitimately curious why she agreed to go on his stream and not mine. No, just kidding. Chat, we just gotta make our audience bigger than Destiny's. Then we can talk to Taylor Lorenz on stream.
We want people to know who's getting money without disclosure.
Sure. The disclosure is
But-
not legal.
Oh, that's a good point, Direful. She spoke to Kaya Rychek. Well, she's also the one that exposed Kaya Rychek. We wouldn't know that Libs of TikTok was Kaya Rychek without Taylor's. You know, it was her journalism that brought that out. But yeah, she did also have that really weird conversation with Kaya. I don't know what Libs of TikTok looked like, but I do feel bad that I just assumed Taylor was her for like a year. Oh, what? Because they... What, you saw the interview and you like thought that maybe she, like, you mixed her up with Taylor? Those with CSAM have very powerful positions and continue to. That shouldn't be kept. That shouldn't keep them safe from critical discussion. I don't know, says Splatch. I can see why she's doing this, honestly. He's the kind of guy for a lot of people coming... Oh, yeah. He's the demographic of a lot of the people that are coming for her. Yeah, and I mean, like, if she does get Destiny to concede on some things, that's going to undermine the position of not just his orbiters, but yeah, also people like Hutch that are sort of relying on his talking points. And they say that they're not orbiters, but, you know, realistically speaking, they have not escaped the orbit. They may be one of the outer planets at this point. They may be a comet, but they're still circling that orbit. They got too many mutuals with Destiny to really say that they're out of the orbit, right? I really think people are being too content brained. It's CSAM, yeah, right. It's CSAM, yeah, absolutely.
Legally required though, and
it's not. That's the problem. It's not legally required.
But there's no argument to make it legally required. There's just a targeting of this.
Wait, just thought about this. Wouldn't her going on Destiny kind of focus on Destiny's hypocrisy on dark money and contracts that hold people hostage? He does this with his orbiters. I mean, do we know about any like NDAs in the Destiny community or contracts? I'd say that the hypocrisy that she might find with Destiny and maybe with other liberal content creators would be something like Tenet Media. If they came hard for Tenet Media, but they got no smoke for Brian Tyler Cohen, that's a little bit hypocritical. Not to totally equivocate those two things, but they are similar. I don't think she necessarily missed the latest revelations. As far as I know, Destiny's community is driving lots of the hatred. Oh, okay, so she's trying to attack it at the source. Yeah, we saw Not So Erudite in the chat earlier, and chat, let me know if the chat is really bad. If the chat is like saying slurs and shit like that, I do need to know that, right? Because he may be streaming on various places. Some of them are, some of them being more tolerant. NDAs are invalid if there's meant to cover up a crime like the crimes of Destiny. We know about Dan Saltman threatening the orbiters. Oh yeah, from criticizing Destiny after the CSAM stuff. Yeah, I just don't know of anything similar to this. Look, what I've said is that there is a similarity, all right? If you're drawing a parallel between like the Vosh and Destiny's community and what they're doing with what Brian Tyler Cohen's doing with Chorus, right? You're not wrong. There is very much a similarity. I would say it's an evolution of the concept of an orbit, right? The utility of an orbit. What's the utility of an orbit? Vosh does something that's obviously fucked up, right? Like the crash out against trans people that he did early on in his career. It should have ended his fucking career, right? There's so many things that, like harassing people on Discord, right? Should have ended his career. Or yeah, but it didn't. And why not? Because Vosh has got, he's given a website to like a bunch of different content creators, and he can rely on them to defend him. He is their meal ticket, right? That is power. That is power specifically against Vosh's kryptonite. What's Vosh's kryptonite? Cancellation. The whole time he's been trying to avoid the crab claw, all right? And it finally caught up with him, just like it caught up with Destiny. So yeah, but I think the BTC thing is like an evolution. I don't think, as far as I know, chat, actually, that's a good question. I don't know. I've never heard of any sort of contracts involved in the Destiny orbit, right? The Destiny orbit works like this. You go on Destiny, you're nobody, right? You have a conversation with Destiny. People in his audience find you interesting, find you compelling in some way, maybe even in a negative way, and now you're somebody. Now you're a character in the Destiny cinematic universe, right? And you can start off, your own community with a bunch of members of his fandom. But the problem is, chat, you are now in his gravitational field. You are now in, and so, if your plan was to get in, grab some community to start yourself out with, let a conversation with Destiny do the hard work, the heavy lifting for you, and then get out. I may be like one of the only examples of that. And I didn't keep those, the people that followed me after watching me talk to Destiny. I don't think there may be one. I can only think of one person in the Twitch audience that is maybe found me through those conversations, right? But for the most part, yeah, they're trapped. And my case was special. Destiny wanted to talk to me because of who I had on my stream at the time. And he was trying to sell me on the idea that Demon Mama is a danger to the internet and must be stopped. And as many problems as I have with Demon Mama, as bad as she's treated me, I don't really think that I didn't think at the time, and I still don't think that she's any worse than any other of these debate bros. I feel like I felt like he was trying to get me to hold her to a higher standard because of her, being, I don't know, because of her being trans or something like that, or because of her being a woman. Like, and it just seemed like bullshit. Like, right? She's not doing anything like more toxic or more abrasive or more narcissistic than like Vosh or Destiny. So why should I listen to Destiny when he's trying to convince me that Demon Mama is like needs to be stopped, right? So, I disagreed with him, and then we had another conversation. I noticed that he had a complex about cancel culture. He had a real paranoia about the power of his whole thing with Demon Mama, chat, was that he felt like because she was trans, she had the power to wave a magic wand over his head and poof, make him disappear. Like, that's how much he believes in cancel culture, right? And I thought that was bullshit. And I think that if anybody's been subject to cancel culture, I almost said transl culture, chat. That's a deep cut. Anyway, if there's anybody that's been subject to cancel culture, it is marginalized people, like trans people, for instance, right? Are subject to a type of cancel culture that I don't think the people like Destiny fully comprehend. I tried to get through to him with that argument, chat, and he went over and played the piano. I think he muted me. Like, I was talking on his stream, beautiful piano music was playing in the background. I don't think he heard what I was saying. I don't think he cared. I think he was he just shut me out, right? So that's the last time. That was the last time I talked to Destiny. And yeah, but I think most people that, and look, I gained viewers from that. I absolutely gained viewers from that. They weren't good viewers. They weren't viewers that I wanted around. And they were very much the kind of viewers that canceled me when I got into a conflict with one of their other faves, Dylan Burns, because at that time, Dylan and Destiny were like this. Dylan was a Destiny orbiter. So I escaped the orbit, but I think a lot of people don't. And it can be insidious too. I don't think people necessarily know what's happening when they're starting to get affected by the gravitational pull. I think it's easier for a lot of people to notice the upsides of conversations with Destiny than it is to the downsides. Anyway, we got started off on this about conversation about the about Chorus as being kind of almost like an evolution of what Destiny and Vosh had in terms of their orbits, and the difference here, I guess, being that Chorus has them under contract, and even under a contract that apparently they're not allowed to divulge without permission. We know Columbia Rican says we know about Dan Saltman threatening the orbiters from criticizing Destiny after the CSAM stuff came out. Yeah, and they exert power on their orbit. A lot of power, right? In fact, if there's an orbiter that that is dangerous or is critical of them, they can basically ruin that person. And beyond just like saying bad things about them, chat, there's like coordinated like harassment campaigns to come after their ops. So it is very powerful stuff, but I kind of feel like this chorus stuff is even worse. I kind of feel like this chorus stuff is even more compelling and more powerful. Columbia Rican, the only reason I came to this thought was the fact that despite Destiny turning every interview into a debate, is more laxed. Oh, true. Yeah. He's very subdued.
Super chatted $9.99. Dude literally did grapes and still has a career, and yet he fears 10K sub trans women destroying his career.
This was a long time ago.
Does he not even have a cynical self-awareness?
Yeah, this was a long time, and maybe was she 10K? Yeah, I mean, maybe you know that. Maybe you know that this was a long time ago. But this was before a lot of those grape revelations had really come out, right? I mean, there were always maybe rumors and stuff like that, because he was doing this stuff. He was using, even back then, not to Demon Mama or anybody like that. Demon Mama was always kind of an op to Destiny, but to orbiters, right? He was using his orbit as a fucking casting couch, right? Like I've compared it to Harvey Weinstein before, right? And so and there was always whispers of that, but it's the kind of thing that if you try to go forward with any of that, you don't have solid proof. And any sources that you get are likely to disappear or turn on you if you try to reveal what you've been hearing. And you look crazy. You look crazy. You look like you got Destiny derangement disorder or something like that, right? So he kept that stuff under wraps, and he's got people know that he's got, just like it's a lot like Harvey Weinstein. Actually, it's a very similar dynamic going on. Oh my God, chat, the caffeine just hit. I have had an interesting morning for sure. But thank you for the super chat. It looks like we have a appointment with Mr. Chapo right now. But make sure to get your votes in if you haven't voted already. And also make sure if you donated or you want to donate to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see me stick around and cover. We'll at least be covering one extra topic. We're at, I think, like 110. We're probably actually, I don't know. I feel like I've lost count now a little bit. I feel like it's more than 110 now. It's really weird. Twitch had a really big day yesterday. Twitch was knocking it out of the park. As you know, look at that. Look at that, chat. There's a 24 subs separating the number of Twitch subscribers from YouTube members. So Twitch has been really coming on strong, but YouTube is knocking it out of the park today. So I'm going to try to make sure I didn't miss anybody's donations, that I'm counting all of those. Make sure that if you want to support one of these topics, including just saying Vox Populi, saying like, hey, I feel like people should get what they're voting for, let me know in the chat and I will put your money where your mouth is, as we say.
This particular organization acting like they're like in some special bad territory.
What this organization did is not value transparency. So there are other organizations similar to Chorus that do value transparency, that are nonprofits in the space that value transparency, and they say, listen, we're running, ironically, we're running this this paid thing for this political, we're running this like political effort for whatever, I don't know, whatever sort of political message they're pushing. Mm-hmm. We value disclosure. We want to make sure that you make it clear that you're, that you have a relationship with us or whatever. So a paid relationship. So I think what I would hope. So then
it is kind of a witch hunt then though, right? Like if the goal is to out every creator involved in this particular thing, the goal is to witch hunt them out of this program.
It's a witch hunt? Destiny, do you know the point of a witch hunt? It wasn't that. The point of a witch hunt wasn't that, like, this lady's legitimately a witch. She's making your penis soft, right? She's giving you erectile dysfunction with her womanly magic. She's making it so your crops don't grow. She's cursing your animals so they get sick and die, right? But also there's probably a lot of other witches out there, and it's really unfair if we burn this witch and not the, not the 10,000 other witches out there. That wasn't the point of the witch trials. It wasn't that these women actually were witches, but they were being singled out. That wasn't the problem. The problem is that it was a fucking moral panic, Destiny. Do you think that this is a moral? Do you think this is? We've been through a lot of moral panics, chat. We got moral panics happening around DI, around trans people. That's Christopher Rufo, motherfucker. That's what a moral panic looks like. That chick annoyed me, which, yeah, she says she's no comment chick, but she actually comments quite a bit. What a burn her at the stake. Burn her at the stake. Yeah. Also, witches aren't real. Yeah. That's what the point is. That their dick was getting soft because of arterial dysfunction, right? Because of a circulation problem, not because of a witch casting a spell on them or anything like that. I know that sounds weird. Like I sound crazy. But seriously, like the accusations that were made against witches were they cursed my pig and he died. They cursed my crops and they did not grow. Well, yeah, there's a drought. That's why your crops aren't growing, right? Everybody's crops are kind of fucked. No, it was definitely the witch. It was definitely the witch that did it, right? Or yeah, sometimes it would be like something like like they always had this idea that witches had a power over a man's penis, right? They were stories that witches would keep. They would take men's penises away and keep them in a bird's nest, like like in what is that show? Big Mouth. The hormone monster that has he has like multiple dicks. And they're all like they're like detached and they're like alive and they move around and stuff like that. That's what they thought. They legit thought that these ladies had like a bird's nest where they'd put the stolen penises in and they'd come around, once a day and feed the penises corn, right? This is the kind of fucking moral panic, right? And it makes no sense. It's fucking it's madness, but it's a madness that was shared by the society, and therefore it had the power of death, of capital punishment, of really cruel capital punishments behind it. They were all white women, so they probably were witches in a sense.
Program, right?
Not out of the program. What we want is these companies like Chorus to prioritize and center disclosure. And in fact, Stephen, what they have shown is that they continue to double down on lack of disclosure. They still will not publish the full list of creators. They still won't release these creators from their NDA. There are creators right now that want to speak publicly, but are not able to. And there are creators desperate.
I feel like so many people have gone live and spoken publicly about this. That seems hard.
No, they haven't. They've gone live and they've spoken only in the way that they're allowed to about Chorus specifically, but they're not speaking publicly about the sort of the nature of
Columbia Rican. I remember growing up back in Brooklyn, people had some weird witch theories on goth women. Listen, this shit isn't even completely dead yet, right? If you go back and look at what the Satanic Panic was about, a lot of times it was like a situation where they would be like there'd be like a pagan family or something like that. Somebody would see that they had a pentacle or something like that in their house, and and they would be like, oh, that's clearly a pentagram. She's worshiping Satan and shit like that. But there were like childcare workers who were accused of being witches on no evidence. I think this is in San Antonio or something like that. They were all lesbian, and some of them were in jail up until very recently. Like this moral panic swept through the whole community, including the cops and judges. People got sentenced for, I think they were convicted of, it was the thing where they, had children come and testify that they had been part of some satanic ritual abuse perpetrated by these, by these healthcare workers, by these childcare workers. And yeah, people were put in prison for for decades.
these other programs, or sorry, I can't speak. The paid nature of the program. And so what I think that Chorus should do,
just to be clear, well, there have been people who have literally made videos saying they get paid by Chorus, they're in Chorus.
Now they have, yes, now they have, yes. But they're not talking about the aspects of the sort of non-disclosure. And that what I think would be valuable is for Chorus to say, listen, we value transparency. We realize that this program was not maybe as transparent as it should have been starting out. We want
should have been according to you, right?
Well, according to every ethics expert.
According to the public interest, Destiny, why are you missing this? Oh my God. Chat, what is this entitlement? What is this entitlement that us, and don't tell me male privilege, you're probably right, but like seriously, he's not recognizing the role of a fucking journalist. I don't know how much of this is just like, this is like old shit that's like fallen by the wayside, and I only know from like watching old movies. Maybe everybody is like fucking brain rotted like Destiny. I mean, this is scary to me. This is fucking scary to me. Like the fact that he's just oblivious to the concept of public interest, right? And he's looking at what she's doing as solely through the eyes of persecution of these of Chorus, right? Like that somehow Brian Tyler Cohen and Chorus have a right to, you know, keep their little project 100% secret, and that her following up leads of people that were offered a spot on Chorus or people that accepted a spot on Chorus is some kind of persecution. It is not. Like, is civics just fucking dead?
Expert that we asked in media, and I think according to what the public expects from creators, which is a level of transparency where if you're going to take money from a political group for political purposes, you should disclose that. And so I think what Chorus could do to set a good example and to, you know, to help build a more transparent political media ecosystem, which I think
yeah, good point, Columbia Rican. Yeah, BTC and Dusty have done content together in the past. They seem pretty friendly with each other. Yeah, he's looking at this through the eyes of like the interest of Brian Tyler Cohen, not the interest of the public or even like Democratic voters, right? This is blowing my mind. Tanky Gooner says he's not a smart man, but he thinks he's smart. Destiny, yeah, pretty much. Dusty's just not smart in general. Yeah, he's a bit of a midwit, that's for sure.
All want, if we're somewhat on the left, we want more transparent, you know, ecosystem in political media. Say like, hey guys, you are free to talk about this. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I was surprised that they didn't announce the program, because even now they still
they have announced, right? Like, I think Brian Tyler Cohen and I think David Pakman months ago announced that they were starting this program, right?
No, they didn't announce anything about the 1630 fund or any of the funding stuff. They announced that they were doing the public facing program. Sure, that's never been a secret. That's on the website. But this private paid program was not announced. Of course, now it's all public since I've reported on it. But
didn't they have like the application thing like on the website? You could apply to join Chorus if you wanted to.
You could apply to join the public thing, but that wasn't the same as this like paid thing, which is private. So of course they're soliciting creators for it. There's one creator in the story, right, who's quoted, who applied for it, who heard about it. It was spreading around, like creators themselves were sort of talking about it. But I think we need a lot more transparency. Another thing that
if the maximum transparency was like the goal, I feel like the easiest thing would then just to be publish the contract, which if you've gotten several of them, you can compare them, you can see, well, but why don't you go? You're the one who wrote the story.
I work at Wired. I work for Wired, and unfortunately they, you know, that is their stance of not publishing the source material because they are concerned about, you know, potentially identifying stuff. I'm with you,
Stephen. Did Wired tell you explicitly on this story that you were not allowed to publish? That was Wired's decision and not yours, that you weren't allowed to publish the contract for this?
We've made the decision that we're not going to publish the source material.
Well, of course, I know you've made that decision because it isn't published, but I'm asking, was it Wired that prohibited you from publishing it?
I'm willing to go back and have a conversation.
Columbia Regan says Destiny probably was told to get gotcha on Taylor Lorenz, and then he would be welcomed back into the Democratic Party. This is a theory I'm starting to see. Oh, interesting. Just a theory. A game theory.
With the lawyer about it again. But what I would say, Stephen, is that Brian Tyler Cohen is a stakeholder in Chorus. If he feels that this story is false, he could, we don't even have to do it publicly, right? He could go to Wired and say, here's the actual contract. Here's the proof that shows that your story is wrong. And Wired would correct it. And Wired has not received any proof from any.
Nathan Drake with the comment of the day so far. Is this entire thing Taylor explaining to Destiny how journalism? Yes, that's exactly what this whole thing is. That's a better synopsis than AI could write. Yeah, that's it. You've encapsulated it. Oh, how journalism works. Yeah, that's what you were. I don't know. I kind of like how journalism, but yeah, same thing, right? No, this is a lot of this conversation is Destiny just not knowing shit about journalism, and I don't know. I mean, these guys always exploit their audience's ignorance. That's why what she's doing is really hard, right? I always say that you can educate or you can debate, but you can't do both, right? When you're debating somebody, if you are caught explaining, you're generally going to lose. But somehow she has managed to flip that on its head, and I gotta say, non-existent hats off to her. All right.
Any of these creators privately that it's wrong, and so Wired doesn't need to post like receipts or whatever to stand by their reporting. And what I would say to these creators is, if you are going to continue to say that it's a lie publicly, then at least provide proof to the company privately to get a correction on the story. There's not a single correction on the story. And trust me, they would put a correction on the story. If we had proof myself, I mean, I hold myself to standards. Like, I would love to see proof, that they like, hey guys, like all those contracts, everything else you got, all the Zoom meeting, that's all fake, whatever, like this, something else refutes it. Like, sure. But they haven't provided any of that proof privately or publicly. And I think that's because they don't actually care. I'm speculating here, but it seems to me that it's easier for them to respond to a story like this instead of, making it about discussions around transparency. It seems to me that what they instead want to do is, or what they have done, is do all of these silly personal attacks accusing me of being friends with Tucker Carlson or other nonsense like this. I don't know if you've seen this online, but this is what Brian Tyler Cohen responded doing. And they've also been saying things that aren't
Brian
in the
Tyler,
article.
I think he released a 5-minute video, and I think like 3 seconds of that was related to that. But the rest of that video was responding with
3
substance.
seconds.
Shut the front door. Shut the motherfucking front door. I'm sorry, only 3 seconds of that was vile, blatant defamation. He's got a pretty good batting average, chat. It's a 5-minute video. There's 60 seconds in a minute. That's 300 seconds, right? And only 1% of that content was grossly defamatory. How dare you? What? Like, this is purity testing, chat. I can't believe you would purity test Brian Tyler just because he did 1% of his 5-minute video was utterly ridiculous and defamatory, easily disprovable by anybody who fucking knows anything, right? How dare you criticize him for that? It's the 3-second rule. That's what I invoked when I dropped my cow soy today. Chat, you didn't think I was going to let those noodles. I did lose my coconut milk. I did lose the soup, which is sad. It's a tragedy, chat. Anybody ever had cow soy? Anybody know? Like it's not one of the more prominent Thai foods, right? It's more of like a northern dish. Chiang Mai, I think is, where it kind of comes from. But it is fucking delicious. It's kind of like a coconut curry soup, and then it's got yellow noodles, It's got sometimes you'll get it with like potatoes and carrots, or other vegetables. There's usually like a meat on it. I just got like baked chicken from this one vegetarian place in mine, and then you put crunchy noodle, those crunchy noodles, you put the crunchy noodles on top of it, and then you add a little bit of pickled cabbage into it too. Sometimes like a little squeeze of lime. I mean, it's fucking delicious. It's fucking delicious, right? Spicy too, very spicy. But yeah, I lost all of the broth. Unfortunately, there was no saving the broth, but I did manage to try to take the noodles that hadn't hit the desk or the and make those still eat those. We'll see if that was wise in a few hours, right? I don't know. But yeah, 3 second rule, right? 3 second rule apparently applies to just lying your ass off, just utterly fucking defaming the shit out of somebody, right? Apparently the 3 second rule counts for that as well. Does Taylor ask him about his own PAC that got exposed for paying all his orbiters advertise? Are you talking about Alino? Are you talking about Progressive Victory? Or is there another? Are you talking about Ground Pack? Or what is it called? Ground Game? Ground Game USA or something?
Again.
It
Well,
was like 5
no,
seconds he
there's-
did. The rest of the
no,
thing was
he-
him refuting a whole bunch of the claims that were made in the
Well-
article. He didn't show the contract on.
He didn't refute shit. He didn't engage with shit. That was pure deflection and straw manning. And yes, then some I don't know how that is anything other than defamation. That looks like, I don't know. I know that's a legal, term, and I don't want to, throw it around willy nilly. But if that's not defamation, I can't imagine how. If that happened to be to me while I was holding a bowl of my favorite dish, yellow curry, it would destroy me inside. Yeah, it was pretty bad. And the other thing that sucked about it is that I ended up cleaning it up and throwing my backpack into the laundry, which is still going. Right when I don't know, I feel bad because I wanted to, that part of the debate was Progressive Victory is the one that got exposed. Yeah, okay. So you've probably seen this you've probably heard. I'm guessing, Lino, you've heard about Progressive Victory through like Hassan or Bad Empanada. So, I mean, I covered this when it happened, and yeah, there's also dark money involved in Progressive Victory. There's also like a lot of incompetence that was involved in Progressive Victory. I think that's their biggest sin was the incompetence. It started out with as a Brianna Wu run organization.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Taylor's informant is Abundance Throat, who handed her a Gmail of chorus contracts in Michael Bloomberg's garage. The DNC already has the beehive bugging her home for the...
Oh, I love this. I love this lore that Davy is dropping on us, right? Taylor's informant is an abundance. I'm sorry. The one thing you got wrong is it's pronounced abundance, right? Abundance, just like la boo boo, just like debunking, right? It's actually abundance, right? There's 2 O's in there. But other than that, yeah, no, that's a serious lore drop. Handed her a Gmail drive of chorus contracts in Michael Bloomberg's garage. The DNC already has a beehive bugging her home for the DNC. No doubt. No doubt. Looks like the laundry is done. I said Brianna Wu like Scooby-Doo? Wait, how is it like... Yeah, the Labubu dance. Exactly. Brianna Wu, Scooby-Doo. Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu. Oh my god, what the fuck, chat? Would you do it for a Scooby snack, Brianna? Would you do it for some cis approval? Brianna Wu. I can't. Okay. Yeah, wow. Did you see the Abundance Political Compass? No, I haven't seen that. Greta Thoo.
Screen, which I guess is what he would have to do.
He didn't show any proof of anything that he claimed. He
True.
also
But neither did you. Did I predict what Destiny's about to say? Do you think?
But you
falsely
also haven't
claimed-
shown any proof of it.
Yo! Oh, chat. Did I pre-watch this part, though? It's hard to say. I'm trying to remember. I remember watching part of this debate last night. Did I fall asleep? I think I actually don't know. Yeah, we'll call it a pre-watch, chat. Don't call it a pre-watch. Don't call it a pre-watch. Mama said watch you out. No, God, no, chat. I'm sorry. Anyway, you might be able to call it a pre-watch because I pre-watched it in my dreams. Let's just say I unconsciously picked that up, I guess. I think I fell asleep listening to this last night. Yeah, I think that's what happened. I spent 12 hours on stream yesterday, and luckily I ordered some food while I was still streaming, and then just basically I just went straight to bed, and still did not get enough sleep. So you can kind of tell. I wonder if dropping the cow soy is a function of the insufficient sleep. Here comes the boomers jokes. Yeah, there's like lots of them. Before you could even retract your message, Columbia Rican, please look into Brianna's 2018 run for a house seat in Connecticut. I would be looking for any form of approval after that utterly embarrassing performance. Oh, yeah. I guess I haven't looked into that much. That could be, there could be some Easter eggs in there. Because I said Brianna Rue. Oh, I get it. Like Brianna Rue. Wait, it's not Scooby-Doo though, right? Isn't there another dog that like, you'll say like, I'm drinking some sparkling water, and the dog is like, you're drinking from sparkling water? Isn't that another dog? Another cartoon dog? Yeah, we got the Scooby clout. The Scooby gang.
A thing that you're claiming either, other than
I'm a journalist that published it in Wired magazine. If he wants to go,
yeah, but you also chose not to publish the contract. That was your individual decision.
But again, it is published. My reporting is published in Wired. You're right. I could have gone on Twitter months ago and said, "Hey guys, scoop twitter.com. I'm going to publish receipts." Like this is what a lot of people are used to.
Sure, you keep saying receipts like it's a social media term, but that's not true, right? If you've been a writer, no, absolutely, there are absolutely stories.
The only way it's not a social media the only way is if you're actually talking about receipts, right? Originally, yeah, receipt. Like, I don't know, if somebody says that you're cheating on your wife at the bar and you've got a receipt from the grocery store across town that shows that you bought groceries at the same time that you were supposedly cheating on your wife, then yeah, I guess the receipt absolves you of the charge, right? I think that's kind of how it started out. Scooby has an Elvis-like twin. Is it an evil twin? An evil Elvis? Her main platform was unionizing game companies. Wait, what? Wait, she was pro-union? This part I didn't know. I know she made that really bad game. I know she now you say like fighting Gamergate trolls. I always want to make this point about Brianna Wu. Right? If Gamergate was a bus crash, and Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian were victims in that bus crash. They were on the bus when it happened. They got hurt. Right? Brianna Wu is the person that sees the bus crash, throw some dust all over her, and then gets on the bus and fakes an injury. Right? It's not quite the same. It's not quite the same, right? The way that Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian were attacked, and the way that Brianna Wu tried to use Gamergate for clout, right? I always want to point that out, right? Scooby does have an evil twin. Wait, I know. Yeah, wait, it's like the Goofy, isn't it? Doesn't he have a country cousin or something? It's like, who? I'm Scooby's cousin. What is his name? Like Scooby Don't or something, chat? You know what I'm talking? Anybody know what I'm talking about? There's like another Scooby. There's a Scooby cousin, right? Or Scooby uncle or something, right? Isn't there? Is Elvis Scooby the one that jumps over stuff in a motorcycle? Or is that? Oh no, that's the evil. That's the Evil Knievel. Scrappy. Oh, Scrappy's definitely evil. Yeah, like canonically so if you watch the movies, right? Scrappy is evil. But who am I thinking of, chat? What's his name? Is his name Scooby Don't? Scooby Dumb. Okay, that sounds right. Is there a Scooby Don't? It feels like they really missed an opportunity of giving him an evil twin named Scooby Don't. And maybe he looks just like Scooby, and so like he'll like swap himself out with Scooby, and like the Mystery Inc. gang will think that it's Scooby, but really he's like with the guy pretending to be a ghost, trying to fool them. Talk about Scooby-Doo. Who remembers the Hex Girls? Wait, is that part of Scooby McDuck? Oh my God. Does he have a cane that he bounces on? Does he go to the moon and like listen to really awesome music while he's bouncing around in zero gravity? Sniper was real. Gamergate was the most important thing in political history and wasn't the dumbest nerd shit ever. Scooby, she already done has hearses. Wait, what? Sounds more like a Scooby who's straight edge. Wait, straight edge Scooby? Like XXX Scooby? Scooby says no to snacks and he'll beat your ass if you eat snacks yourself.
Stories that are published where tons of information
Scooby just robbed a drug dealer
is really
in Philadelphia, chat. Scooby, what is that called? Scooby's part of the Courage Crew.
Sometimes the source material is released publicly, sometimes in certain instances. And there is a whole...
In certain instances where anonymity can't be guaranteed, but in an instance where you've received multiple contracts, where you can compare the contracts from one to another to verify that the language is unique from one to the other, you very easily can publish an entire contract without damaging any of the individual creators.
Oh my God, are you fucking serious? Curiosity hooked me, and I had to look it up. In addition to Scooby, they also have... Wait, they have Scrappy-Doo. Okay, yeah, we know Scrappy-Doo. He's the little puppy that I was like, let me splat him, let me at him, Uncle Scoob, right? I guess he's Scooby's nephew or something, right? There's Scooby Dum, the country cousin that's like, Scooby D. I don't know if I'm familiar with Scooby D. Ruby Doo, is Ruby Doo like the female Scooby? And then Yabba-Doo, is that like a caveman Scooby? It's like a Flintstone Scooby. I'm a hex girl and I'm gonna put a spell on you. Wait, was it a band in the show or something? Or wasn't there like a larger extended Scooby universe too, where didn't they try to repeat the formula with like Josie and the Pussycats and like the caveman guy and the God, there was a shark too, right? Scooby Shark or Sharky Doo or something. Scoobity Toilet. Yeah, the Scoobity cinematic universe, right? By Da Fuck Boom. We got to make Scooby in what is that? What is the game? Half-Life?
Right?
Scoobity Riz.
No, so what we can't confirm, Stephen, and this might be what you're getting stuck up on and confused on, is that we can't confirm, we just can't confirm. We haven't seen the rest. Like, we can't confirm what is identifying and what is not unless we saw all the contracts, right? We just don't know. And there's no reason for us to do that.
Wait, they also have Skippy Doo and Howdy Doo? Who's Skippy Doo?
When our reporting has not been challenged. If our reporting was being challenged,
the reporting, they just haven't published their contracts
without any
yet.
facts,
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, if somebody says a thing, somebody can refute it.
David Lux says, is Destiny saying he doesn't believe in journalism? Either that or he is just like profoundly ignorant. And look, if he's not young enough to be able to like claim, it's not like he wasn't around like when journalism existed. I think it's just that he's incurious and anti-intellectual, but at the same time wants to present himself as a big brain debate lord. So maybe my brain was superior even in as a little babe in the 90s. Mostly just watched my favorite Psycho Speed Racer. Mr. Scubarelli, you are a profound moron. Mr. Scubarelli, running defense for his gravy train. Yeah, I mean, he has friends with BTC, so Destiny do.
Without publishing a thing either, right?
I mean, Stephen, what you're arguing is something that a lot of people on the right argue, which is that unless you publish...
My favorite was the thing where Scooby gets together with celebrities. You know what I'm talking about? The celebrity version of Scooby-Doo? Where they get like Simon and Garfunkel, and somehow the gang runs into Simon and Garfunkel, and then they get wrapped into a mystery. Like somebody stole Garfunkel's voice and they have to get it back or something. I don't know.
This source material in the way that I like it. Why should I believe anything on Wired.com has any editorial standards? Why should I believe the Wired lawyers, the Wired fact checkers, the Wired editors, the Wired reporters? Why should I believe any of that? I'm not going to trust any of that. I'm only going to trust, sort of direct source material.
Yeah, but I think that's a great thing to some extent in that there are a lot of companies that do publish a lot of the source material, right? I'm pretty sure Wired even changed. I think Wired even changed their.
When was journalism real? I don't know, up until I mean, you started to see social media. Well, I mean, I guess you could argue that social media had an effect on the 2008 election. But this kind of like co-opting effect, I would put it at 2016. Like where you had like Facebook boomers getting fed fake, like the original fake news chat was right-wing news, pro-Trump news that was spread on Facebook. Like that's where that phrase comes from. Trump was the beneficiary of fake news, and then he co-opted the term and you know, used it so much as a way to just be like, yeah, fake news. Like, oh, is that story inconvenient for you? Does that story paint you in a bad light? Don't worry, it's fake news. It's fake news. It's fake news. It's been debunked. Abundance. Can we get abundance Trump somehow? What would happen if we crossed over Trump with Ezra Klein? Could there be an abundance Trump? That's like, I'm against the groups, folks. These groups, they're giving the Democrats bad incentives. The Democrats aren't bad on their own. It's the groups.
Their standards to that, where they don't do conversations on background anymore. They assume that everything is on the record when they're interviewing people, and I think they make that explicitly clear when Wired is communicating with people.
With spokespeople, that might be. I don't know.
Not with spokespeople, with everybody. I think Wired has an editorial standard now where they don't do on background.
We only get Cuomo. Wait, Cuomo's like the abundance Trump
anymore because they want to be able to source people's names directly. They don't want to just have anonymous sources. They don't want to rely on just a journalist claims for things.
I don't know if that is true, Stephen, and I would have to ask, but what I would say is the on back.
Yeah, what is this whole thing about addiction enabling in like old school cartoons, right? You're right. Shaggy was well, I mean, like you could see that Shaggy's kind of a stoner himself. Maybe Shaggy's probably getting high on his own supply of Scooby snacks, if I'm being real. So I don't know how much I can blame, you know, Shaggy, but you know who really did encourage an addiction? Do you know the cocoa? Oh my god, what the fuck is it, chat? It's a cocoa cereal. There's a bird that likes to eat it. In fact, he's like addicted to it. Like this cocoa cereal is like cocaine for this bird. And these kids, these cruel fucking bastard little children, right? They're always getting the bird high. Like the bird is like, I just got my 1-year sobriety chip. And they're like, hey, Sonny, we got another bowl of cocoa. What is it called, chat? What is the cocoa cereal that the bird eats? You go, Cocoa Puffs. Yeah. He's cuckoo. Like, right. He just got his 1-year sobriety chip. And then they're waving the Cocoa Puffs under his nose. I know you like this, Sonny. And it's like, oh, I can't help it. Oh, I've worked so hard on my sobriety, but I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. This is fucking evil. Fucking evil. What is up with children in cereal commercials? They're straight up evil. Like, remember the ones that they chased the leprechaun and they're like, they get the bird high on Cocoa Puffs.
Background stuff. I'm generally also sympathetic to the idea. I don't give comms people the benefit of on background conversations. Like there are reasons to do things.
Wait, you got it completely backwards. He's always trying to take it from the kids. Wait, what? No, that's the rabbit. That's the rabbit's trying to take the, wait. Isn't it the rabbit? Am I mixing up the bird and the rabbit? It's the companies pushing the sugar cereals, yeah. But luckily now, chat, we have Magic Spoon. If you want something that's not even food, something that's so artificial it won't even turn your milk different colors, then you can spend $60 on 6 boxes of it's the Cookie Crisp wolf mascot that he tries to take it. Wait, the wolf mascot? Oh yeah. Is he like he's got like the mask on like a robber too, sort of? Wasn't there like was it a wolf or a dog? No, the rabbit has it and the kids are trying to take it. Wait, I thought that was the leprechaun. That's Trix. Wait, Trix is the rabbit? Is Trix the one that's like the corn cereal? That one's kind of good, right? Trix. Wait, or am I mixing it up with Corn Pops? The dog dressed as a robber? Only remember Cocoa Pops, like chocolate milkshake. I saw a TikTok of a mother washing the coloring off of Skittles and washing off the coloring of Skittles. Oh, white Skittles to get rid of the colorant. Yeah. I only remember Cocoa Pops here, just like a chocolate milkshake, only crunchy. I guess Fruit Loops was the bird, right? That was like follow your nose. I always thought so. I thought the kids were trying to keep the tricks away from the bunny, but aren't they like feeding it? Aren't they enabling the cocoa bird's addiction? Magic Spoon is amazing because I remember when fake food at least was tasty. I've heard there's 1 or 2 flavors that are kind of good. But yeah, it's not food. It's casein mixed with whey. That shit is disgusting. You might as well just get a spoon and just shovel in like protein powder to milk, right? At this point. Kicks are the cornball things? Wait, I thought that was Cocoa Pops. Or like Cocoa, what is the one? No, not Cocoa Pops. Corn Pops, right? That's the one where the kid's like gonna kill people if they eat his cereal. He's like ideating on he's having like, you know, homicidal ideation based on somebody ate the last of the cereal. And then mom comes in with a new box and it's like, oh, crisis averted. Crisis averted. Your son was about to become a, like a multiple murderer, and but luckily, mom came back with the box of cereal, and everything's fine now. I work by the General Mills factory, so sometimes at night when I'm at work, it smells like cereal. I thought you were gonna say like weird shit goes on over there. I thought you were gonna say like all of the cartoon characters, now that they're like not in commercials anymore, they got them like locked up there or something, and like something weird goes on. I don't know. Cocoa Puffs is just cornmeal and chocolate. Yeah, but corn is food. Whey is a byproduct of food. Conversation is too white for Davy to keep up. Let's finish the Destiny thing.
Things on background versus not on background. All I will say is, Stephen, if you don't trust Wired's reporting, and if you don't trust their fact-checking process, and you don't trust...
Wait, Meat Blueberry? I think, is that the blueberry cereal that's like the monster thing? I don't think I ever saw that one. I think I heard of it. Yeah, I definitely tried the chocolate one... and the strawberry one, but I don't think I ever tried the blue one. American corn is not food. Good point.
The fact, you know, at that point, there's nothing that I just...
Golden Crisp? What the fuck is Golden Crisp?
Then I can't help you, because
Wired does...
Is that the one with the bear?
I think all you have to do is publish the contract, and then that makes everything abundantly clear. It's like, oh, okay.
Well, again, Wired stood by their reporting. They could provide any evidence
I know
privately
they've
to
stood by their
Wired.
reporting.
They
You
don't
keep
have
talking
to
around
do
this.
it.
It's very clever. I understand. But like, it was your choice ultimately to not publish the contract.
Yes, because I don't, you know why? Because I don't want to jeopardize my sources. And we had a lot of conversations, and I shared even a portion of the contract, and even my source reached out and was like, hey, I'm just not comfortable with this. And we ultimately want to respect our sources' right to, you know, not be discovered, right to privacy. They're very scared right now because there's a lot of legal threats that are going around. These sources are
how could one
terrified.
single source even know if you have multiple people who've shown you contracts?
One single source know what?
How could one single source reach out to you saying they were uncomfortable about some provision of the contract that was shared if multiple contracts have been shared with you guys? How would they even know?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You said that you published something in your article and somebody reached out to you saying they were worried about what you'd published.
No, not in the article.
I don't think Destiny's even listening at this point. The American desire to just eat 30 pounds of food, then question why it's so low quality.
I posted a small sliver of a screenshot of a clause in the contract. And I heard from one of my sources that was like, hey, I'm really scared because they're doing this legal. The
only thing cereal's really good for is post-workout. And even then, it's just like, I don't know. Like people are saying it's not food. Yeah, it's a little too, I don't know.
we're scared of getting sued. I just want to make sure that you're not going to share the contract because, again, the conditions that they shared it under is that it would not be posted all publicly on the internet, that we would report on it and we would use it for reporting material, but we would not post it on twitter.com, which is the agreement that I made when I reported on this story or when I initially. Now, could I revisit it with them? Maybe I will try. I've actually, like I said, I have fought so hard. It's ironic that you're pushing me on this because, Stephen, trust me, I have fought in every institution that I'm at to share more source material. I don't know if you remember my interview with Libs of TikTok. That interview was actually in the context of a 3,500 word story that I wrote totally separately that I think a lot of people didn't read. But I knew that actually publishing the source, the actual direct interview, would be the only way that people could sort of like truly understand what this woman had to say, and that where these quotes wouldn't be taken out of context and such. So I'm with you. I am totally with you on the transparency there.
You're saying this, but on this particular case, it sounds like Wired would be okay with you publishing the contract, but you decided not to.
Post-workout? No, seriously. I mean, when I used to lift, I'm not saying after you do cardio, right? That's ridiculous. I mean, it feels good to eat a pound of cereal after a 50-mile bike ride, but no, I'm talking about lifting. Don't you know about the protein sparing effect of carbohydrates, Stavvy? Don't you get your metabolic windows right?
No. First of all, I don't think they are okay with me publishing source material. As far as I understand, that's not something that we agreed to at all.
I didn't say you agreed to it, but you keep talking around this. But you chose not to publish the contract. If you went back to your editor right now and you said, I actually think I want to publish portions of this, you're telling me they would say no? Why
I
would say
already
you can't do
signed
that?
an agreement saying that I wouldn't. I signed an agreement saying that I wouldn't do that.
Wait,
so
with who?
I'm with Wired, that I agreed to report this stuff exclusively for Wired.
That's agreeing to report it exclusively for Wired, that you would give them the scoop on something. It's not the same as agreeing that you wouldn't publish any of the source material.
No. Stephen, please. I know that you haven't freelanced very much, but no, the point.
Oh, that was beautiful. Wow. Come on, give me the source, Taylor. Who's the mole? And he's gonna send that information straight to Brian Tyler Cohen. Right, that's what BTC asked him. We gotta find the mole. I mean, to be fair though, they do have moles. They I think at least some of their sources were people that actually signed the contract.
Point is that
Hold on, I'm sorry, just to be extremely clear, you're telling me that you have a clause in your exclusive reporting on this with Wired, a clause in your contract that says I will not publish any of the source material in my article that I write for this.
Yeah, what I signed on to, which is totally standard in a lot of freelance contracts, is that I wouldn't publish it, that I wouldn't publish, that I would reserve all of my exclusive reporting material for them. That means I'm not using it for a podcast. That means I'm not using it for social media.
Taylor,
Stephen, don't interrupt.
Well, I've signed a lot of these contracts and you're doing this game. You're doing the game.
If you keep interrupting me, we're not going to have a conversation.
Okay.
Are you going to let me finish speaking or are you going to keep interrupting me?
Okay, go ahead.
Please let me finish my thought before you interrupt me again.
Go.
Punish Steven. He's in timeout, chat. Steven just got detention. He lost recess privileges, right? He's going to be sitting in detention next recess.
For it.
There are many reasons why we're not publishing this material directly. All I can tell you, you don't agree with many of them, and you can litigate them with me all day and do debate stream, whatever. It is ultimately unproductive because the result is the same, which is that I am not publishing the...
Wait, did he just say he loves her? That is a thing that Destiny says a lot. For some reason, he said, yeah, I mean, like, look, normally that'd be a wild question. I'd be like, no, of course, why would he say that, right? But I have heard it. Usually it's when he ends a conversation. That's when he'll say, I love you.
Going to keep interrupting me.
Okay, go ahead.
Please let me finish my thought before you interrupt me again.
Go for it.
There are many reasons why we're not publishing this material directly. All I can tell you, you don't agree with many of them, and you can litigate them with me all day and do debate stream, whatever. It is ultimately unproductive because the result is the same, which is that I am not publishing the direct source material. Now, people can choose, before you interrupt and freak out, okay? People can choose to say, listen, I don't trust Wired. I don't trust their fact checkers. I don't trust their legal team. I don't trust whatever. I'm sympathetic to that because people don't trust the mainstream media. But what I would say to those people is that Wired does abide.
Let's see if we can. I didn't hear him say "I love you." Did anybody else pick that up? One of the chatters said that they thought they heard him say drop an "I love you" in there, which would like, yeah. My first thought was like, yeah, I mean, he does say that at the end of conversations sometimes. But like, also, like, is he gooning right now? Do you think he's gooning? Do you think he's just in a state of edging as we speak? Do you think that's what he does? Oh, look at that, chat. I'm looking at the screen right now. If you look at the Destiny on top, there's a little bit of a delay that we're seeing here. And so Destiny in real time has closed his eyes, but because of the delay, the Destiny in the image down below, the Discord image with Taylor Lorenz, he's got his eyes still open. Oh no, chat. I'm noticing a really toxic former NCC chatter that I'm so glad. This chatter was like nightmare fuel to my mods. I am not gonna, and if you know who it is, please don't say their name, all right? Because, you know, this is a very not okay person, right? Yeah, my mods used to complain about this chatter. They were like, I dream of banning this chatter. But the chatter would always be a problem, but not enough of a problem to warrant a ban, and that's why the mods got super frustrated. Right? They were just, okay, so the bottom chat is Twitch. Sorry, bottom chat is YouTube. I think the middle one is Kick. And the top one is DGG. I think that's how it that's how it breaks down. Yeah, God, I'm so glad, chat, that all of these fucking Destiny chatters like left my chat, left my community, stopped watching me when I criticized Dylan Burns. That's the best mistake I ever made. Right? I say best mistake because at the time, you know, it cost me about half of my subs on YouTube. I had half of my subs unsubscribed. I'm not kidding, chat. I'm not exaggerating. About half of my subs unsubscribed to me. You know, people were like, she's done, she's cooked, she's fucking, you know, like, right? People were like spitting on my grave and shit. And no, that was the best mistake. That was the best mistake, to criticize Dylan, because I no longer have to deal with some of these chatters. It's beautiful. You are so much better.
Heavy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Oh no, my secret alt account Dav69 is on DDG chat right now.
Is that right? Yeah, there you are. There you are, Davy. We got you in, you know, you alt exposed. Wait, meanwhile, Hassan is at his FAP top. Wait, does Hassan have a FAP top? I mean, to be real though, I would give a streamer like maybe some this was Dylan Burns, chat. I just, you know, he did something stupid with his platform. A lot of people were criticizing him for it, but then he'd go on their stream and debate them. And what you're supposed to do, because it's kayfabe, with Dylan. You know, I mean, I guess everybody but me knew it was supposed to be kayfabe, right? You debate him, but then at the end you let him you let him beat you and you roll over for him. I'm the one that didn't roll over for him, and you know, they had to make an example. They had to make an example of me. But yeah, it just ended up being a really good thing. Doesn't Dylan claim Hassan is anti-Ukraine? Yeah, and pro-Russia. Yeah, he claims Hassan is a communist Putin supporter or something. But yeah, wait, what's the FAP top? Does Hassan have a FAP top? I mean, like, cause look at that. Look, like Vosh obviously masturbates at the same computer, you know, ostensibly that he streams on, right? Which is gross to think about, that your streamer, when he's not on stream, is sitting at that computer, you know, looking at images of like, you know, looking at images of lolies and horses and just going to town on his meat stick, right? Just going ham on his ham, right? I don't want to think about that. That's gross, right? I find that gross. The idea that my streamer might be like, wouldn't it be gross? Anyway, I don't want to make this about Russian talking point was used a lot on live stream fails. Yeah, Crimea River. A Russian river. Ha ha ha. Didn't he claim that Hassan doxed him? No, that was really recent, Marmar. Yeah, no. Well, let's see, what are we getting? We're getting, looks like we're getting Chapo so far. If we get to 200 though, Hutch and Ethan cry about Hassan is the next topic. So wait, let me just add 130 is where we're supposed to be at, right? It should say 130. Let's put it at 130. We are 70 away from unlocking double bonus content, and the second bonus content would right now it looks like it would be I need to find a way to like put the poll on stream somehow. I don't know if that there's a way to do that. Can you get a No, I think all I can do is like end the poll, which is not a good idea. Trying to eat your fruity pebbles. I'm sorry. But yeah, if Vosh had a FAP top, right? If he had a dedicated laptop for pleasuring himself, then that the whole lowly horse drama never would have happened. Did somebody do a dark side fill? Not exactly. Well, you know about Vosh, right, Davy? Like Vosh wasn't, he didn't get caught like doing a dark side fill. He got caught accidentally showing the folder that he dark side fills from off stream, right? He accidentally streamed his Spank Bank, which was in his, I guess his tax folder was like, it's in the same folder as his taxes, right? It's wild. Fucking wild. But yeah, the grossest part of the Vosh drama was the implication that if you are a Vosh fan, if you watched, and a lot of people, you know, watched Vosh for years and years and years and years, right? Like, I don't know. I would have, even if I was like the dirtiest, nastiest, sweatiest Vosh fan in the world, I think I would have stopped watching just because I would not be able to stop myself from thinking that when Vosh is not on stream going over content, he's at that same computer like jerking it. And it's just like it would have ruined Vosh for me had I been a Vosh fan. No amount of context, chat. No amount of context, no amount of cope would have made me, you know, want to watch him after that. But I'm a different person than most of them. Dylan Burns is a guy I have not been able to stand from the first time I heard of him. Well, Alino, don't you know that he's the youngest foreign policy advisor for any presidential campaign ever? I mean, how could you, he's a wunderkind, Dylan, right? In fact, I'm told that in Ukraine, they call him Delunchka. There's a legend of a man, well, a boy, according to most of the people that he talks to in Ukraine. How do I know that they think of him as a boy? Because they call him Delunchka. So you know how in Spanish you can add ito, like somebody's name is Carlo and you call him Carlito, little Carlo, or like Carlos, right? And you call him Carlitos, right? You know how you can add ito to imply like the small version of, right? Apparently in Ukrainian, if you take the name Dylan and you modify it to be Dilunchka, which is what he gets called by a lot of the Ukrainians he encounters, right? This means like Dylan the boy, which no, he's not a minor. He's in his 20s, right? But he kind of gets disrespected. He kind of gets disrespected in the front row lines. I don't know. I keep all my craziest yaoi dojin folder next to my folder I keep for my work PDFs. The risk is exciting. Yeah, Dracula, like Draculito. Wait, I want to see Taylor versus a chick's name. Oh wait, who's the chick's name? You mean Destiny? Is that the joke you're making? Destiny, that's a woman's name? That's what my parents call me? I'm Israel Jr., so I am Israelito. So yeah. So Delunchka. Yeah, Delunchka is what Comrade Dylan is called. And the other thing that really worried me, like I haven't really watched a lot of Dylan's Ukraine content. Oh yeah, I figured you were making a joke. Davi, the other thing that really worried me about Dylan, like I saw like I don't know, I saw an image of him in a helmet, and that shit wasn't on straight. Now, chat, if you are a cyclist, you might know that adjusting the straps on your on your bike helmet is really important. It's really fucking important. If you don't have your helmet on straight while you're riding your bike, that helmet might not afford any protection to your noggin, and your noggin's carrying some important stuff potentially, right? But so I can only imagine like what having your like helmet in a combat situation, I can only imagine like it I don't know, Chad, you know what I'm saying? Like it made me worry he's not taking it seriously. Like he was on the front lines from what I understand, right? I mean, yeah, he's staying in Poland at various times, maybe during the, most, early on, but yeah, he had his helmet was not on straight, and it made me worry. It made me worry.
By standard journalistic practices. And if Brian Tyler Cohen or any of these other people had provided information, not publicly, but reached out to Wired with information that counteracted the facts of the story, or reached out to me with information that disproved the facts of the story, there would be a correction on the story. And so I welcome them even still to provide any information privately. If they don't want to do it publicly, they could still get corrections on the story. They would just have to provide evidence that what we reported was false. So far, they have not done that. Now, listen, you can disagree with this decision not to publish the contract directly, but that is a decision that I made with the sources, and that I made with Wired when I agreed to give this reporting to them instead of doing it online. And please, you can critique me and disagree with me on that, but it is completely counterproductive to go around in circles and litigate this over and over again when the end result is the same. And
he's being an energy vampire, chat. Like he's literally making her go. Like I don't know. It's not good to entertain arguments where the person you show the person what's wrong with their claim and they just repeat it, right? That's a bad conversation to be a part of. Davy Cliff, he fought Putin. Dylan fought Putin with a katana on the top of the Kremlin, very similar to the ending of Metal Gear Solid 2. Yeah. You ever heard of the Ghost of Kiev? You ever heard of the Ghost of... Who do you think the Ghost of Kiev was, chat? They're under attack from Russia. Russia's trying to fly in, they're trying to take over Kiev. And, it's kind of a blitzkrieg attack that got a little bit stuck in the mud. and stuff. But yeah, there was one man flying a mysterious plane and just taking out the Russian Air Force, and that man was Dylan Burns, aka the Ghost of Kiev.
And it sounds like you disagree with that, and I'm sympathetic.
Advisory: this dude is a pedophile. She shouldn't be talking to him. Yeah, I'm wondering why she agreed to talk to him too. He doesn't even really have that much. Like at this point, chat, like he's down to like less than 4,000 viewers.
To that disagreement, because I have also been in these newsrooms where I've advocated repeatedly for us to put more things on the internet. But that is what it is. And so I guess we will just have to agree to disagree on that point. There are a lot of other things related to this article that I think are a lot more pertinent that we could be debunking, that we could be discussing. And instead, you just want to do this, litigate this thing that is ultimately unproductive. We are just going to fundamentally disagree, and the result is the same.
And I understand, and that's fine. We can disagree on this particular thing, but it's just in an article where it seems like you're advocating for a maximalist approach
Burns of Liberty, is that a StarCraft reference?
to transparency that transcends even what the law requires, right? Which is that you want every single content creator, influencer, talent agency, whatever, to be doing these maximal disclosures about money going around, things that exceed what you yourself see. Even Fox News wouldn't make these types of disclosures. It's just interesting that in that same article, you on your own made the choice not to publish the contract that would easily resolve every single claim.
Not on my own.
Just to be clear, that when I say on your own, I let you go. You have to let me finish, okay?
Yes.
Because every time I ask you if you
Yes.
would have published this, if you would publish the contract, you keep saying we. I understand that you made decisions in conjunction with your editor or whoever you signed with to release this article for. And then when I asked you about publishing the contract, you said you went on to describe parts of your contract, and then you imply that I haven't seen these contracts.
Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. I got it. What am I thinking of, chat?
It sounds like I've seen just as many, if not more than you, because I know exactly what you're describing when you talk about not publish it anywhere else. And you're just talking about the exclusivity agreement that you had with Wired. You're not talking at all about what you were allowed to publish or the source material being published or not. You were just explaining that you weren't allowed to publish that source material on your Twitter or in any other place. That's just a standard exclusive contract. I understand that, but it has nothing to do with the substance of the question I asked.
Stephen, again, this is just completely unproductive. I have gotten in trouble at news organizations for publishing source material directly. I have gotten in trouble many times over. I'm not about to.
The easy question is, like, would Wired block you from publishing the contract? Would Wired say, no, you cannot do that?
Wired, I have no idea. I'd have to talk to them.
Isn't there something with like Raiders that's like wings of something or other?
Again, and I'd have to have conversations
where they get the what the fucking, I can't even remember what the units are called. Isn't there like an airborne unit for the Terrans in StarCraft 2?
My sources about
it. That's fair.
That's fair. So again, the end result is the same. But not publishing. Not talking about publicly. Once again, these creators could disprove this by reaching out directly, and they have been unable to.
Mr. Devoid of Contextuality?
To refute the facts of our story. So,
and I think they should do that. I don't know why they haven't done that. They should do that. Yeah.
And next time, you know what? I take your point. Next time that I report a scoop, maybe I will spend a little extra time negotiating and saying, by the way, I'm going to release this amount online and I'm going to do this and this. Or maybe I'll just post it on Twitter. I have done that myself with stories sometimes before where I'm like, you know what? I'm actually not even going to do this for a news org. I'm just going to go ahead and post some stuff publicly, because I think that this is a better way to communicate the story. So feedback accepted.
Utna2 says they literally have no idea how anonymous sources work. Yeah.
And I understand what you're saying because I am on the same side. I think we all want more transparency. What I would say is that I'm a journalist, and what we are asking for in terms of the subjects of our article, this is a political effort. And I think transparency in terms of communication about who's getting paid is so important in politics. I keep calling you Destiny. Stephen, wouldn't you agree that it's important for people to disclose when they're getting political funding? That's important, right?
I think it's essential, but that's why I advocate for changing the laws. I would never push just one group or one side or one thing to do that because it just puts you at a disadvantage because now you're disclosing stuff and nobody else is.
Mr. Boonelli.
So now people are just going to attack your disclosures, and now nobody else has to make the same types of disclosures. But I do agree with you in terms of I think that I listen, as much as I disagree with a lot of your stuff, I'm glad that you unmasked the Libs of TikTok account, okay? I think it's really weird that there's a lot of people in alternative media that have a huge sway over our political conversations and we don't even know who they are.
Oh my god. Do you see what this is? This is Destiny justifying his doxing, right? We went over this a while ago. Yeah, ironic that they're going after Hassan for release for transmitting, I guess. reviewing private information of people, which I think was what Dylan Burns's zip code that was made public on Progressive Victory. But yeah, Destiny, he's going after enemy of the VOD Doobie right now, chat. He keeps on mentioning like over and over again Doobie's like, occupation or purported occupation, and basically implying that he really wants to dox Doobie. And like I guess they supposedly doxed Queeman and J-Stalk, although those may be fail doxes. But yeah, Dan, you've seen Dan Saltman justify this kind of stuff, right? In fact, I think Dan might be the one that might be the Mr. Doxarelli. That's right. Excuse me. That's right. Mr. Doombarelli. City and zip code.
Might be paid for.
Well, yeah, I guess the zip code implies city.
Where they work for. So I think there is a great value in that. I guess just curious, the only other the biggest, strongest claim that I had seen was that like people who would even reference being in the program would be that the contract said that they'd be like kicked out. Was that like a clause in the contract written too, that if people acknowledged that they were in chorus or that they were getting paid, that they could be cut from or kicked out of the program?
Yeah, creators told us that if they had violated any terms of the contract, they could be kicked out. And I think that is part of violating the contract would have been to go public. There are these these agreements, or there is this language in the contract that says this is not public and you cannot disclose basically that you're in this program or disclose the identity of the funder. And that is something, again, that these creators, some of them, wanted to do. Mm-hmm. And they did not want to just get online and say, hey guys, I'm being funded by the 1630 fund or whatever, because they understood that they would be kicked out, because that would be one of many things that they could do to violate the terms of the contract. And if you violated the terms of the contract, of course, you would suffer the consequences of that.
Sure. Okay. I mean, that also sounds kind of standard. If you violate terms of a contract, they'll probably kick you out. But the disclosure part, I guess, also depends on how it's being disclosed. I feel like there's probably reason for some caution there, right? In that, there was one part of your article mentioned they needed permission first. I can kind of understand that to maintain the FEC standing, right? You wouldn't want somebody doing some event and saying like, oh, hey, I'm part of Chorus and, that's why I'm here doing this thing. If Chorus has nothing to do with it, and then Chorus could get roped into a whole FEC debacle where it's like, wait, this was for, they were with an AOC event and now they said that Chorus helped them. So there's like a huge issue here and they shouldn't have said that, I feel like some of those things are kind of fair. Yeah.
I totally, I get it. But one thing that I would say, Stephen, and I think actually Tina Nguyen and Mia Sato at The Verge had a really great piece. They did publish this discussion on The Verge, which has also been doing amazing reporting on the influencer industry and politics, about kind of like this strategy of non-disclosure. And they compared it to the Koch network, which is something that the 1630 fund is compared very frequently to the Koch network, in the sense that they're both these big dark money groups. And in many ways, according to Politico, at least, like the 1630 fund is sort of this liberal response to the Koch network. And what Tina herself was a Koch fellow, like she was in the right-wing media herself. Now she reports on it. I thought what she said was so smart in that piece, where she was talking about like kind of why the Koch network actually has become less relevant over recent years. And in part it was because it had this, it had this air about it where it was these sort of like shadowy billionaires like funding things, and people sort of didn't like, especially around the Tea Party times, that they were sort of like funding this, fake grassroots movement. Like people didn't like the idea that that this was all happening in secret, and people don't like to feel like their political or, media ecosystem is polluted by these like weird dark money forces like on the right or the left. And so I think what's interesting about what 1630 is doing now is, and what Tina argues in her piece with Mia, is that like they're sort of pursuing this strategy that ultimately failed. Whereas like something like Turning Point USA, which is a lot more public, the Turning Point, kids, like those influencers like literally have at Turning Point like in their bio. It's this like public thing. That actually has been like, that sort of more public program has actually been more successful on the right. And so yes, the right still does a ton of like shady, dark influence stuff. But if you look at these big programs like Turning Point, which I've reported on a bunch myself, it is very like public in this way. And I wonder, and my question would be to 1630 and to Chorus, which they're not talking to me, but my question to them would be, why not just do it publicly? Why not just, why have these weird things where if it gets disclosed, it makes you seem untrustworthy? Like, why not just make this a public program? Wouldn't that, get more people involved. It seems like a lot of these people, like the fans of these people, would be excited for their favorite liberal creators to get funding, as long as they don't feel duped about it. So
what is
I don't know.
I'm just kind of curious because I've heard this term thrown around a lot. When you say that, like, or if somebody says that, like, so Chorus exists and then they are funded by the 1630 fund. What when we say dark money, I guess, what is your definition of dark money, or what? How like?
He got in a debate about dark money without understanding what that term means. Wow. Your TV just fell hard on the floor. Hopefully it wasn't the TV you were watching me on, right? Look at the DG, because that would hurt. Like, then I would feel that, right? If I was on the TV and you dropped it, I would probably feel that. Look at the DGG chat. They literally want her to release the names of the people that she talked to. They love to dox people so much.
How much?
Yes.
Yeah. How far back do you have to go for it to not be dark money? Yeah.
Definitely. So,
Excuse me, what? What the fuck does that mean? How far back do you have to go for it not to be dark money? What is he saying? He's pivoting in his next attempt to trap her in a gotcha? Maybe, I don't know. He just seems like largely ignorant about a lot of the subject matter he's talking about here. His chat did not... No, you're right, Advisory. Yeah, a lot of people did not read the article. A lot of people just filtered it through their favorite content creator.
I had Anna Mascolia, who is one of the, and I definitely butchered her last name, but she was managing editor at Open Secrets for like 7 years. She publishes a newsletter called Influence Watch. She is like one of the foremost journalists in the country talking about dark money. And I just made a video with her that's out today, actually answering this question. So I'll try to summarize what she told me. But basically dark money just means that you don't know where, you sort of don't know who it's from. And it's usually, and it's a political, like when people talk about dark money groups, they're not just talking about every 501c4 or whatever, nonprofit or whatever. They're talking about like a entity that has a certain structure that is meant to evade, that is for political purposes. That also you don't have, oh my God, I'm butchering it, but like you don't have to know who funds it. So the big issue with 1630 fund or something.
So wait, now you heard her just say the problem with the dark money is you don't know who it's from. What do you want to bet that he's going to interpret that as the recipient doesn't know? Which like isn't necessarily true, right? What it means is that they don't have to they don't have to file, they don't have to name their sources of money, right? The company. So you being the viewer, being the voter, right? In whose public interest it is to know this information, don't know who is behind 1630, for instance, right? You don't know where that money comes from. What do you want to bet that he's going to interpret that? Well, if you don't know where the money comes from, then how can you be bribed? Because obviously what Taylor is implying here is a simple bribe, a simple quid pro quo. That's the only thing that could be sus, the only thing that they could do that was wrong is it's only corruption if it's a simple quid pro quo. What do you want to bet? That is how Destiny interprets what she just said.
Some of these other big dark money groups, do they do a lot of great work? Yeah. I mean, 1630's funded a ton of like reproductive justice stuff. Like, I'm not saying like they're evil in some way, just the way that a lot of conservatives wouldn't say Koch network is evil. They believe that they're doing good. But we don't know who funds them. And the only way we find out who funds them is if people self-disclose. So sometimes public organizations disclose, like public Fortune 500 companies will donate to these funds, and sometimes they'll disclose. But lots of billionaires and foreign, billionaires and stuff will donate to these things, and we don't know. And so, this is why one creator, I don't know if you saw him, I forgot his name, but his TikTok went kind of viral. He was actually asked to be part of this 1630 funding program with Chorus, and Chorus is described as a project of the 1630 fund in the contracts.
How do you say it? Dracmoray?
Said, listen, I have security clearance. I have security clearance in whatever the government, and to maintain that security clearance, I have to be able to prove that I have never accepted money from any sort of foreign adversary. If I take money from a dark money group, you don't know where that money ultimately originated from. And so he couldn't join the program.
I don't know if that sounds not accurate to me, because if you don't know where the money's coming from, how can the foreign money be a corrupting influence?
Well, that's a really good question, right? Is that you don't know. So they're not directly corrupting you in the sense of like, they're not like, ooh, hey, like I'm so and so, and here's like, here's how I'm gonna influence you. The question I think arises with these dark money groups is because we don't know who's funding them. We don't know how much that's impacting their legislative agenda. We don't know how much that's impacting their policy initiatives. We don't know if some big
I'm thinking for like if you filled out like an SF-86 and you've had to, well, I'm not talking about the lawmakers, I'm thinking for the clearance form. Like generally when they're doing, when you're doing your SF-86 background checks and you're talking to people, it's to make sure that they don't have foreign relationships that they aren't disclosing to the government, because those can be corrupting or be used for leverage or other things, if you travel or whatever. So I don't understand like a dark money, like it's like imagine somebody's bribing you, but it's just $10,000 shows up in your mailbox and you don't know who it comes from. I don't know how that could be like disqualifying.
You'll have to take it up with him. But what he says on TikTok, and he's public and he's been answering people's questions on TikTok, so you should definitely go ask him. But what he said is that he had to prove basically that he had never received foreign money from certain places. His name, let me just get his name for you guys, because
Turning up the speed, chat. Let me know if it's too fast. But the reason I'm doing this is because we've got a little bit more than 30 minutes left, and this content is fucking dragging. Like, this conversation is dragging so bad. And I still want to show you what went down on the leftist mafia. I really hope we have time for that. Right, I'm very interested. And as tempting as it would be to push that off till tomorrow and have an easy leftist mafia thumbnail to make for tomorrow, I feel like it belongs with this content. I especially, I feel like they're, I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can make it go faster.
Then you can go yourselves and
but also
and
it wouldn't be receiving foreign money. It'd be receiving money from the 1630 fund, right?
Well, so but the foreign money could, and we're saying foreign, basically money that he couldn't accept could be funded there. Hold on, let me just grab his. It's Shane Morris.
Okay, sure.
So if you
Shane
go
Morris.
Commander Styles, manipulation is just covert influence. The people being influenced don't know the real goal of the influence, or even that they're being influenced at all in many cases. Yeah.
Shane Morris, you guys can go ask him these questions.
But
now,
like if I have a W-2 employee and I get paid and I make money from different things, like that W-2 employee, they only have to disclose that they're being paid by LLC. It doesn't matter where my money comes from, right? Yeah.
Well, you should ask this to Shane, who's very public and is talking about this. I did not talk to Shane for my story, so please don't drag him, because people keep saying he's my source and he is somebody that I saw actually after my story came out. But I think the issue is that we don't know the influence that these donors have on the 1630 funds agenda or policy agenda or programs, and so that's the concern with dark money. Is I personally would not
Making it move so much faster. This conversation is like watching a child try. Yeah, exactly. Right. This is like it's like not just a child trying to debate one of his teachers, like in a 101 class. You're talking about like a freshman who has just entered a program and may or may not stick with that major and just like knows nothing about the field. Yeah, trying to, dispute something with his teacher.
feel comfortable as a journalist taking money from somebody where I don't know where that money is coming from, because I want to have a certain level of transparency and I want to be able to communicate to my audience, hey guys, I've never taken money from XYZ. I've never taken money from Mark Andreessen, for instance, and I never would. And that is something that I feel like I can communicate confidently to my audience because I know exactly who funds me. And I think one problem with these dark money groups is that we don't know who funds them. And we just deserve more transparency on the political ecosystem across the board. You're right. This is a structural problem. This is not something that the creators themselves are going to solve. But we should advocate for less dark money in politics. Because one thing that the dark money groups really do, which is not even related to the course thing, is they're funding the PACs, right? And the super PACs. So PACs, of course, have to disclose, and they have to, I think you're part of one, right? You have to disclose.
I'm not part of any PAC.
Oh, you're not? Okay. take it back. I for some reason I thought you were. Anyway, but you know what a PAC is, right? The super PACs or whatever. So what these dark money groups will do is they'll sort of spin up, there'll be a dark money fund spin up, or they'll sort of spin off like a shell sort of group, and then that will just fund the PAC. And so we still don't really have transparency because we don't know who funded that dark money group. Now it's just a black box of money, and that black box of money is funding the PAC that's then doing political activity. So we just want a lot more transparency.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, because I'm kind of curious, because it's hard to, I guess, like differentiate between all these organizations. So obviously, a lot of people have said I was part of some PAC because I did a couple activations, I guess, with Progressive Victory a while ago. But I've seen people attack you over the Amidia or whatever,
Amidyar. I'm in a journalism fellowship right now. So yes,
but I'm just curious because of that, because they use that same like hybrid funding methodology to where the group that you work for, they are also funded by their 501c4.
No. So I'm funded by, I'm in an investigative journalism fellowship that one, I just should very much be very clear about, is not political. Okay. I'm not part of any political program or anything like that. This is an investigative reporting fellowship that is non-political, nonpartisan. It is just to support investigative journalism. It is funded by Pierre Omidyar, who's a billionaire. Now, Pierre Omidyar himself has donated to dark money, just the way that Lorraine Powell Jobs, for instance,
has donated to 1630. Yeah. You're not talking about college. You're talking about like a 7th grader. She's putting on that teacher voice. Yeah, I mean, this is the whole thing. She has to walk him through this. She's literally like, he's trying to debate her on stuff that he doesn't even understand. And then she's having to take him back to like the remedial level. Yeah, like a 7th grader.
Is a hybrid. I think it's a 527.
I think this is the way to debate destiny, though.
On one end, and then a 501c4.
I think that the teacher voice is very powerful.
And the 527 is able to bill about $15 million a year to the 501c4 quote unquote.
I mean, remember this guy likes age play, right? So you don't have to twist his arm to get him to, regress into a childlike state. He just does it naturally.
Money thing. What you say about being an independent journalist, couldn't somebody just who's part of Chorus say the same thing? And then you can challenge.
Because I know where 100% of the funding for my program comes from, which is directly from Pierre Omidyar. And Omidyar came out and gave a statement making this clear that they have not received any other
by him personally. You're not taking money from them.
Miko's Headphones says, I don't trust that he left PV. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't PV kind of, doesn't it go into hibernation between the elections or something? Is that how it works? Because Xander Hall was getting a fat check every month, right? Xander Hall was basically subsisting off of his PV money. And then when that got taken from him last, I think like October was the last month they paid him for, right? When that got taken from him in November, he almost had to quit streaming.
The
entity that I am part of, which is the Reporters in Residence program.
Yeah, the Reporters in Residence federal program. tax entity. That entity is part of a.
Chad, how bad is Destiny's chat? I keep on hearing people comment on his chat. Let me know if they're saying slurs or anything, okay? Because if it's anything like that, I need to cover it up.
Structure that does get money through the C4.
No, they're funded by Pierre Omidyar. So Pierre Omidyar is the billionaire. So you're confusing it. So dark money doesn't fund billionaires. Billionaires fund dark money.
Sure.
So
well, just
billionaires,
you're part of. I can see their 990Fs. Like they file these things publicly. They bill about $15 million a year. I think it was like $14.6 million last year to their partner 501c4. You can read on the Omidyar network website that your C4.
The entity that I am part of, which is the Reporters in Residence program.
Yeah, the Reporters in Residence federal program. tax entity. That entity is part of a hybrid structure that does get money through the C4.
No, they're funded by Pierre Omidyar. So Pierre Omidyar is the billionaire. So you're confusing it. So dark money doesn't fund billionaires. Billionaires fund dark money.
Sure.
So
well, just billionaires, you're part of. I can see their 990Fs. Like they file these things publicly. They bill about $15 million a year. I think it was like $14.6 million last year to their partner 501c4. You can read on the Omidyar network website that they operate in the cyber.
And I'm not part of any of that. I'm only part of the Reporters in Residence program, which gets 100% of its funding from Pierre Omidyar. That's his fund. That's what he funds it for. So now Pierre Omidyar himself, you're right, has given to dark money funds and does his own political things. I'm not disputing that. But I know where my money comes from, where I'm like, okay, do I feel comfortable taking this fellowship that is Pierre Omidyar's money? I personally do, because he funds The Intercept and he funds a lot of journalism programs. And it's also, I've worked for billionaires, unfortunately, my entire journalism career. I worked for The Atlantic as well, that's funded by Lorraine Powell Jobs, who I'm sure also gives money to dark money groups. Jeff Bezos.
For the Chorus people that reached out to you, for their paychecks, were they signed by like the 1630 fund, or were they signed by like the Chorus network?
As far as I understand, it was 1630, as far as I understand.
But you haven't seen any like deposits or check slips or anything?
I don't remember, but but in the communication, they say in the communication that we have, they say that it will say 1630 on it.
Gotcha.
And that's why like the contracts and stuff again. And I'm not saying that like these creators are evil for accepting this money. I think they're like what liberals will have, many people, and Anna clarifies this in the video that I made as well. Like what many of them will say is like, look, I don't like the system either, right? Like I don't like this.
Columbia Recon says they are just unhinged in the fact that they are literally running cover for Destiny and calling Taylor Dark Money Lorenz. Oh my God. He's infuriatingly stupid. Yeah, this whole conversation is pissing me off. The other thing that I hate about Debate Bros, and this was, you know, kind of reminds me of my debate with Are Relevant, is that when they can't win on the facts, they will try to win by stamina, right? These are people that stream for a long time. They're used to debating for hours, and a debate that should take, there's only enough content to discuss for 45 minutes gets stretched out into 4 hours if you let them, right? Luckily I was in a...
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Luckily I was in a beef with Mix Vivian at the time. Like I think we had some argument on stream, and so like Vivian comes into chat, and like I don't know, somehow I used her as an excuse to I used Vivian Wolf as an excuse to get out of to end the irrelevant debate, because it was going nowhere, and he was just trying to trap me, right? His main point was to say that to compare being trans to blackface, right? That was the point. And he tries to trap me into this argument of like, well, wait, I mean, you know, do you support blackface? And of course, you know, I'm not going to say yes, but when he asked me that question straight up, I was so shocked at how bad faith this guy was, because we were talking, it was really clear, you know, like he knew enough about me to not like make an accusation like that, right? But like, I took a moment of just being shocked. Like, right? And he clips that and he's like, yeah, look at that. She can't answer. Like I was like, oh shit, you got me. My secret hobby of doing blackface has been exposed to the world. Wow. I'm, I'm Justin Trudeau's bestie. That's right. Me and Justin Trudeau, we like to, you know, do blackface on the weekends. You got me, irrelevant. Yeah. So yeah, disgusting shit from a disgusting person.
System either. I think that this is bad. I think the Koch network is evil, but until we change these laws, I think we should leverage it, and I feel comfortable taking this money, whatever. What I would say to them is that's totally your decision, right? Like you've made that. Well, I'm a journalist. I hold myself to different standards, but you're a political activist. Maybe you feel totally fine.
I understand what you're saying, but your checks are not signed by that PR guy. Your checks are signed by, I'm guessing it says the Omidyar network or whatever, right?
I actually don't know because I haven't gotten paid, but I would imagine that it says the reporters in residence, the LLC they're paid for. It's an LLC. So
yeah. But the LLC that's the other hybrid.
It's 100%. No, it's not hybrid. That's 100% funded by Pierre Omidyar. And
it
if
is
you want
absolutely not. It's not. You can read their filings. It's just not.
You can, but you might be confused by their filings. But here, if you click on this Omidyar Network Support Approach to Funding Journalism, they issued a statement right here.
I see the statement at the end. It says the work is supported entirely via our foundation and LLC. That foundation is the hybrid foundation that includes the 501c4. They're 990F.
I understand what you're saying, but when it comes to the Reporters in Residence program, we do know where the funding comes from. So I'm with you, Stephen. I know that they also do political stuff and all of that, and the foundation itself is completely separate. That was something that I was like, obviously we're all aware of, but I know personally where my money comes from. And the issue that some people feel that they have a problem with dark money is that they don't necessarily know where that money comes from.
Sure.
And so that is the argument that I think remains to be made. And again, some of them are fine. They might say, like these reproductive justice activists, right, that also take money from 1630. They're like, yeah, okay, I don't know where all the money comes. Maybe it is from an evil billionaire that I completely disagree with, but I'm going to take that money anyway and I'm going to use it for a good cause. I think that you can make that argument, and I'm not shaming anyone, for that. But what I think.
Fuck me, chat. We're at 5 hours already. We're at 5 hours and 30 minutes. Got 30 minutes left of this debate. Obviously, it's going to take longer than 30 minutes to watch. We've got bonus content. Am I current on the bonus meter 132? Yeah, like I mean, we're even in a position where you could potentially get double bonus content. And I wanna want to not tire myself out, especially before I'm supposed to be going to Vietnam.
Think that we can all agree with is disclosure. As you noted, this program that I'm in sent out a press release the day. There's all the information that you can find is public. And the reason that you're able to find those documents.
Like none of the contracts have been published for those creators that are there, right?
Yeah, you would think so, Ash Bradford. You're many such people. Or sorry, many such, what am I trying to say? Many people, including myself, are I don't, why did she talk to Destiny? I don't know. It doesn't seem like a good idea. She must have had a reason. She's fairly online, so you'd think that she would be up to date on the latest from Destiny, which is his conversation with a 17-year-old, his sexts and NSFW sharing with a 17-year-old, right? But I don't know. Yeah, I'm surprised she hasn't been on Hassan yet.
Well, right, because it's not public. Their contracts are not public. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, well, I'm saying, but there's not transparency there, right? Well, I don't know what your contract looks like. I don't know. Like, none of what they put on this website is legally binding. They're just writing a thing, and they're saying it's supported entirely via the foundation and LLC. But I can't look at the specific funding mechanisms that are routed through the
and there's
foundation
no
LLC,
right. And if you found like evidence or something, like what I would say is that if somebody reported on that program and was able to find evidence that the network had lied or had not disclosed and there was a secret funder, that would be an amazing article that somebody could write, right? Like just the way that the chorus, it's like, oh wow, 1630 fund is behind them. Actually, that's confusing. Whatever. What I would say is, again, Pierre Omidyar is a billionaire. So billionaires fund dark money groups. Dark money groups they don't just go around giving billionaires money. Billionaires are the funders. So I have made the decision, unfortunately, that I have taken money from billionaires ultimately working for either doing an investigative journalism fellowship or working at these billionaire-owned media companies. I don't love it. It's part of the reason I went independent, but at least I'm comfortable with the people that I'm taking money from. There are billionaires that I would never take money from. For instance, Mark Andreessen and others. And so I think that that's a conversation that we need to have, but I'm comfortable with the level that I've had.
Anybody know what she keeps on mentioning Mark Andreessen? This was a huge fight that she got in. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the negativity on the internet, a lot of the narratives about her were from Andreessen, or were from that beef with Mark Andreessen, right? The one person that I can think of that it would be more ridiculous, remember how Brian Tyler Cohen accused her of being friends with Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson? The one person, like I told you, that is almost the most brazen lie you could possibly tell about her. The one more brazen lie that I could think of would be to say that she's friends with Mark Andreessen, because they are like mortal enemies. So yeah, he obviously occupies a portion of her mental her mental real estate. There we go.
Of disclosure. And I think that that's what we need to focus on, is the lack of disclosure in the political space. Because that's another thing that's different, right? I'm not in a political program. I'm in an investigative journalism fellowship. I'm not doing political activism.
Well, Chorus is also not supposed to be in a political program as well, right? Like
be right back, says Columbia Rican. I'll be right back too. I gotta pee.
I think it's...
No, Chorus is political. Chorus is the whole reason that Chorus exists is to fix the Democrats' internet content creator problem.
Sure, but isn't the stated mission, the stated goal is like basically just informing people on democracy and stuff like that? Like I think that it's expressly supposed to be.
I don't know what they have, but I'll tell you how Brian Tyler Cohen described its mission. Let's see. This is how Brian Tyler Cohen described it in the New York Times. He said, here's how he's talking about launching Chorus. We have an obligation to launch Chorus, because the Democratic Party has been so slow in adapting to the media environment we're in right now. And so what the goal is, according to this article, which is the launch article that Ken Bensinger wrote, is their goal is to help the Democrats. Again, that's not a secret.
Sure. I think that's a way that you could read that. But I mean, you could also just say that like the values and things that I aligned with the Democratic Party on, the other things that I imagine the 1630 Fund supports, the Democrats have done a poor job at that messaging. So they want to reach out and educate creators and everything in order to, I guess, like advocate more.
Help the Democrats. Yeah.
Not help the Democrats, but to like support things like ballot initiatives related to abortion or legalization of marijuana. I don't know, whatever the 1630 Fund.
Democratic policies that Democrats support.
They're policies that they support, but they're not necessarily helping the Democrats, right? Like there's no formal connection to the DNC or anything, right?
I don't think that Republicans are getting into these programs. I don't think that, I mean, yeah, you're right. I guess the 1630 Fund has funded, they funded RFK, I believe. They had some sort of weird funding thing with RFK. So I guess, yeah, maybe. But what I would say is I don't think it's a secret that Chorus is meant, the whole nature of Chorus is to help Democrats, fix and get back in power. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my issue with Chorus and the center of my article is disclosure, and it doesn't sound like we disagree on that. And I think that you can litigate a lot, and you can say all this stuff about.
Sure, I don't understand the difference. The difference between like Chorus and the Omidyar network is. It feels like the same, like the Reporters in Residence program is a program that's funded via the C4 that the Omidyar network runs, and the same way the Chorus is funded by the C4 part of the 1631.
No, I think you're confused. So again, my investigative journalism fellowship is not a political program.
It doesn't matter if it's a political program. It's funded by a dark money foundation.
No, it's not. It's because it's just not. It's just not true that the Reporters in Residence program is funded by dark money. It's funded by Pierre Omidyar.
It's not.
Who
Your
is the sole
paychecks
funder.
are not. So you're a 1099.
I have actually not even received. You know what, Stephen? I have not received
saying this,
a paycheck.
but you're not getting paid by him personally, right? If I pay an employee something through my company, that's not me personally giving them money. That's my company paying them.
But there's a level of transparency that I know where the money came from, and that is.
But that's not public.
Ash Bradford, true, but the issue with tapping the glass is that if she makes Destiny look like an asshat, he is. Oh yeah, he's gonna sick DGG on her. Yeah. Hey, look, I came back at the same time. Wow. You're a bitch, Parch. I was the opposite. I was a little too hydrated, so I took care of business.
They disclose to any of us, which is the transparency that you're asking for, right?
They publicly disclose it in this. They publicly disclose it right here.
If this counts as public disclosure with no tax forms published, then Brian Tyler Cohen counts as public disclosure when he refutes parts of the contract, right? Why would he be demanded to publish the contract, but Omidyar Network can just be taken at face value for?
Omidyar Network is not a political group. I don't know what you're trying.
They're not, but it functions as a super PAC. It functions as a.
It's not a super PAC either. Stephen, I think you're very confused. So part of, and I encourage you to read Anna's work, and maybe you could have Anna on your stream actually to talk about this, because Anna covers dark money, and she can go into all of this detail where she can explain to you the nuances that might really help you understand. Part of what makes a money or group a dark money group is the political nature of the group. So it's not just any group, and this is why people were thinking like, oh, the NAACP is a dark money org. Like that's something people on Threads are saying. You have to be doing sort of specific political activities as far as she worked at Open Secrets, which I would say is sort of like the default description of it. There is that political nature to it. So I think that I don't know, I can't answer these specific like tax questions of that you're having about certain forms and things. But I know that Anna is somebody who I trust, who is one of the top reporters in the country on dark money. She does explain.
David Luck, is he trying to equate a fellowship to a PAC? Yes. It's all the same. It's all the same to him.
Difference between the stuff in the video on my channel. I personally did not work at Open Secrets for 7 years, so I'm sorry that I can't litigate all those little things, but I do feel confident in saying that I know where every dollar that I received came from and who's paying the bills.
Sure. So
I know that.
I'm just curious. So for the Omidyar Network, because I read their site, they operate a dual 501c3 and an LLC structure. Do you know every dollar that goes into the LLC?
Yes, I asked about this when I accepted this fellowship, and I know that it's from
they've given you like a profit and loss. They've given you some kind of tax filing, a 1040, 1120S.
They gave me enough information that I completely trust them. Yeah,
but then you're taking it on word from a billionaire, right?
No, I'm not taking it on word from a billionaire. I'm taking it.
So Chad, I put a special bonus content drop goal of 10 light blue super chats. So if you are if you see teal super chats and you say that's too rich for my blood, now is your chance, right? Now, light blue super chats, 10 of them will get you a special bonus content drop from my vault of special bonus content for just such occasions. So if you're interested in finding out what's behind door number 3, maybe make a light blue super chat, because if we get 9 more of them, then a special bonus content will drop.
They provided me evidence showing that, and I believe them. And you're right.
But to the outside world, it's a dark money fund, right? Because we don't know what goes into the LLC. No, wait, how is it not dark money? Can they not accept an infinite amount of money from people that don't have to disclose?
This is not an LLC that pays investigative journalists is not dark money. Again, you're missing the key part, Stephen, of dark money, which is that it is political in nature.
It's the Omidyar network. We know the money comes from Pierre Omidyar. How is this fucking...
The goal of these...
How is this confusing you, Stephen?
Journalism can't be political in nature?
So the program that I'm in is not a political program, and it is not for political purposes, and it is completely nonpartisan. I'm not a Democrat, and in fact, what I would say to you, Stephen, is if Omidyar is so involved in dark money and 1630 fund or whatever, me reporting critically on one of his investments shows that I am editorially independent from whoever is paying my bill.
There we go. Do you see what she's saying? Right. So if you want to take her involvement, if you want to use this as a deflection, if you want to use this as like a what do you call it? Like like when somebody's like, yeah, how aboutism. If you want to use it as a how aboutism, the reason that doesn't work is that she's so conflict of interest is the issue with one of the issues with dark money, right? and the implication of saying there's something dirty about her criticizing Chorus, which takes dark money from 1630 when she gets money from the Omidyar network, which the billionaire who funds that was a contributor to 1630 back in 2020, right? The reason that doesn't make sense is the conflict of interest would be if she was defending Chorus. Do you see what I'm saying, Chad? If her taking Omidyar's money would corrupt her, right? If she would make a different choice based on her source being Omidyar, it wouldn't make sense for her to attack a group that, that the money that he's donated back in 2020 has to a fund that to the dark money org that funded Chorus, right? So the conflict of interest there we'd be looking for would be her supporting Chorus, not her exposing Chorus. If anything, this would be a sign, if there really was like a, connection via 1630, it would be, is Epstein this dense? Good. I've been asking that question all night, Choki. I've been asking that question all fucking night. It's frustrating. He's an energy vampire. That is what he is. Yeah, be attacking your own bag. Exactly, Mikus. Yeah, this would be putting her in, if anything, she'd be dropped from the, if that's how Omidyar ran his fellowship, that she'd be dropped, right? So yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Content creators and Chorus use when they've said negative things about the Democratic Party. David Pakman just said that, or they've said negative things about the war in Israel.
I think that they're right. Oh, the Israel stuff we should talk about too. I think I agree with them. I think that is evidence of their editorial independence. And I've said from the jump, and if you read our story again, our story doesn't say that they were given talking points, especially about Israel and all of that stuff. So I do think that
didn't say that if they didn't carry the content line.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you keep pivoting. I think you said
I'm not
that
pivoting.
It sounded like they had a lot of
questions.
They had a lot of content.
This is very unproductive. Ultimately, I don't know what to tell you other than I am not involved in a political program. I am doing an investigative journalism fellowship that is not, the goal of that program is not political. And I do think that should investigative journalists also, have more transparency around their program? Sure. But political content creators taking political money, in my opinion, should disclose and should ask a lot of questions because there's a lot of money aimed at influencing politics. Unfortunately, there's not as much money paying investigative journalists. Nobody's doing that. It's a charity, basically. Whereas there's a lot of money in the political system to influence specific political outcomes. That's a key difference.
My understanding when you wrote about Chorus is that one of the earlier lines was that they had restrictions on the political content that the content creators could make. That's not like a part of the contract.
So one thing that the story says is that there were restrictions on the content, but we're not talking about specific, I don't know what it says in terms of like Chorus's policy agenda or whatever, but you can read the language in the article.
Sure, it says among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. So that was like in the contract, it said you were not allowed to produce this type of like conservative content or pro Palestine content.
I didn't see them use, no. Well, one thing that I think if we could move on to that I think would be more productive is to discuss this Israel question, because that is something that a lot of people have had questions about. And I've seen a lot of speculation about online where people have said, oh, they're paid not to talk about Israel, Nowhere in our article does it make that claim. Nowhere. And that is something that I think people brought up. It is something that I looked into. There are content creators in this program that have spoken about Palestine. And I think that, a lot of people have sort of taken the article, which is paywalled. And this is another problem with journalism, that it's paywalled. So I don't think a lot of people read the full article. But I just do want to make it clear that I think some of what these content creators like David Pakman have refuted are actually not claims ever made in our article.
Well, but everybody else is making, does it bother you if every other like leftist creator is making these claims, that that's what the article says? Like why is there so much ubiquitous, I guess, like confusion on that side? Like, it all seems to be pointed in one direction.
Yeah, it's not one direction. I think people, unfortunately, once you publish something, people take a lot of, people take your stuff and make claims, and I try to debunk it as best I can. But all I can do is continue to point to the article and kind of share the information that I have. But I think that part of what's driving all of that, aside from the fact that Gaza is such a dividing issue among so many people online in the sort of the left sphere, is that we don't know the full makeup of the course program. So we still don't have a roster. This is another argument for transparency. Omidyar, like my Omidyar Reporters in Residence program, like we know everyone that's in it, right? We don't know with the chorus cohort, they told
to be
creators,
clear, we don't know everybody that's in it. We know the PR statement that they put out, but we don't have like tax filings or anything. We don't see all of their payroll. We don't see all of the disbursements that the companies made, right?
Yeah, unlike Progressive Victory, they didn't accidentally dox all of their creators.
On Chorus? What are you talking about?
No, on the Omidyar network, right? On the LLC.
They
I don't know
announced,
everybody they pay. They announced that these are just statements, right?
What?
We don't have any tax filings, we don't have any proof.
Stephen.
What?
It would be a great news story if they announced that. Why would they? Okay. First of all, they announced the public roster saying, hey guys, here's who are the newest members of our reporting fellowship. Now, if you think that there are secret journalists that are also part of the reporting fellowship that they didn't announce, I really encourage anyone to find that story. That would be a crazy story. I've been on the Zoom calls. I've never seen anybody that was not announced as part of the program on our Zoom meetups. That would be very silly. And there's no reason to hide an investigative journalist.
You have Zoom meetups, and yet you criticize an organization which does Zoom meetups.
Fellowship. With the Chorus program, we know who some creators are in the program, but we don't know the full 90. And so what you're seeing a lot of creators on the left say is, hey, we don't know who's in this program. We just know out of this cohort, XYZ amount of creators haven't spoken sufficiently about Gaza, about XYZ. And so they're sort of extrapolating a lot. What I would say to them is, hey guys, before you make a lot of those claims, let's encourage Chorus to publish the full roster. Let's encourage more creators to come forward themselves and talk about it if they're able to, so that we have a better picture of the ideological makeup. Because I just don't think we have enough information to know the true ideological makeup of this cohort without knowing people who are in it. I was able to confirm a couple dozen creators, but 90 creators, we just don't know. You know, we could have a lot.
But like, what does that even mean? The ideological makeup? Is this off of a singular issue, off of Israel-Palestine? And then now, if all of these people have been harassed who have been like named in the story, then doesn't that just mean, so then we're not actually looking for transparency at all. We're just looking to make sure that they're, in alignment on this particular issue.
Well, some people, the people who care about that issue. So for instance, with Gaza, right? Stephen, you would agree. A lot of people online care about this issue.
Yeah.
So
I think
they want to know.
Greenwald about it even, I think, yeah.
I know, who hates me and finally had me on his show after shitting on me for years and years. For people who care a lot about Gaza and they really want to know who in this program is pro-Palestine, who in this program has said what. They want that level of transparency. Right now, we just don't have that level of transparency. And so I think one thing that would be helpful for this program and any programs in the future is to have more transparency. So people can look and say, hey, 50% of creators in this program haven't spoken up about abortion, haven't spoken up about Gaza, have said this, but haven't said this. Maybe support rolling back Section 230, whereas 50% support fighting Section 230. I don't know. I'm just think these are tech policy things that I care about. But like, I think that the more transparency, the better, and the less they're going to be this sort of like speculation. Because
so
I think
is the issue is the scary thing that people are being.
Yeah, you're right, chat. I'm sorry, you're right. I'm right. I started reading the Destiny's chat, and it's bad. It's really bad.
Funded through nefarious means, or that they just don't align politically enough with the people that want to witch hunt them? Because this just sounds like now we just want to see the full list of people to make sure that they are aligned on like the monoculture issue.
I think that personally, I don't really care where these people want to stand on whatever issue that they want to stand on.
Well, yeah, but you're publishing these articles that are being used by other people as basically
no.
Other people,
Those
right?
people, like... those people, they can take my article and use it however they want. Those people that are very focused on soul issues, right? They're going to take any announcement of any program. I've reported on other programs, by the way, that they've done the same thing too, right? Where they're like, well, where is this program on XYZ issue? And a lot of people care about, I mean, we saw this in the lead up to Harris's election. We saw a lot about Gaza, but we also saw this exact same thing happen on other issues. Like, I mean, look at Gen Z for Change. Remember that back in 2020, TikTok for Biden? There were so many conversations around like, well, who?
Yeah. TikTok for Biden is Gen Z for Change now. That's the organization that Sean is a part of.
Who out of this cohort is for what? Like, that's just something that people want to know. And so I am saying, in the interest of transparency, it would behoove any of these organizations to be clear about their roster, because clearly there are activists online who care about specific issues, who want to know where these different cohorts stand, or who maybe want to reach out across the aisle and say, look, I've noticed that 70% of your creators haven't spoken about reproductive justice. So I'd like to reach out and educate you guys on this issue. Just more transparency is better across the board for no matter what. It alleviates all of this sort of speculation, and it just provides more opportunities, I think, for everyone to sort of build that trust with their audience.
Sure. I mean, as you've gone around like making the rounds on some of these shows, on a lot of these leftist shows, have you corrected anybody who is running with that?
I have tried to correct people, and I actually asked somebody to change a title on something, and I've
corrected people that I've watched that are on my side of the debate, but that are getting the getting the point or what was actually stated in that article wrong, that are commenting. In fact, we're going to see that from Chapo a little bit, chat. I believe, if I remember correctly, Mr. Chapo gets a few things wrong. And again, it's understandable. I am ass deep in this story. I've been covering it for the better part of a week now. I've had to go in through this in granular detail. And so it sticks out when somebody gets something wrong.
I'm doing a TV hit tomorrow, like a television hit, and they literally reached out to me. about, yeah, with like misleading framing. And I was like, hey, before I hop on, I just want to make sure that you've read what the actual article says. And I even just
doing more harm by supporting their argument poorly than they, well, I mean, they are, providing a, like I always describe it as this, right? It's like rock climbing. You want your argument to be a smooth rock with no cracks in it, because if it's got, if it's got cracks, if it's got divots, then it offers your opponent the chance to kind of grab onto something and climb up, and they can climb up your rock. You want them to slip down. You want it to be unimpeachable, right? And every time somebody gets sloppy with something or misunderstands something, or even willfully portrays it in a incorrect way, that offers a vector to criticize the argument, and to say like, hey, this is your side, this is your argument. Look at that, they got something wrong. Well, yeah, they did, but if you listen to like the whole thing saying that there's no pro-Palestinian creators, right? Taylor just, I mean, she's, I said I'm ass deep in it. She's seeing it behind the scenes, right? She's been living it. And so she knows when somebody says there's no pro-Palestinian creators in the cohort. No, there absolutely are. There absolutely are. And that the only thing is that doesn't make it better. That makes it worse. That means that there are good people or people that are standing on the right side of history being manipulated by people who are very much not standing on the right side of history and are trying to act as gatekeepers between them and the politicians.
Sent an email to another podcast last night trying to debunk, like, I don't think they'd even read the article and they were going to cover it. So
sure, but
I get it.
It's particularly with
wait, who is she talking about?
Glenn Greenwald, that you'd felt that the Democratic establishment had chosen liberal content creators based.
Who is she talking?
I don't think they'd even read the article, and they were
who
about, yeah, with like misleading framing. And I was like, hey, before I hop on, I just want to say, and I'm doing a TV hit tomorrow.
TV hit.
Like a television hit, and they wanted, and they.
Oh wait, no, this wasn't the TV. This is before the TV hit.
They literally reached out to me about, yeah, with like misleading framing, and I was like, hey, before I hop on, I just want to make sure that you've read what the actual article says. And I even just sent an email to another podcast last night trying to debunk, like, I don't think they'd even read the article and they were going to cover it. So
sure, but
I get it. It's
particularly with because I'm pretty sure you told Glenn Greenwald that you'd felt that the Democratic establishment had chosen neoliberal content creators based on their position on whether or not it was a genocide in the Gaza Strip. Like, that was one of the things I think you said to Glenn Greenwald. So it seems like that's feeding like really heavily.
No, I think that traditionally during the campaign, maybe is that what you're thinking of? I was talking about during the campaign.
But it's in an interview while you're talking about your article, and this is the assumption that every other person who's read your pieces is running with.
I
these
think
people
we're
are being
very.
paid not to talk about Gaza, right?
There are literally people in Destiny's chat that I got to stop reading the chat. It's always a mistake to read the chat, but there's literally people in this chat that are not clear on how is the article paywalled. I don't know. Go in. Like it's. What are you talking? Yeah, it's paywalled. I think Wired. Like, I think you get to watch like, or you get to see one free article on Wired per certain amount of time, and then if you try to look at another article, then you get. I don't even know if you get one free article. Yeah, you get paywalled. You see part of the article. And then it has a little thing. If you want to see if you want to read the rest of the article, click here and subscribe.
Very explicitly talking about during the DNC, but yeah, I've tried to correct it. I'm in the TikTok comments. If you see me in the TikTok comments, I'm saying, hey guys, just wanted to fact check this, and I just shared a video on Instagram. I literally just reposted a guy, like, I think I reposted, I commented, I can't remember, but saying, hey guys, here's what's true, here's what's not true, and I when I have time, I will make a more thorough video. Sometimes I try to do like a TikTok where I'm like, hey guys, here's the 10 craziest claims about my article. Like, let me share, kind of like debunk some of that. But
so you would say that, like, as it stands right now, based on what you've seen from Chorus, there's no evidence that they were guiding or telling content creators that were part of Chorus what type of content they could make or what political positions they had to have.
So they didn't give people explicit talking points. They didn't, they have these daily messaging check-ins, and obviously they are sort of letting creators into a cohort based on their own guidelines. We don't know their guidelines. Like, we don't know what criteria they were using to select the creators in their program. Again, more transparency would be great. But as far as I've seen, and you can see this even in the article itself, Stephen, is that we don't make the claim that they were like given talking points, or, again, and we had creators reach out to us saying like, I was actually concerned about the Gaza stuff because like maybe it would, whatever. But
you understand that giving them talking points, telling them what to say, would be the kind of thing that would arouse suspicion. Everything about the way that Chorus operates is not authoritarian, but rather manipulative, right? It's boiling the frog. You don't realize that they've got this leverage on you until it's too late. And at that point, you are very much incentivized to just, shrug your shoulders and go along with it.
I looked into it and I did not find any evidence that they were, preventing people from saying the word Israel or APAC or something that some people were claiming. So it does a lot of disservice to the journalism, I think, when you have these content creators come, like David Pakman, come on and refute claims that were never made in the article without making it clear.
Well, Hassan Piker also repeated that like these people were basically blocked from talking about Israel Palestine, or I think Emma Vigilant, I think also was saying as much that
Vigilant.
Like, oh, they're only allowing people to say
Emma Vigilant.
good things about Israel. This is why I think a lot of those content creators maybe weren't responding to your article, but how well the leftists had ran with the article.
But I think it's important to respond to, I think it's important when you're debunking an article, especially if you care about building trust in journalism instead of dismantling trust in journalism.
Yo, there's somebody in chat saying, fuck Gaza. Wow.
I think it's helpful to say, hey, these claims have not been made in the article, which actually bolsters their point. But of course, they spent so much time trying to discredit the article. But I think it would be helpful for them to say, hey, this claim wasn't made in the article, but let me debunk it. Because again, this is a very hot button issue, and I think it's worth. I know Current Affairs had a piece on this in a while. The Democratic Party does not have a great track record in this area, which I think is also what has, like, I'm talking specifically about the campaign trail and kind of what they did at the DNC. I think that has made a lot of people sort of question all of this stuff. But I think what they should do is counter that with more transparency. And another thing I could just debunk really quickly, since you're giving me the opportunity, is that we did not mention the DNC in the article, aside from just mentioning that this girl has a pro-DNC meme page. But a lot of people, I think, are conflating this liberal dark money group with the DNC. And I saw poor Shelby at the DNC sort of trying to fact check that. And I get that the DNC is a stand-in for things.
Well, it's because you bring up the Democrats a lot, right? Like when you say fierce Democrats struggle to work with.
The DNC is a specific organization, and I just want to make it clear that we don't mention that specific organization. The DNC is used as slang for the establishment in a way that I'm sympathetic to, and I totally have done that myself. But we don't mention the DNC, and I've seen a lot of these creators tweet, for instance, a meme account that was tweeting about the Democrats. They quote tweeted it and said, "Oh, look, you're paid by the DNC. You're part of the same thing." That account was paid by the DNC, actually totally separately, but not part of this program. So the DNC has done tons of creator stuff. They have that new guy in place who maybe you should talk to, who's their new head of influencer. I think his name is Tim or something, partnerships. But they were not, like, we didn't even reach out to the DNC about this story because they're not.
Sure. So I guess when we say that, like, because the I don't know what you call the second title on the article, but
some of the chat's frustrated that Steven's not pushing back more. He doesn't know enough to push back. Like, right? He doesn't know where the inflection points are. He's not gotten his head around the art. I don't know if Destiny read the article, to be honest. I don't know if he read the article or if he just, cribbed notes from Loner Box or something.
The subhead?
Yeah. So an initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. And then all they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. And then you mentioned later on in the article about the Democrats and Joe Biden and campaigns. Like, that feels like a pretty official establishment to your.
Sure. Oh, they're definitely in with the establishment.
Well, like, not just, but like the White House and Joe Biden. And I mean, it feels pretty easy to rope. I would understand why anybody would rope the DNC into that, right? If you're talking about literally the party and pushing the party line and Joe Biden and the White House, right?
I mean, we don't mention that. We mention Joe Biden so they can loop that in and establishment, and sure, but I don't think those people actually read the article, Stephen. Based off a lot of what people have been saying, I just don't think people made it past the paywall. Because if they made it past the paywall, the people, at least that I've interacted with, that are confused about the article, when I send them the text of the article or I send them the remove paywall link, it usually has cleared things up. So,
okay, I feel like if I wrote an article and this many people had this big of a misunderstanding, I would be very bothered, but.
That's why I'm here helping you understand it, because I think that there's a lot of misconceptions about it. And I do want to be accountable to people. I pride myself on engaging with lots of people, even if they disagree with me on so many issues. I will always talk to them, hear out their point, hear their feedback. That's how I become a better journalist. If I only talk to people that agree with me or never have criticism of me, I would not become a better journalist. So I appreciate your feedback, and especially your feedback about, the ability to post more source material online. That's certainly something, again, that I've advocated throughout my career and will continue to advocate for. But I like to hear feedback. What I don't like is people doing stupid personal attacks or saying, oh, you're a secret Republican or whatever. Like, that is just so stupid and unproductive and that doesn't do anything to you know what I mean? It's just very silly. Not that you did that, but I just, in terms of why I block people online and stuff like that, it's because I have to know that you're actually coming in good faith.
Okay. All right. Is there any other thing you want to go over relating to this, or?
I think that's it. I hope that people can read it, and I hope that they can keep an open mind. I think that a lot of people reflexively might hate the article, right? Because they want the Democrats to win, and they don't want to support any article that they feel like is critical, right? Or why are you?
And they're locked into this frame that there is a positive for that it is a makes the Democratic party stronger to have dark money on their side, right? To not disclose the donors behind an organization like 1630, and it doesn't, right? It's like this weird Machiavellian fallacy, logical fallacy, you know what I'm saying? Right? If they're doing something dirty, we should do that thing too, because if it's dirty, it must be effective. So frustrating.
Bashing, why are you doing a hit piece? What I would say is that I also want the Democrats to win. Obviously, I don't want Trump in power. Of course not. He's a fascist. It's terrible. I don't support the MAGA movement. I'm not a Republican. I want them to have a more effective strategy. And I think before you attack me, look at people like Tina Wynn or Mia Sato or some of these other journalists that have written so smartly. McKenna Kelly also writes about politics really well on the internet. Like, a lot of people have made similar points that I've made in this story about these broader sort of issues with the Democrats and the Democrats all over, from the DNC to the lawmakers to these groups and stuff, about their sort of media strategy. And I think that we can all agree that the Democrats do need a better media strategy and a better set of policies, I would argue, to reach more people. And so when you read an article like mine, before you get so mad or before you start fighting, you know, on the internet or whatever, please understand that, like, it would be great if I wish the Democrats would run a more transparent, more effective program. I've written those pieces, by the way, announcing more transparent programs, or promoted those pieces when I see them in the news and then, wow, that's really great. You know, I have no problem with an effective influencer program. I have no problem if they just say, you know what, guys, we're only doing a neoliberal influencer program. I don't think that's all they should do, but maybe they want to cater to those people online for a while. I don't know. They've been doing that for years, but who cares? That's their prerogative. I think that the issue is transparency. And what we should ask for in this space is more transparency across the board. Because the less transparency, the more advantage the far right has. Because they have more money. If you start to play the dark money game, like, they're going to win every time. So we want more transparency in the space. We want more transparency from our political media so we know who we can trust. And
the other thing is, we're in an era of corruption, massive corruption. Not corruption that doesn't have a historical precedent, but corruption to which the historical precedent for this kind of corruption is like 100 years ago, right? Like, corruption like we haven't seen in a really long time. And if you want to go up against somebody as corrupt as Trump is and use his corruption against him, not to purity test, but yeah, saying that we are slightly less corrupt than Trump is not a great argument to be making. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a distinction that's necessarily going to be recognized. That's gonna come off as hypocritical.
And yeah, that's all. But you don't have to, like, you know, I'm not a secret Republican, or I think that it's not that controversial.
Sure. I mean, I agree with I agree with what you're saying. I don't think that was hardly anywhere in the article. I feel like the only prescription I saw from the article was a quote from the one person which basically says
I didn't
that
put prescriptions in it. Yeah, you're right.
Well, you did. There was a prescription in it, which was that the middleman is bad, basically. That there shouldn't be, that people should just give money.
Advisory says, to be honest, pro-Dem donors should support more non-political content like workout content and or comedy, because we have enough political content, and be transparent about it. Yeah, so you're saying I should do, you're saying you want a cooking stream? Is that what I'm hearing, chat? More cooking content, more travel content, more how to get the fuck out of the United States content?
Directly to content creators. So, like, that we're supposed to fund the entire democratic messaging apparatus of super chats and Medium or Substack subscriptions, I guess.
I don't know about that.
So
but I do think less top-down control is good. I mean, if you look at Turning Point as a version of success, right? They have, of course, some organizational structure, but it's pretty open and collaborative.
Charlie Kirk literally has phone calls with Donald Trump. It is one of the most top-down, heavy, organized things. Charlie Kirk does
top-down in terms of, sure, in terms of their messaging. But I'm saying it's a big, sprawling organization.
Yeah, this top-down structure. They raise a ton of money from people that pay money into them. They all take direction and organizational stuff from Charlie Kirk, who communicates with President Donald Trump. Yeah.
Sure, top down in terms of messaging. I guess maybe top down is the wrong word. Why don't I rephrase it so that you're not confused?
To be clear, I'm not confused. I'm just saying you're advocating for some type of structure, like what Charlie Kirk is doing.
There seems to be some confusion between what I'm trying to communicate and how you're receiving it.
I understand.
So let me rephrase it in a way.
Go ahead. Make me
Yes,
understand.
exactly.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase it in a way so that my message is clear.
Yes. Okay.
And that is not an indictment of you. I am just trying to explain what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
I think that more transparency is good, because the more open these programs are, the more people will want to get involved, the more grassroots the movement becomes, and the less bad faith attacks can be levied. You know what I mean? And I think that is just something that across the board is helpful. I understand the purpose of middlemen. I think there's all these different sort of things that they can serve and not serve. I don't think it helps the Democratic Party to only rely on middlemen. But look at iShowSpeed, who did a great live stream from the Capitol the other day, helped the...
Anybody see that? Anybody see the iShowSpeed live stream? I think he went into Maxwell Frost took him into his office, and then they came out, and there was all of Speed's fans were out there, and somebody got the. I don't know how many of them in the chat know I Show Speed. It's a video game content creator who also is like just like supernaturally fit in so many ways, right? But yeah, anyway, he was playing basketball at one point, and he had a little wardrobe malfunction where part of his anatomy was visible through his shorts. I mean, not through his shorts, but you could see like up his shorts, and he was showing meat. And so that they start chanting, "I show meat." And he hates that. He fucking hates it when, I mean, I don't know, at this point maybe he's over it, right? But he's gone off on people for saying "I show meat." But yeah, that was
Democrats, whatever. Adam Faze coordinated that. That was great, right? Like things like that are fine. It's great.
Has there
I'm
been
not
another
against.
organization, like you said, Chorus had 90 content creators. Is there any organization of this size that has existed so far?
They're the big one. There's a few other, I mean, like Vocal Media has done some stuff. There's a Teddy Schleifer actually in the New York Times wrote a really good piece, which might be good for you to review with your audience on a lot of these different efforts. There's like, I think it's called Project Bullhorn. There's Project Zero. They all have sort of different goals of like, some of them are funding creators directly, some are funding like editors. They all sort of have different structures and things. I think Channel Zero, is that the one that
Wait, it wasn't basketball? It was just him thrusting at the camera in boxers? Oh. I thought I was playing
The members, the things that you just were gonna or listed.
The thing that really blew my mind about Speed was I saw the Muay Thai content that he did. He was in Thailand and he went to a gym and he acted like he didn't know shit and he wanted to be a big shot, right? So he's like, "Yeah, I want to fight your toughest guy here. I want to fight your toughest fighter." So they're like, "All right, here's our guy." I don't think it was even their toughest fighter, but like, here's a guy for you to spar with, right? And so he's like, no. First, you gotta teach me the moves, all right? I don't know how to kickbox. I don't know how to do Muay Thai, right? So he has the guy run him through, just the basics: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just the basics of Muay Thai, chat. How to do a round kick, turn your right, and he's totally acting like he's never done anything like this before. And then he gets in the ring and he is fucking acrobatic. Like, right. I think he has trained Muay Thai, and it kind of looked to me like he'd also trained Taekwondo, which can be a powerful combination.
Are all of those people public with every person that they're paying and where all of their funding sources are from? Because it's not really like you said, people would be more excited to join these programs, but Chorus seems like the large.
Wait, I saw the OG clip and I didn't know if he was 8. Wait, was he 18 when that happened? I didn't even know. Boxers is playing with fire. Yeah, for real. Anybody that's had a dad that likes to wear boxers around the house knows, that's not a good bet.
Largest one of them.
Yeah, well, Chorus was the first out of the gate. So a lot of those other programs haven't launched yet, and they're launching now. And so that's why we want to get these discussions going and say, hey guys, look, Chorus is first mover in the space. They're definitely the biggest and the most notable. They got that splashy New York Times profile like 10 days after the election. But now that all the donors are so invested in investing in media, why don't you listen to some of these creators themselves and do it in a little bit more of an open and transparent way. I don't think it's going to hurt them the way that they think that it will. I think it'll actually help them. And if you listen to that great piece on The Verge between Tina and Mia, I think that they make a very compelling argument for transparency.
Okay. I hope that transparency is a thing we can all push for, especially in the media environment. I think it's one of the most damaging things right now in the United States is not having that transparency.
Yeah, Chad, I would show you the Speed clip, but literally his media company copyright claims everything.
So, yeah.
And if people want to learn more about dark money, go watch the video that I made with Anna on my YouTube channel. I think she answers a lot of questions. And she also herself is very open to receiving questions and feedback. And if you have further questions, I know she would love to hear from people.
Gotcha. Cool. All right.
There we go, chat. We beat the content monster. It has been defeated. Oh my god, chat. I'm so fucking tired. That took it out of me. But I seem to owe you some bonus content, and it looks like we're gonna be consulting Mr. Chapo. Mr. Chapo. Apologies if I'm not super energetic for this next segment.
You're
Looks like I haven't watched it all.
I do want to get to this story that's the big sort of story about the Democratic dark money and the Democratic influencer sphere. I'm calling it the chorus kerfuffle. And this is a story that has like a lot of layers because like there's the story itself and then there's
you can call it the chorus kerfuffle, or you can call it debunkdance.
Taylor Lorenz, who wrote the story, and her involvement with the story. And there's just like, it's like a sort of a hall of mirrors of sort of like competing endorsements, sponsorships, and sort of, I don't know, democratic politicking. Basically, like Taylor Lorenz wrote this story for Wired. And it basically involves this outfit called Chorus, which is, quote, the nonprofit arm of a liberal influencer marketing platform. And it basically, the article is about like that they have cultivated what they're calling like an incubator for sort of liberal, democratic online creators and influencers. And the crux of the story is about the contracts that these people were either signed or pressured into signing, where basically they were offered $8,000 a month to like sort of be part of this Chorus incubator program, but they couldn't tell anyone that they were being paid by this outfit. And the contracts themselves seem to come with some stipulations about the kind of topics they could talk about and like, you know, their autonomy as creators in the sort of political entertainment sphere.
Could they talk about the veto, the gay arc?
You know,
because then I wouldn't do it. Otherwise, I would.
You know, that was actually included in the contract. They were very explicit about not discussing the Johnny Cakes hot.
I would never do it then.
It says, I'm just going to read a little bit from Taylor's article here. It says here, for years, Democrats have struggled to work with influencers. In 2024, President Joe Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban. Content creators who challenged Kamala Harris, including Hassan Piker, were similarly unwelcome at campaign events. After the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. It was clear that the party had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape. While Republicans spent decades building a powerful and robust independent media infrastructure, maximizing controversy to drive attention and maintaining tight relationships with creators despite their small disagreements with Trump, the Democrats have largely relied on outdated strategies in traditional media to get their message out. Now, Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator Program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund, might tip the scales. The program kicked off last month, and creators were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they ever even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program. Some creators also raised concerns about a slew of restrictive clauses in the contract. Now, the people involved in this are some names that you might be familiar with, but most of them are people that are sort of, you know, I'm encountering them.
Paying $96,000 a year for American Girl doll memes is the dummy crap. Yeah, that's the hey, what are you talking about, Davy? How dare you talk shit about the Joe Rogan of the left? Right? Those American Doll meme accounts, they're gonna save democracy. They're gonna save the free world, right? They're gonna defeat fascism. DNC ever officially tell Hassan why he had to leave? No, they did not. But yeah, paying $96,000 a year for American Girl doll memes. How about paying $2,400 a year for Xander Hall? How about that? You think that was you think that was money well spent?
For the first time here. And I just want to read this from Taylor. It says here, influencers included in communication about the program, and in some cases an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 Fund, include Olivia Giuliani. I'm familiar with her.
Giuliana.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, not Rudy's daughter.
Yeah, she got divorced. She got divorced from Rudy Giuliani after his car incident. She would not stand by him.
Now, Olivia, I am familiar with. She's described here as a centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Lauren Pietra, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for Occupy Democrats. Barrett Adair, and this is my favorite detail in the article, Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American doll-themed pro-DNC meme account.
What?
I'm going to read that again. An American girl doll-themed pro-DNC meme account.
Who does that appeal to?
Oh, no.
Like
Smithers.
if he was
Smithers,
real.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, chat. Are we okay?
Is Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal. That's a Mean Girls reference, right?
That is cool.
What does that mean?
She's like, you know, I think basically, someone else has covered this, but the Suzanne Lambert, the Regina George liberal, just means that she was a Republican until like a year ago.
Oh, okay.
And I think Regina George, that's Mean Girl. So she's like sort of a Mean Girl liberal influencer.
Yeah. It's like I like politics, but I won't just wear like a potato sack with a rope tied around it. I'll wear a skirt. I do fashion.
Yeah.
Isn't that just like Amy Klobuchar or Hillary? Like Hillary like snapping her fingers and saying, "Give me gum now." Isn't that just all those people? Isn't it just a type A politics person?
Yeah. And like, you know, like that, I think that's her brand. And I think that's part of the appeal that they're paying $8,000 a month for.
Yeah. There's never been a woman in Democratic politics who's like, I think that steak and blowjob day should replace Valentine's Day. I get along with guys better. You know, like a woman who talks like a woman character in Control Alt Delete.
They could try it.
Yeah.
If I was a woman, that's what I would be.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be one of the guys. Because then I wouldn't have to change
less
anything.
drama.
Yeah, it'd just be easier that way.
Yeah.
I'll be like a football influencer. It's like talking about sports and things like that. Something for the fellas. Ariel Fodor, an education creator with 1.4 million followers on TikTok.
That's a crazy name. That's like if one parent was an orc.
A half orc education creator.
Yeah.
Sander Jennings, another great name, a former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings. David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive. I have heard of David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news and politics. Leigh McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girl, and dozens of others. The first two declined to comment. The rest did not respond to requests for comment.
Politics Girl, that's cool. That's like if you wrote these people in a movie or a TV show, like a Law and Order episode about a political influencer. Her name is just Politics Girl.
Yeah.
Politics Girl locked Vote Boy in a flooding basement to get more likes. That's a very like season
SVU
20.
plotline,
Yeah.
Like, why do you have to pay these people?
Looks like Politics Girl is going to turn into Politics One Woman because she's going to be in prison for life.
They're seeking out people who are doing it for free and then just giving them like $6,000.
Well, I mean, yeah, that is the obvious question here. It's because, like, you know, I mean, if someone already has 1.4 million followers on TikTok and like they're already doing this content, I mean, I think this is, you know, as Taylor identifies in the beginning of the article, this is like the Democratic Party's attempt to take the people who are already doing this for free and, I don't know, like corral them into a more sort of well-oiled sort of media and communications organ, like, you know, because like in the article they talk about like there are sort of like tutorials and training sessions about like how to expand the reach of your posts and sort of like message coordination. I think like they're trying to like, you know, I think after ignoring the internet for a long time, I think they're just trying to like shape what's already there into an even more, I don't know, effective means of political communication. And this gets into like the contract stipulations about what they are and aren't allowed to talk about. And it says here, following the initial outreach, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop in Chorus on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. Creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as part of the program to make content that supports or...
Yeah, people are saying they think they hear Matt Lieb. Their guest on this week is, this is the 2nd of September when this was recorded. It's Alex Nichols.
Opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus in advance and in writing per the contract. And it says the goal of Chorus, according to a fundraising deck obtained by Wired, is to build new infrastructure to fund independent progressive voices online at scale. The creators who join the incubator are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins. Those messaging check-ins are led by Cohen, that's Brian Tyler Cohen. On rapid response days, the creators also have to attend at least 2 Chorus newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans, often with lawmakers. So, like, Alex, I think that what's going on here is, like, they're taking a bunch of reliably just sort of partisan Democratic online influencers and sort of putting them in Democratic Party boot camp to make them even more reliable surrogates and mouthpieces for whatever the Democratic Party is trying to do, whatever candidate they're trying to support, or whatever message they're trying to promulgate. And, you know, one of the details here was about like how they are allegedly not allowed to, like, if you take the money, you're not allowed to talk about Gaza, right? Because that makes the Democratic Party, puts them in an awkward position, makes them look bad. And I think the way to look at this is like, I don't think it's so much that this, you know, 1630 fund and Chorus or whatever. I think the way to look at it is not so much that they're paying these people not to talk about Gaza. I think they're paying them because they've selected people who would never talk about it to begin with.
Yeah. None of these people need the money to be towing the Democratic Party line. And I'm not sure what that is either. Like, what is the messaging that they're putting out? Like, I don't see any Democratic messaging other than the shit from Newsom. But yeah, that's more of like that's directed more towards like normies. It's not directed towards TikTok.
Yeah, it's just like, I guess at this point, just like, no, Hakeem Jeffries is a competent adult. Like, there's no message or like central set of policies that you could identify with the party at this point. It is just like, yeah, Gavin Newsom, like, retruthing things and nothing else. Well, this has all the hallmarks of people trying to look busy.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, People trying to look busy is why 90% of things happen.
Yeah, that's our economy.
I mean, the thing about there being like 2 monthly briefings where they go, okay, everyone, just to remind you, we're still Democrats. Like this is Brian Tyler Cohen, who do any of you guys remember him?
I've seen his posts. I don't really know anything about him. He's like a news guy.
Yeah, he's like a liberal influencer who has like really alarmingly prominent temples. Like he reminds me of Professor X for that reason. I think he controls all these people with his telepathy. Yeah. But he was early on the influencers for Bloomberg train, and right. it's not very surprising to see him in charge of something like this. But this does have all the hallmarks of him approaching, like David Geffen and people like that, and going, okay, I think we're gonna do it. We're gonna get a liberal Joe Rogan, and to show how serious I am, we're gonna have 3 meetings a month, 3 entire Zoom calls. And whatever guy he was talking to went, sure, that sounds amazing, Brian.
Yeah, and I feel like I think you identified this. This is their incubator program, not to like support someone who already might be, who might have the mantle of the liberal Joe Rogan. This is like their $6 million, like the $6 Million Man Project to create a liberal Joe Rogan through this incubator program. And Alex, I think you identified like the essential like sort of conundrum here is that like, what is the message that they're paying for? Because what they're seeking to counteract, either on the right or on the left, are voices in the independent media sphere who are all very critical of the Democratic Party for varying reasons, either right-wing or left-wing. And like they want their own sort of farm system of people who support the Democratic Party line, which is at this current moment, whatever it is that we're doing, that's good. And don't complain about it. See, like if you're dissatisfied with Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer, you're wrong. And like, what do we stand for? I don't know, our politicians. What we stand for is the Democrats who currently hold office. And we should support all of them. It's trying to reverse engineer a liberal Joe Rogan from like the politics Mean Girls and American Doll influencers. An interesting thing in the article, though, is that it says the influencers offered the funding were given just days to sign the contract, which was essentially presented on a take it or leave it basis. At least one cohort was specifically told they could not have their lawyers redline it. In the group chat forum to discuss contract negotiations, some creators discussed the clause prohibiting the disparagement of other creators. Not being able to criticize anyone else affiliated with Chorus felt restrictive to some, according to text messages posted to the chat. So I'm just going to my sort of, here's my 2 cents, my advice for any sort of a budding influencer or creator out there, or really anyone in any field of life. When someone offers you a contract and gives you an hour to sign it and doesn't let your lawyer look at it, they probably don't have your best interest at heart. Like, who the fuck who is Cora? Are they Jerry Jones or something?
Like, I'm of 2 minds on this, because like on one hand, yeah, that's pretty bad practices. Like to tell, like, don't let a lawyer look at this. You like, here's all these restrictions, but also like, judging by what I've seen, if you at any point have been offered a chorus contract, you should probably kill yourself. So I don't know. It's sort of like Amy Klobuchar abusing her staff,
Yeah.
It could be bad, but then again, they work for Amy Klobuchar.
Yeah, like, are those people going to disparage the other people? Are people just going to go really in on Olivia Giuliana? Like posting like the right-wing stuff, like the America First post that was going around. Like there's a DNC heavyweight, an influencer who puts everything on the table, like putting out all those hack jokes. Like one of them's going to do that. They're just going to be like, oh, look at this fucking cow. It just seems like, what's the point of any of this? It's so weird. Like, why do they need to pay these people? Why is it not that much money? Why do they need to put these stipulations in when none of them are ever going to not post
I don't know if I can, my controller's not working. I was trying to give you some visuals. We ordered all of this video equipment to be shame it cropped to 9916 format. For some reason my computer no longer recognizes my cheapo Logitech wannabe Xbox controller. Did you already go over? We didn't actually advisory. Chapo ended up winning instead. Wonder why they didn't offer money to Hassan or MR or Humanist or Kyle
about that shit. Like, these are people who are self-selected to just be Democratic mouthpieces, who are not even really like, they don't even have that much influence. Like, they have less influence than like Jeff Tiedrich.
Yeah.
Where's his money?
Jeff needs to get a bag now.
Honestly.
Yeah.
He's been out there. He's consistent.
Yeah. I like this one. One creator named Chesko, who goes by the Speech Professor online, applied to join the program because
your name is Chesko and you go by something else?
Yeah, go by Chesko.
Chesko is cool, yeah.
I've never heard of a Chesko before.
His username is the Speech Professor?
The Speech Prof online.
Man. Yeah, these are Democrats.
Yeah. Look, your 2 options are to call yourself Chesko or chat. Another option, Call yourself I Show Speech. You may need to update the drivers. You're probably right. I haven't updated the drivers in forever. Let me see if I can find that.
Democrats who have usernames that are like the cool professor, the crunk professor. Remember the crunk professor?
I love the crunk professor.
The crumping lawyer.
I went to college, but I'm a little crazy. And yes, I do listen to gangsta rap.
All right.
It says, applied to join the program because he views it as an opportunity to get access to people that have the funding or backing and actual research that I could use, he says. I mean, like, you're just doing
Are
posts.
you a professor or not? It just sounds like a university, which you're supposed to belong to.
Yeah.
What does that mean? I'm doing this because it'll give me opportunities to have money put in my bank account?
Well, that's a good reason.
Yeah, I guess so.
Going on here, she writes, the structure of the program highlights the vast differences between how Democrats and Republicans attempt to amass online influence. Republicans have spent decades building up a powerful independent media ecosystem, though the right-wing influencer world is far from transparent. In September 2024, a federal indictment alleged that the Russian state-sponsored network RT was covertly producing millions in funding to Tenet Media, a company working with major right-wing influencers, including Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. In 2024, the Republican National Congressional Committee spent nearly $500,000 on working with Creator Grid, an influencer marketing company whose website says it connects Republican candidates with the internet's most powerful conservative influencers, according to analysis of campaign finance filings from the Washington Post. And I mean, like, I think this is like, you know, because obviously, like, the whole like right-wing media, online new media sphere is, you know, deeply corrupt and stupid as well. But I think like this does accurately identify like an essential difference here is that like Russia will wait for someone to blow up before they start paying them to do fucking videos for them. Whereas like what these people are doing are just like trying to like I said, like pick someone in the 5th round who's going to win a Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just, again, it's hard to see any point in any of this besides Brian Tyler Cohen, like justifying his $700,000. I don't know what he gets paid to lead all this bullshit. I'm assuming.
Ooh, there we go. Like I said, oh my God.
Your salary running this thing. I just, yeah. All these people, the highest
right,
profile.
So like I said, I'm going to correct mistakes when I see them. There's one right there. Brian Tyler Cohen does it for the love of the game, but really for the clout. Really for the clout. Really to have the fandoms of 90 TikTok creators at his beck and call as his shooters. That's why. That's what's in it for Brian Tyler Cohen. Yeah, he's not actually getting paid for this, chat, but that doesn't make it any better.
Among them have like, you know, 200,000 followers, I think. I don't think there's a lot of crossover in this group. I don't think there's a lot of people who are like, I voted for Trump in 2020. I didn't vote in 2024, but I love the DNC American Girls account and Olivia Juliana. I think I love those two. Yeah, again, like most things, appearing to be busy.
But it seems like the right wing, like I said, like they'll sort of adopt and start funding guys who have sort of already created for themselves, not just an audience, but like a political line or point of view, or like, you know, some weird conspiracy rabbit hole, or just like they have a thing, right? Like Alex Jones had a thing. Like he had a sort of a brand, you know. Benny Johnson had a thing before he.
Well, they'll co-opt people who have like an outsider credential. I mean, that has happened in the past with like Democratic stuff, but it seems like now there's such a siege mentality that they don't even, if you've appeared as an outsider at all, fuck off. You are not getting this $8,000 a month.
Yeah.
We're not even going to try to co-opt you.
And like, you know, like that's why, like, again, like this all seems so pointless to me, is because like they're trying to like gain purchase in the minds of young people or online or in independent media, but they're doing it all but they're starting from a point of like, we're only going to fund people who already agree with us and who are 1,000% loyal Democrats already. So it's just like, where's the buy-in here? Like, where's the juice? You know, like, and seemingly like creating contracts which make it so that you can't ever sort of buck the party line in any way that might be surprising or novel.
Yeah. If you're taking them at their word that they're like trying to win back the online landscape, it's inherently self-defeating even going just by their own words, because I mean, according to them, this is all a messaging issue that has left the Democratic Party in the state where all these, according to them, Democratic beliefs are uncool. So we're going to get the only people in this group who have any name at all have a name beyond just Democratic circles because they are constantly made fun of for being uncool in various different ways. Yeah. So it's just like, what, are they going to become cool by virtue of you paying them? I don't know. I mean, there's more evil things that I guess David Geffen could spend his money on. I guess it's good to just kind of waste his time and waste everyone's time. But it's, I don't know. This is barely one step above like just paying people to do like a one of those no work jobs where you just show up to a construction site and talk to other guys in lawn chair.
Chat, I don't know. Yeah, it's a messaging issue. I don't know what's going on. I'm looking at my device drive. I'm looking at my device manager, and what should be coming up is Logitech, right? Because it's a Logitech controller. Apparently, Leftist Mafia was arguing over the Taylor Lorenz article. That is something we're going to have to cover tomorrow, I believe. I'm afraid we're not going to have time for it today. Or for Rocket League either. I was going to show you some visuals while we're going over the Chapo thing. And the message, exactly, Directive. It is the message, it is the rhetoric, and ultimately it is the policy. If you want to gain the trust of the American people, which you have utterly lost, you have got to change your policy. People like Zoran Mamdani and maybe to a lesser extent Bernie and AOC are showing the way, right? You can see that these kind of politicians do have movement, whereas your Hakeem Jeffries and your Chuck Schumer and even your Cory Booker don't have that kind of purchase, right? You could bring up Gavin Newsom, but that is basically he is subsisting off of the negative clout from Donald Trump at the moment. Audacity of Cuomo to run again. Well, yeah. Do you know what's going on now with that race, chat? So if you haven't heard, Donald Trump has offered a job to Eric Adams, right? He's offered Eric Adams a job in the administration if he will drop out of the race to help Cuomo win. Trump is now openly trying to help. And, we've gotten word that there's been a phone call between the two. There's been some coordination, right? But now he's openly trying to help Cuomo win by getting Eric Adams to drop out, right? And become the secretary of, Housing and Urban Development. I wonder why he picked Eric Adams. What would it be? What is it about Eric Adams Eric Adams was a cop. What makes you think HUD? Housing and Urban Development. Housing and Urban Development. Housing and Urban Development. Who was the last guy that he had in Trump version 1.0? Ben Carson. Interesting. Zoran challenged Trump to a debate. He called Cuomo Trump's puppet. Nice. Yeah, that's exactly what he should be doing. Zoran said he'd rather debate Trump directly instead of his puppet. That's awesome. Yeah, there's no point in debating the puppet when you can debate Trump has this idea that somehow black people just have this automatic insight on housing and urban development, right? I don't even know what's going on, chat. Why can't I should have, so what I have is my device manager here, and I'm seeing Xbox 360 peripheral. 360? What? I don't think I have an Xbox 360 controller. What I have is a Logitech controller. I mean, it is designed to be like an Xbox controller, but it says that the driver is updated for that. Here, let me try one more thing. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Chat, I haven't gamed in so long. I suck at this now. It's the article about it. Nice.
Back to veto again. Yeah. But no, I mean, I think you got it exactly right, Felix, is that this is all indicative of the fact that they still believe or need to believe that the Democratic Party is so brutally unpopular right now because their messaging just isn't working. And that the delivery vehicles for people, the sort of vectors of delivery for the message that the Democratic Party is doing great and everyone loves them and their policies is just not working anymore online. So we need to have more people towing that line. And I think the tell here is all these sort of incubator sessions about how to make your posts have better reach or how to get more, more hits or go viral or whatever. All that shit is always doomed to fail because it's just if you want an audience, just do good content, do good posts, be funny, be amusing, be entertaining, be intelligent, make good videos. I don't know. You can't, Like, there's no strategy that's going to sort of, I don't know, replace the fact that all these people are boring and have nothing to say other than Hakeem Jeffries is cool.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, if I am taking them at their word, this is like if Poland, a week before Germany invaded them, was like, okay, we're at a severe technological disadvantage. We need to get 4 times as many horses and 2 times as many biplanes.
we need a penny farthing.
Ooh, wait a minute. I think you're right, Commander Styles. Yeah, I think you're right. I remember dealing with this before. Commander Styles says Steam input settings could have changed. I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Like we're at this inherent.
Yeah, I switched the USB port. Happens to my Xbox Series X. I'm guessing, chat, that because this is basically, I mean, it's a Logitech, and I expect it to open up under like a Logitech menu, right? As a sub device of the Logitech section. But yeah, since it is basically an Xbox controller, it's a 360. Is this a 360, chat? I honestly don't know the difference between the 360 and the One controller. Anyway, I am gonna try that one. I'm gonna look at Steam. Maybe Steam will have it for me.
We're at disadvantage because they have tanks, we have horses. We're using the first planes ever, and they have Stuka dive bombers. We just need more of those things, though, and then we'll be fine.
You could have done something.
Yeah.
If you throw enough horses in there, we'll fuck up the tanks. Like one horse, a tank can probably roll over. But like hundreds of them.
Yeah.
Like if you tried to run a tank through the Kentucky Derby, I think it would really grind up the treads and shit.
Yeah.
Like in Saving Private Ryan, they did it with a sock. It worked with a sock. So like 300 horses.
And I guess if Nazi Germany wins, you're losing all your horses no matter what. They're putting all those horses in the death camp.
Yeah, they killed all the Polish elites, all the intellectuals, all the nationalists, and the horses. The horses they rode in on.
I don't know. And it's just like the Democratic Party isn't popular because everyone hates them because like no one knows what they believe in, and the things that they do and say are also evil and awful, and everyone hates it. So like the way out of that is just like try to counter the messaging of anyone who could theoretically be on your side but is critical of the Democratic Party. Guys, I think we need our own incubator program for online content creators. And I was thinking, what would that look like? And then I thought to myself, that is Chapo FYM. We need to start funding, Outlaws Generation and people who review food in their cars.
Well, I think he might support Trump now, but
well, we're gonna get him back.
That is
we need to win people over.
Yeah, we need
Democrats
to win people
need to do
over.
more food influencer shit.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say anything about Olivia Giuliana. I'm not going to say anything.
No,
But
I
am looking at this American Girl doll account, and it does have a lot of likes on Instagram. And it is kind of interesting because it's Felicity. It's the American Girl doll that's like a Revolutionary War, not soldier, bystander, I guess, observer. But it is kind of interesting.
She was in the Continental Army's Child Soldier Brigade.
Yeah. We could have won faster if we had more child soldiers. And we like girls in the army.
Couldn't you see Bede Skelton being into that American Girl account?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they could win him over. But it is kind of interesting.
Okay, this is weird. My it's working with my Steam inputs. Like I'm able to use it, like it's connected to the computer because it's affecting Steam. I just don't know. Fuck. I haven't. What is this? Community layouts, templates. Recommended. Maybe recommended. Official layout for Rocket League. Legacy. Standard. Looks like right now I'm on standard. I changed to legacy. Whoops. Did I just fuck something up? Back. Can't remember, chat. What do you do? Do you it's a 360 but it works fine for the PC? Yeah, I can't remember. Do you disable your Steam inputs or something? You know the Outlaws Generation lore now? You rated Imhud last night? Wait, was that the guy that they were watching? The guy that was doing the guy that was doing like he was doing cameos, right? He was like he looked like a washed up like rock guy with a guitar. Could start by terminating Steam input off. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, is somehow do it in game. I'll try.
Interesting, because it's almost like a liberal tea party, because they used to wear the little hats and the tea bags, and they got really into
I forgot about the tea bags.
Cosplay. And I guess this is like the Democratic version of that against Trump, is like dressing up your doll as a Revolutionary War era person and using that against the president somehow. I'm not sure how well that messaging goes over. It doesn't sit that well with people on the left to do the Revolutionary War was good kind of thing. I think you could probably make it work, like Mad King George and all that.
Yeah.
You have to bypass like the slavery stuff.
But Alex, I'm confused. Like, how are they relating the American Girl doll Felicity to like the current Democratic Party and like current political debates that are beneficial to the, I don't know, liberal media creative complex?
I think there are just dolls in the pictures.
Yeah, that is really it.
It's just like outsider art.
That would be generous to call it that.
I don't know. It gets more likes on Instagram than I do.
I mean, there's some bullshit on Instagram. What is this account called on Instagram?
Helicity Merriman.
Felicity Merriman?
Helicity.
Oh,
I'm not sure what the bid is for that.
That's pretty scary. Okay. Helicity Merriman. Is it okay? So I assume it's going to be one of. Oh, this is just fucking bullshit.
This is terrible.
I thought this was. Oh God, I hate the. I fucking.
What did you think it was going to be?
Alex, I thought it was going to be one of those accounts where it's like, here's Nicki Minaj as ring pops, and it's like her outfit looks like it's the same color as like a ring pop that someone posts. People do that kind of bullshit all the time, but no, it's like these very 2019 style super wordy memes. When you see memes in this font, you're about to see some absolute
Hi, Waffles.
horseshit. Oh my God, this sucks.
Here's the buzz. We need an American Girl doll who costs pre-Trump prices. It's just photos of dolls with text, basically. And like, to be fair, it's like the creative.
Yeah, Chad, I hate to do this to you, but I'm just gonna have to look. Normally, if we listen to a podcast with like no really visuals, I play a video game over it. I cannot get my control. It's been too long, chat. It's been too long. A drop could make a weak solder joint break. It's not that. I am receiving input. Like in other words, I can control things in Steam with my Xbox controller. I just can't get Rocket League to work with it. How have I been? I've moved to a different country. I'm in Thailand now. It's wild. I got away from I had to run away from America.
Creator herself is speaking to the camera a lot too. So it's like she's sort of a personality as well, but these are just sort of doll-based memes.
The dolls don't even need to be there.
It's like trying to reach out to basic women, not to be rude, but I guess it's like women.
Is it better there? Yeah. I mean, look, I don't know. I mean, there's better and worse stuff, but I have access to all of the fruit that I could possibly eat at this is like, and it's really, I don't know, it's pretty good. Gonna be going to Vietnam in a week. But yeah, if I'm a little out of it, it's because I did a 12-hour stream yesterday and didn't get much sleep last night, and it's just kind of just been slogging through it. And thinking about moving out there, I would recommend it. I mean, of course, like if you can, like take a trip here first, because I think it's just depending on like your temperament, right? Like if you don't like hot weather, it's probably not for you. But it's not too hot for me. It's okay. And I did have a friend, like a college friend, who moved out here along with me, and he just couldn't take it. It was too different than what he's used to, right? But it's kind of like once you get used to it, it's really cool. I like the people a lot. I'm learning the language, and I'm really excited. In fact, I'm starting language school in September after I get back from Vietnam. Oh, okay. So you'd be moving, not so far away. Yeah. No, it's a really nice place,
Women who could be Republicans, Because like the woman who runs this, like if you saw her and you heard she was a politics influencer, you would probably guess she's a Republican because she has like bleach blonde hair and she kind of fits like.
And she's into dolls as an adult.
Yeah, yeah. It's a very like feminine coded, almost traditional aesthetic, but it's democratic. So I kind of get their thinking, I guess, because this is the kind of thing where it wouldn't automatically be democratic. Like these people could go over to the Republican Party, but I don't know.
I guess. I mean,
if they're giving her like $8,000 a month, maybe it's worth it. I don't know.
Why not? It's not even that much money. So
they should do like just as a control group to see how well this kind of thing works. Do the same kind of account, but it's one of those like terrifying anime guys who like fills a figurine in a jar filled with cum. Same style of meme and that same sort of like didactic meme font that was very popular.
Yeah, there should be guys posting about like their cum shirt. Like your mom taking your cum shirt out from under your bed and it's hard and it stands up and she washes it.
Mr. Chapo.
Like they should have guys like that.
No, actually, I think that's Alex Nichols. Does anybody know who this where this guy is from? Alex Nichols?
And just say, I support the Democrats.
Oh, they stole one of my jokes. We need an American Girl doll who lost her virginity in a finished basement while the Disney movie played loudly 10 feet away.
That's very specific.
Yeah. We need an American Girl dog who is crusty white and named Bella. We need an American Girl doll who had her first kiss under a sunsetter retractable awning. We need an American Girl doll who treated the Disney Channel games with more reverence than the Olympics.
Felix, they're stealing all your material and
this
from your life.
What are the Disney Channel games?
I mean, I would assume they're less important than the Olympics, but I'm not the American Girl doll who treats them with more reverence than the Olympics. I would assume, I would have to assume that it's like, you know, the cast of The Sweet Life and Zack and Cody.
Good night, Columbia Rican.
Doing the shot put, but there's a Disney twist.
Yeah, I guess I would treat that with more reverence than the Olympics because I don't really treat the Olympics with much reverence at all, honestly. No offense to the athletes.
Playing Viscera cleanup detail via controller on Steam right now. I swear to God, I think I've run into this issue before. I'm just gonna look. Here's what I'm gonna do, chat. I'm gonna ask Sarah. I think that's my best bet. I don't know. I know I had this issue before, and I feel like Sarah might have been the one that made the suggestion that actually fixed it. No, wait a minute. I feel like I fixed this one. It was something to do with Steam, though. When somebody said Steam, I was like, oh no, that's got to be the yeah, and it's definitely my controller is Steam is receiving input from my controller, so it's not a USB port issue, it's not a cord issue, and it's not a controller issue. I am thinking that somehow the controller information just isn't making it to Rocket League. And I tried disabling it on Steam. I just don't remember. Did you change main game settings first to gamepad controls? You know what? They don't have that, Rave. I think what it is that if you like, I think what it is that like if you use the controls on the keyboard, it'll work, which I don't want to do for Rocket League. Keyboard control on Rocket League is super frustrating and bad. Is the controller working on anything else? I mean, when's the last time I played video games, chat? Oh God, it was Minecraft. It was like 2 months ago. It was Minecraft, and yeah, I played Minecraft with a keyboard and mouse. KBM on RL. Wait, what? On Rocket League, yeah, keyboard and mouse on Rocket League is a bad thing. It's an evil thing, truly. Any hot fixes or patches? I think it's just something stupid I'm not getting, Directive. I think I'm just missing like it's just like like there's something that I should maybe wait a minute. Is it because I have Steam open? Because I know you can run this with Steam closed. Let me just try maybe closing Steam. I don't know why I think that'll work, but wait, how do you actually get Steam to close? Is this one of the you gotta like exit Steam? Okay. Wait, oh no, Rocket League shuts down. Rocket League shuts down. I thought you could run Rocket League without Steam open. Have a wireless keyboard. If you spill wine or something on your computer, you can save it by getting a wireless keyboard. Well, I did spill cow soy on my mouse a little bit, but the mouse is working fine.
In the organizers.
No offense to all the countries of the world.
Yeah, go into Steam settings and turn. Do you, Commander Styles, are you talking about the game settings, or is there some kind of like a universal Steam setting that I need to? That might be it. That sounds like what fixed it last time.
Yeah. No offense to the global society we live in, but miss me with that shit.
I love the Olympics, Alex. I always look forward to the Olympics. It's always fun to me. But yeah.
Will, this is one of yours they stole.
What?
We need an American Girl doll who tells SCOTUS to fuck off in front of a crowd of 20,000 people.
Wow.
We need an American Girl doll who can't even parallel park. We need an American Girl doll who builds park. We need an American Girl doll who builds bridges more iconic than the Golden Gate. I'm glad they named a famous bridge there. We need an American Girl doll who has spent the night crying on the floor of the bathroom.
See, okay, I think this content. I think Alex, I think you're right that like this is maybe trying to like stave off women who would otherwise be, seduced by far right wing politics and the doll collecting community. But I feel like a good chunk of this is just probably appealing to sexually depraved men as well. Like
really alarming.
Yeah, whether they realize it or not, that audience is definitely there, right? This is definitely something that would low-key appeal to,
like, the types of men who were like first arrested for the John Benet Ramsey case.
Well, those guys lean toward
John
Trump.
Mark Carr type guys.
We do need to win those guys over.
Well, there's a lot of them out there.
Terrifying perverts.
I think this account more appeals to, like, I don't know, people whose personality changed after a car crash. I just can't picture anyone who like knows when you're supposed to vote liking this. Like
it's on Valentine's Day.
Yeah, the people who like this, I just see them going, "Wait, we do that every year or every day?" This is for a very low functioning type of person. There's a group of American Girl dolls in a playhouse, and the caption or the words on the meme are, "Did you remember the weed?" That one's a little edgy for them. I wonder if that was before the chorus deal.
Yeah.
Oh man, I've seen some bullshit meme accounts on Instagram, but this is among the worst.
Well, I guess like a sort of follow up to this story is that
yeah, chat, I did something and it worked. Like, what the fuck was it though? What? I don't understand. I don't think I did anything. How is it working now? Oh, I reopened Rocket League and somehow it just started working. Anyway, chat, sorry for the confusion. We'll finish the content. I'll play a little bit of Rocket League. Sorry for not knowing. This has got to be like the worst performance as a gamer that I have ever rendered. But just wait till you see me play. It'll get worse. Leftist women don't like traditional values or children, but maybe they like dolls. The classic turn it on and off again. Yeah, I guess so. I guess controller mind meld. Yeah, something like that. Woke up in the middle of sleeping to say the doll thing makes me feel like it might be. Oh, the account. So yeah, we're talking about one of the chorus accounts, one of the chorus creators, and yeah, it's an American Girl meme account on Instagram. And I mean, this is what the Democrats had to go on, right? They were like, all right, we got beat by Joe Rogan. Okay. So how does this work? You get a content creator that's not overtly political, and then somehow yada, 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 they work their magic. They get your candidate elected, right? That's all they picked up. So they were like, yeah, what could be less political than a meme account, an American Girl meme account, right? I don't know. It's, I mean, the Democrats they're not doing great. They're not doing too great.
Like in the week since it's come out, like all of the people who are mentioned as being sort of part of this chorus incubator project have all issued statements, like, saying that the article is full of lies and distortions, and that like in no way is this some sort of coordinated messaging operation to sort of enforce Democratic Party groupthink. But the problem with that is that they all released virtually identical worded statements.
Yeah.
So but like I want to get to one last element of this story that I think is like an interesting sort of layer or reflection upon like meta commentary on the story, is that like the fact that the article was written by Taylor Lorenz, who is sort of something of a, I don't know, like a lightning rod herself, but like particularly.
So yeah, chat, just so you're not surprised by this, they don't like Taylor Lorenz. They're not fans on Chapo. I think they had a run-in on Twitter. And if you don't know, the Chapo Twitter accounts, especially Felix, I think, get in a lot of fights with people.
In this story, because like, didn't Taylor just get in trouble for like doing ads for some company that like sells smartphones to children or something like that?
No, they sell smartphone software that disables things that could get your kid in trouble. It's not a cell phone for children. It's literally like the opposite. It's like the opposite, right?
Okay, so it is, I think it's either an app or just an entire smartphone that like it doesn't go on like Facebook or something. So apparently she did an ad but wasn't paid, which is one of the weird, craziest things I've ever heard.
She posted a video on her account that she labeled as a hashtag ad, and she said in the video that she's proud to partner with a company called Bark, which is, it advises parents on phone software to purchase for kids, like small kids, and I don't know, because like I don't know, like Taylor is is
okay. We'll give this a
very
try.
vocal about being opposed to like efforts to restrict the usage of smartphones among school children. Which
Warning, chat. This might suck
because like I think I mean like that to me. I don't have kids. But, like, it seems to me that like I think it'd be wrong to say that kids can't have access to the internet or phones or shit like that. But like I do not understand why anyone thinks it's a good idea to allow them to like be used in schools, like when you're supposed to be receiving an education.
Yeah, if you're even kind of ambivalent on this, okay, get 2 kids, raise one of them unrestricted phone access, the other one normal style. See which one turns out better.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a tough question because kids are going to get access to it no matter what.
That sounds like an unethical experiment.
Skibbity Riz and all that bullshit. So like they're going to get inundated with it no matter what. And I think like even though it's objectively harmful, it is.
Oh my God,
sort of helpful.
Some of this shit doesn't work.
Because unfortunately, for better or worse, the world is kind of defined by that, by the dynamics of social media. Kind of the same thing with TV. Like it's objectively good not to let your kid watch a lot of TV, but we also live in a world right now that's completely shaped by TV, and we have the TV guy as president. And he plays to the ratings and everything else. Like he's completely defined by TV. So if you have no experience with that, it's kind of hard to understand the world, and that kind of fucks you. Like I don't know.
Yeah, but at the same time, this would be the equivalent of like because you know like TV rots your brain. And like when I was a kid, my parents tried as hard as possible to like limit how much TV I watched during the day. But I think the difference is like because of technology, I wasn't able to watch TV in school, like in class. I wasn't able to watch TV constantly.
Unless there was a disaster.
Well, unless, you know, yeah.
Like they were launching a rocket that was about to explode.
Yeah.
They'll let you watch TV
have to
for
watch
that.
the Challenger take off on TV. Fuck, I'm not that old. But I don't know. Like I see like I think efforts to like make kids put their smartphones in like a bag during school hours so that they're like forcing them in some way to like not ravage their attention spans and just like learn something or pay attention in class. Like I did see.
Wait, it's the other team. Oh my God.
Like, well, the internet is where people learn things. And I was like, well, yeah, but it's not the only place people learn things.
I think kids are more well-read and educated in certain
ways
because of that, but also it's really hard to guarantee that people use it for learning and they use it for the correct things because the profit motive encourages the worst aspects of it, like AI-generated Instagram reels and just the worst, like brain rot. It encourages brain rot. It doesn't encourage like reading Wikipedia.
Oh, come on, that should have been an assist.
Or like, I don't know, like to me, like the purpose of education at any level should be like producing human beings who are capable and even desirous of reading an actual book on their own time. And like, it's very hard for me to see how unlimited smartphone is making that more realistic or a more
I read books on my phone.
I think that's true. The only way to really do this would be to just like like a national like blanket ban, and that you can't kids can have jitterbugs, but you can't have a smartphone until you're like 21 or something.
I'm surprised
that I didn't have a smartphone until I was like 19, I think. I think I had an iPod Touch before that, but I could have gotten an iPhone when it came out.
I'm kind of surprised
I just spent money on
Chapo's not more negatively polarized against Jonathan Haidt
well, I think that would,
than they are Taylor Lorenz, right? Even if you hate Taylor Lorenz,
I'd like it to be 25, but you get a gaming PC when you do like a summer service project.
Yeah,
like a racing street art.
kids do need to learn how to use computers more.
Yeah.
The other thing,
they're learning how to use phones. Yeah.
Like when I was that age, like
the other thing that's being kind of buried here is that the whole controversy. So, you know, actually Pod Save America. Holy shit, chat. This is the Ouroboros eating its tail. Chat, I just realized this. Pod Save America and Chapo, they're on the same side. If you know about the history between these two podcasts, they are like diametrically opposed. They are night and day. And you know, Pod Save America were dunking on Taylor today, saying that she's like the only one that opposes getting phones out of school. And the whole thing is, if you're talking about keeping kids from being on their phone during class, right? She's not against that, right? A teacher can do that. What she's against is a fucking law. She's against making it a law that the children, you know, cannot have phones in school, right? And you know the difference between a rule or a you know, maybe even a classroom rule that's left up to the teacher's discretion, and a law is that the rule the teacher enforces, right? If you break the rule, you're in trouble with your teacher. If you break a law, you are in trouble with your student resource officer. And I think that's a lot worse. So as much as like, yeah, I'm getting rinsed here, chat. I'm getting absolutely rinsed. As much as, you know, I somewhat understand. I mean, it's stupid. It's Luddite and it's, you know, backwards. But like, I somewhat understand where parents are coming from, saying they want their kid to have a, you know, a phone-free childhood. I mean, you know, it's silly in a million different ways, but I understand the impulse, right? I'm a little bit more concerned with kids having a cop-free childhood, if you know what I mean. Especially, you know, children that might be from marginalized groups that are targeted by police, to start off with a record or whatever, or to, you know, interactions with the police like at an early age. I mean, that's a bad. Let's see if we can get a. Oh my God, chat! I realize I've got it set on a fairly high difficulty. Oh my God, we're getting killed. We're getting fucking destroyed here. Me and my bot team are getting wrecked. But anyway. Yeah, and so that's what Taylor's really saying. She does not want a law passed, right? That, you know, Jonathan Haidt and his cronies are trying to advocate for, to you know, to make this a law. And I totally agree with her. But yeah, PodSave were like, yeah, I think the only person who doesn't agree with you know, keeping, you know, getting phones away from kids is Taylor Lorenz at this point, and they like laugh at her. But yeah, I mean, this is basically Chapo, and I don't think Chapo realizes it, but they're fist bumping right now with the PodSave bros. And you know, I'm not even sure if they understand what they're advocating for. But yeah, they definitely love them some Jonathan Haidt, as does Anna Kasparian. You know, Haidt is the source of a lot of bad ideas, especially on the left, which is wild because Haidt, although he started out as a liberal, he is a cursed centrist. And maybe we'll be talking about him more. I'm getting fucking destroyed here.
To expose yourself to brain rot, you had to put in so much technical work, like learning how to torrent stuff and building a PC and like learning how to convert video.
I gotta ask you, chat. Brain rot. To me, brain rot is like, you know, being too online, right? It's if you know like terminology, you know, if you're trans and you're talking about like the, you know, difference between an AGP and an HSTS or something like that, that's brain rot, right? If you're in these like weird like online like self-hating communities, right? That's one version, and of course the more prominent version of what is brain rot. Oh my God, can we get in? No, we can't. Fuck me. I actually got there we go. Finally, a point on the board. Thank you, comrade Tex. Anyway, we're in the twilight zone.
Like I was thinking about that recently, about how so much of my technical knowledge, it comes from stuff like converting Simpsons episodes to watch on a Palm Pilot.
Oh, yeah. I used to do that with the iPod video. I would rip it off the Simpsons DVDs that I had and create MP4 files that I loaded onto an iPad video.
Yeah, like so much of that.
iPod
like
video, sorry.
The reason I did it was to get to the same place that kids can get to easier now, like just watching 24-hour Family Guy streams.
Yeah.
But it required more technical work to get it done. Which is
same with obtaining pornography, you know?
Yeah,
you
the same
the
thing.
embarrassment of asking for a magazine from a sort of a skeptical-looking magazine clerk or news kiosk attendant. But these kids today, they got it too easy. And, you know, I mean, again, like, and once again, like, so like if we're saying that like unlimited access to the internet is like okay for children, like, well, it certainly hasn't been okay for adults or even Taylor Lorenz herself, whose output on a lot of issues is, I would say, somewhat odd recently. Like for instance, her contention that NYC DSA members are more fascist than actual Nazis at this point towards disabled people. At an event for Trump's inauguration.
So do you hear what this is? Like, they're literally reading down Twitter, it sounds like, right? This was one of the posts that went up the second that Taylor got embroiled in another controversy. And like I said, there's a whole bunch of hate for her. A lot of it coming from, you know, the likes of Mark Andreessen or, you know, some Chaya Raichek supporters, Tucker Carlson. A lot of it, you know, coming from some pretty, you know, questionable sources. And it just gets dredged back up every time that she, no, I don't know this particular thing, the comment that she made about the DSA. I'll have to look into that. So I can't really speak to that, but, yeah, it's that's literally a Twitter, that's literally a tweet that they typed in Taylor Lorenz and they're just, you know, reading down Twitter.
Literal Nazis in attendance. I was masked. Multiple people there put on masks, asked if my health was okay, and one told me about his sick grandma. So, I mean, like, it complicates the issue.
No one's ever seen her without a mask at an event. That's
no, certainly not. Certainly
no
not.
one's ever, you know.
Okay, now what's this thing about masking, right? There's, is there some cause celeb about Taylor Lorenz that I don't know about where she was unmasked? Obviously, she was wearing a mask with the Chaya Raichek.
I will just say, I think in general, you need like 3 or 4 reporters who, like, the stories that they do when they file a story, it's like, it's interesting. It gives you something to talk about, but they, as a person, they're insane. Yeah. I think it's socially healthy to have that because I think there are a lot of reporters who are great reporters and they're regular, you know, like if I, in a just day-to-day situation, if it was like,
oh yes,
I have to choose between this reporter
finally
and the general public to like water a house
finally
while I'm gone, I'm picking that reporter. But then there are some types of reporters where it's like, all right, well, you should have an air tag on you at all times. You're a little bit nuts.
Yeah.
I think if I asked you to babysit someone, I might come home and you're leg dropping a toddler.
The thermostat's at 87.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's me.
The Democratic Party should pay her, honestly.
They
should have paid her not to run this article.
You have to believe a lot of like really stupid things to be a reporter. And some of the reporters that I put in the crazy, you know, that I would put on my crazy person island, but who I still think have done good articles, they're stupid in the way that they're, you know, credulous or
right.
That is their form of mental illness. It's rare to have one who's like, they have the same thing driving them that like Trisha Paytas does. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I think to be like a good journalist.
That's a comparison I've never heard before. Taylor Lorenz and Trisha Paytas.
In a lot of ways, you do have to have some sort of like oppositional defiant disorder.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you about the time that, like, do you remember the episode where you and Adam were talking about when she
oh hell yeah,
lives with TikTok,
right,
yeah.
That was a bizarre interview too. Yeah.
Okay, so like months later, she like yelled at me about that because apparently you guys were like mean to her.
Oh wait, I don't remember.
And I listened to it.
TikTok.
I didn't.
I don't remember.
I'm sorry. Is he like the only one that's like really on Twitter these days or something? Is that what's going on? Felix is the only one that's. Why did she contact Felix about what whoever else said?
Honestly, I don't remember what I said.
Adam might have said something that was like kind, but it wasn't really. It didn't warrant like her like messaging me months later and being like, "What the fuck?" It was. I didn't even see who it was from first. I just saw like this message that was just "What the fuck?" like first thing in the morning, and I was like, "Oh my god, do I owe someone money?" And she was just like hectoring me about how like evil and stupid the segment was, and I was like, Yeah, sounds bad.
Oh, you blamed it on me and Adam, right? Okay, great.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it was Will and Adam Friedland. Yeah.
I was like, they're getting fired soon. Don't worry. But I wasn't on the episode,
Well,
so can you stop yelling at me?
Yeah, you kind of have to have
But
something a little
it-
wrong with you to be that committed to being a reporter in this media landscape right now. Like, that's the one thing you want to do, and you won't stop. Even after getting like fired and getting in trouble and stuff, and having all these controversies, like having to do that, like you have to have something has to be a little bit wrong with you, but it's in a way that's kind of compelling and interesting.
There's no other reporter I can think of who like would like message me about something that was on the show months ago and be like, what the fuck, you piece of shit. Like I even the reporters who are like credulous or believe stupid things, that is a specific like Trisha Paytasness that I think it actually is very novel among reporters. And I will go as far as to say I'm glad that there is someone like that.
Yeah, that's what the guy from the 1975 does. Like if he gets a bad review, he'll just send a long email to the person, just ripping into him. But Adam kind of dodged that because he had him on the show.
Do you know that reference? This was oh my God, when Cumtown had their biggest controversy, it was something, chat, remind me who the fuck this has been forever ago, right? When this happened, this was like the most viral clip that ever happened on Cumtown. I can't even remember who the fuck this was. But yeah, it got them. It was, I don't remember. I think it was something Nick was saying, right? And it got blamed on the singer of the 1975 who was on that week as a guest. I think that's how it went down. I don't fucking remember, but this is old school. This is some lore that's being dropped.
So he doesn't have to deal with that. And you should have Taylor Lorenz on the show. I think that would be kind of interesting.
It's kind of normal for musicians to do that, though. I mean, you expect that from a musician.
Yeah, there's less professionalism required.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Taylor, if you're angry about this segment, please direct all ire to Alex Nicholas.
Yeah, he told us to say all this.
It's his fault. He did it. He goaded me into doing this.
I think she posted one of my tweets on her Instagram story.
Okay. Well, look.
Not bad.
In that song we made, the David Sirota song where we reference her and say mask off, Charles wrote that. I made the beat.
I thought that was a really good line. I like the entire song, but that was a great punchline.
Hold up. Nope. Chat, I've gotten copyright claimed for playing some of Chapo. If you don't know, they do like they do parody songs. They've got like I don't know, I think it's supposed to be a fake like white SoundCloud rapper named NBA Stupid Ass or something. That is but they'll do all these like, you know, it comes from episode 1, which is their podcast. That is. The idea of it is they create concepts for podcasts and they act out what would the first episode of this podcast be. And one of the podcasts was called Uncle's Boathouse. I guess instead of Chapo Trap House. And yeah, it's about a white SoundCloud rapper and his entourage. And from that, they put out an album of the of what this, I guess, the guy's first album would be like. That's what's being. But anyway, I got copyright claimed for playing one of the parody songs as a joke. I think it was "I Wish the Money Changed Me."
But
I'm not going to let that happen again. Once bitten, twice shy.
I thought the Wired piece was good. I think she does good reporting, but some of her public stances I find a bit strange. That's all.
Strange is, I think, the best way to put it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a charitable way to put it.
There we go. Oh, looks like Majority Report covered the Pakman suing thing. All right, chat. Well, that was interesting. It's usually something Nick says. Yeah, true. When I heard Felix say this, my first thought was, oh God, it's so Felix is Taylor's ex. Somehow I could see that. Chapo is so annoying when they do the too cool for school vibe. They're always irony poisoned like that. That's their whole vibe. Vote to end this match. If you were on my team, Ligala, you would do me like that? Well, anyway, we're going to win this match. And that means we're going to the we're in the play. This is the playoffs, chat. I lost the first match just trying to get my wits about me and remember how this game even works. And then second match, I don't know, we're playing better offense and better defense. And it looks like 2 minutes. Well, you could never say 2 minutes and 53 seconds is a long time in Rocket League. Taylor's right, though. We should be fucking masking up. But wait, there's something about I keep on hearing people refer to this incident where Taylor did not mask. I don't know what this is about. So anyway, chat, just for little housekeeping, tomorrow I think I'm going to go over the leftist mafia. I'm sorry we didn't get to it tonight. I really wanted to, but there just wasn't enough time. I've done 7 hours today already. Thank you to the mods. Thank you. Wait, no, first thing I got to do is, oh my God, chat, so many things. Let's see. What am I doing? We got to pick a raiding victim. I got to raid somebody. Yeah, I wish I knew what the Taylor Lorenz masking incident was all about. See who's on tonight. Oh yeah, the other thing I should look at with you is we got 142 Twitch subscribers, 166 YouTube members. Twitch is has almost caught up to YouTube. That's amazing. Congratulations, Twitch. You kicked ass yesterday. YouTube kind of carried us today, but that's okay. You know, that's all right. Oh my God, somebody's name is Lesbian Hot Sauce? Politics, LGBT, queer, leftist, feminist, muscle mommy? Okay, that... See if there's anybody... Yeah, let's do this. Wait, no. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Do you want to raid into Lesbian Hot Sauce tonight, chat? Democrats are laughably bad is the stream title. Support open it.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I don't know the streamer. They seem cool. Let's give it a try. What do you think, chat? Comes recommended by Little Bear. All right, so yeah, we're gonna raid into Lesbian Hot Sauce. Give them some critical support at least. I don't know. We don't know them, so we'll see what they're all about and see what we think. Again, let me shout out my Patreon. If you subscribe to me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let's take care of the last one of those shouts out now. If we can. Shouts out go to Oral Ellipsis, Temporal Insanity, Steven Sayers, Funky Monkey, Sarah, Nadia Yvette, Moe Noe, Jules K, JMB, Izzy Mandius, Infallible Foul, Good for Gabby, Emily French, Direful, Choky, Buffy Geek, Big Owl, Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Yeah, we're waiting for the raid to hit. So get in that raid and say hi to Lesbian Hot Sauce for me, and we'll see what we think of the content over there. I'll be back tomorrow. Like I said, I'm going to be covering what's it called? I'm going to be covering the leftist mafia. Sorry we didn't get person from my hometown. Oh, she's cool. Okay, nice. And she, her. We now have pronouns, so that's good. Okay, cool. So I heard about it, something in an outdoor event. I'll have to look that up. I don't know about that. Again, I don't necessarily defend everything that Taylor does. I have she goes hard in the paint, for better or for worse. I would not want to have her as an enemy, for sure. Because she plays for keeps, but she's doing good work right now. Her articles recently have been really good. her YouTube channel is really putting out some some of the best videos I've seen this year have come from Taylor Lorenz. So that's good, but don't ever think that because I talk positively about somebody that I am necessarily rubber stamping every single action, every single word that they've said. I'm always open to learning new things. So that's what we'll do anyway, chat. I gotta save my voice as much as I can because I'm streaming tomorrow. We're gonna do Leftist Mafia, and I will see you then. Much love. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Thumb Gang. Thank you, everybody that supports me on Blue Sky. That really helps. We got a shout out there from Lesbian Hot Sauce. So that's really cool too. And a follow, which I should return that follow. Let's see. How does this? I love it how the raid screen for Twitch doesn't let you follow a streamer. They need to fix that. They really need to fix that. Anyway, chat, I've been on here for too long. I'm going to turn into a pumpkin if I don't stop streaming soon. I'll see you tomorrow. More content we'll be covering again. I guess more chorus stuff. I got to find out what's going on the Leftist Mafia. So I will see you then. Until then, moe kyun.